ಖಾನಾತಕ ದಿಯುಮುಗೆ ಬದಲುಗ ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಇಖ್ತಿಯಾರ್ ಕುರವ್ವ ಅದಿ ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಕುರುಮಾ ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಬಲ್ಲವ್ಯಾಗತುಮುಗ ರಕ್ಕಾತರಿಕಮ ಸಮಾಲು ವಿದವ್ವ ನಗುದು ಫෑಸಾಗೆ ಬದಲುಗ ಕೇಶ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ನುವತ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಫෑಸಾ ದಕ್ಕವ ಡೆಲಿವ ಕುರಾ ತಕತಿ ಬೆහෙಟ್ಟುಮ ಗೊಂಡಿಯೆ ನುವತ ಮೇಜೆ ಗೇಗೆ ತಿರಿ ಫ್ಲೋಗ ಬಹಟ್ಟವ ತಕತಿ ಲಿಬುಮುಂ ಕೊತಳುಂ ನೆಗುಮಫಹು ಕೊತಳು ಎಲ್ಲಾಲ ಎಫಹು ಸ್ಯಾಬೋಣಿ ಲ್ಯಾಗಿನ್ ರಂಗಳ ಐದ್ದುವಿಲ
ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಜೆಹಿಫಾವಾ ಮೀಹೆ ನುವತ ಅಲಾಮತ್ ತಂ ಹುರಿ ಮೀಹೆ ಒಳೆಫಾವಾ ತಂತಂ ಸಾಫ್ ಕುರುಮುಗೆ ಕುರಿಂ ಎ ತಂತಂಗೆ ಕುಡದೊರ್ ತಂ ಹುಳುವಾಲ ವಾಯ ದೌರುವಾಣಿ ನಿಜಾಮೆಂ ಹಮಜಿಸ್ಸುಂ ವರ ಮುಹಿಮ್ಮು ಮಿಯಫಾ ಆಮುಕೊ ಸಾಫ್ ಕುರಾ ಗೊತ ಮೊಪ್ ಕುರುಮಫಾಹು ತಂತಂ ಸಾಫ್ ಕುರಾಣಿ ಮೊಪ್ ಕುರಾಯರು ಮೊಪ್ ಲಿಕ್ವಿಡ್ ನುವತ ಸಾಬೋನಿ ಫೆನು ಮೊಪ್ ಕುರವಾಣಿ ಅದಿ ಮೀಹುಂ ಆಮುಕೊಂ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಂತನ್ ದೊರುಗೆ ಗೊಬು ನುವತ ಇಶಿನ್ನ ಗೊಂಡಿಗೆ ಎಗ್ಗಂಡು ಮೇಜು ಮತಿ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ತ ಮಿತಂತಂ ವರಂ ಹಾಸ ಸಮಾಲ್ಕ ಮೆದ್ದೀಗೆ ಸಾಬೋನಿ ಫೆನು ಸಾಫ್ ಕೊಲ್ಲಂ ವಾಣಿ ಸಾಬೋನಿ ಫೆನ್ ಲುಮಫಾಹು ಸಾಫ್ ಫೆನು ಸಾಬೋನಿಗೆ ಅಸರು ಫಿಲುವಾಲಂ ವಾಣಿ ದೆ ಮಿಯಫಾಹು ಬ್ಲೀಚ್ ಲಿಕ್ವಿಡ್ ಎಮ್ಮಿನೆಟ್ ವಂದೆ ಮಿತಾ ಉಂಗುಳಾಲಂ ವಾಣಿ ಮಿಗುತ ಬ್ಲೀಚ್ ಫೆಂಗ್ ಹದ್ದವಾಯರು ಫಸ್ಸತೇಕ ml ಫೆಂಫುಳಿಗೆ ತೆರೆನ್ ದಿಹ ml ನೆಗುಮಫಹು ಮಿಯ ದಿಹ ml ಬ್ಲೀಚ್ ಎಕ್ಕೊಲ್ಲಾಣಿ ಎಕ್ಕೊಲ್ಲಾ ಮಿತಂತ ಉಂಗುಳಾಲ ಎಮ್ಮಿನೆಟ್ ಬಹಟ್ಟಾಲಾಣಿ ದೆ ಮಿಗುತ ಹದ್ದ ಬ್ಲೀಚ್ ಫುಳಿ ವರ ಮುಹಿಮವಾಣಿ ಏಗ ಲೇಬಲ್ ಕೊಲ್ಲಾ ವಕಿತ್ ಹಾಸ ತನೆಗ್ಗ ಬಹಟ್ಟಾಲು ಅದಿ ಸವ್ವಿಸ್ ಕಡಿರುವಂದೆ ಮಿ ಬ್ಲೀಚ್ ಫೆಂ ಬೇಣುಂ ಕೊರೆವೇನೆ ಮಿಹುಂ ಆಮುಕೊಂ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಂತಾಗ ಅಣಿ ದೇತರೆಂ ಮಿ ಬ್ಲೀಚ್ ಫೆನು ಸಾಫ್ ಕುರುಂ ವರ ಮುಹಿಮ
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله لا يخفى عليه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء هو الذي يصوركم في الأرحام كيف يشاء لا حكيم هو الذي أنزل عليك الكتاب منه آيات محكمات هن أم الكتاب وأخر متشابهات فأما الذين في قلوبهم زيغ فيتبعون ما تشابه منه ابتغاء الفتنة وابتغاء تأويله وما يعلم تأويله إلا الله والراسخون في العلم يقولون آمنا به كل من عند ربنا وما يذكر إلا أولو الألباب ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك جامع الناس ليوم لا ريب فيه إن الله لا يخلف الميعاد صدق الله العظيم.
Assalamu alaikum. E-conference on innovations and best practices in education during COVID-19 crisis के फिशमगे रस्मियात हुशाला देनी अर्गन फातमत अशफा किरित कुरान के बरकातुन रस्मियात फटवा देवी अहमदिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल के दरवर फातमत शुबार नाइम मी रस्मियात का देंगे नंबर की तारफा मरहबा देनवो मी नंबर फुरहम को देवानी मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर एजुकेशन डॉक्टर अब्दुल्ला रशीद अहमद स्टेट मिनिस्टर के वाहक फुल में गेनस्तेनी जूम में को
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamda syukur kurani kada kiri tubanta Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala ya. Dive rajye ke tarikh ga emme furatama bebe education conference marhaba. Algon minge mi conference ge chief guest Raisul Jumhuriya ge Amikamalum Alfala Fazna Ahmad, Minister of Education, Dr. Ashta Ali, Algonminge Conference ge Judging Panel ge Emiha Befulu, School Tauga Principal na Conference ge Baveri, Conference Intizam Kurumuga, Burakom Masahe Kurabumun Gendawa, NIE ge team, Hasako team ge Ispefula Gotum Masahe Kurava Shuda Rizwan, Adi NIE ge Director General, Dive channel ge MD Fatma Suad school takuge MH teacher unna TV mi conference ballavun gendawa MH befulum adi ಈ ಕೇಂಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಈ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಗೆ ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ರೋಷನ್ ಥೋಮಸ್ adi ಕೇಂಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮಿಹಾ ಬೇಫುಳು ಅಸ್ಸಲಾಮು ಅಲೈಕುಂ ವರಹಮತುಲ್ಲಾಹ್ ade දිවේ රාජ්‍යයක දෙවේ තවලීමුගේ ෆෙම්වර් රංගලුකො තවලීමි දායරා හර්දනාකො කොරිය ගෙන්දියුමකි අල්ගොන්මින්ගේ රයිසු ජම්හූරියා ඉබ්‍රාහිම් මොහම්මද් සාලිහ් වරබ්බඩු ඉස්කමේ දෙවවා කමේ hama ehimme emanikfaanuge e tawlimi siyasa tanfiz kurumuga algonminge minister dr aishta ali warab burako wara ikhlas teri kama ekuga gendawani masake kurabama ekaviswana garunuge zamane taraggiya tahzib tawlimi dairaya genawmaki algonminge e minister warab boda iskandevwa midani ರೈಸು ಜಮ್ಹೂರಿಯಾ ಇಬ್ರಾಹಿಂ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಸಾಲಿಹ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರುಗೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಗಾ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಕುರಂ ಹಮಜೀಫಾವಾ ಕಂತತ್ತುಗೆ ತೆರೆ ಹಿಮೆನಿಗೆನ್ ಕಂ ಮಿಫುರ್ಸತುಗಾ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಫಾಹ ಕೊಲ್ಲ ಆ ದಿವಿರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕುಗಾ ವರ ರಂಗಳು ವರಂ ಹುನರು ವೆರಿ ವರಂ ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಕಂತತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರೆವು ಮುಂಗೆಂದೆ ಎಹೆ ನಮವೆಸ್ ನಿಕಂಕಂ ಫಾಹಗ ಕುರೆವಿ ಈ ಏಕಾಂಕಮುಗೆ ಅಗುವಜಂ ಕುರೆವಿ ಆದಿ ಏಕಾಂಕಂ ಆಮ್ಮು ಕುರೆವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕ ಹಿಸ್ಸಾ ಕುರುಮುಗೆ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕ ಕುರೆವುಮನೆ ನುದೆ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ಬೆನ್ ದೆಕೆನಿ ಮಿಗೊತುನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಹುಗ ಕುರೆವುಮು ದಾ ರಂಗಳು ಕಾಂತತ್ತ ಫಾಹ ಕುರೆವಿ ಏಕಾಂಕಮುಗೆ ಅಗುವಜಂ ಕುರೆವಿ ಆದಿ ಎಹೆನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕ ಮಿಕಂಕಂ ಹಿಸ್ಸಾ ಕುರೆವುಮುಗೆ ದಿಯುಮಕಿ ವರ ಬೇನು ತೆರಿ ಅಮೆಕ್ಕಮ ಎಹೆನ್ ಕಮುಂ ಸರ್ಕಾರುಗೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಗಾ mikan himenuwataka algonmenga minister algonmenna khiyal devwa mikan misaba genawum hagigataka begen midiyai ministry ge team NI ge team adi hama ehme war ginabayge e gura masakkatun kan mifur satuga faha kolla ade school innovation and best practice conference bewuma miyaharuge algonmenga harakatahuga himenigen korea gendan hamajasafa waniko covid nawaraga halata guligen algonmen hama face to face ko bewman hamajepawa conference beve fada halate netumum mi halata guligen algonmen conference e conference e gotuga baban hamajesagen irad korebiya miyadu mi huwafen hagigataka wege midiyai en kamum mi kamuga fahatuga tibbevi kuriha befulunga masakkat agu wazan kon algonmen shukr dannawa ade meganu hattimaka behigen saali sahushelume mi deduhuga terega mi conference un tiveflonna feniwada nawan adi hama ehme komme timakun hataru category yakun inam nuata award libigen dan egotun most innovative strategy adi hama ehme best implementation strategy adi most inspiring strategy adi most sustainable strategy mi hataru category school taka inam libigen dan ade engedannawan enna iga faratum komme deharakon engaharu international teachers conference migen dani babamu midi aharu bebigen dia conference ki ves wara kamyab conference irad korebiya korean oittanga komme deharakon engaharu educational innovation conference bebigen diumaki algon men deke huafene adi hama ehme innovation conference korean oittanga bebigen dairuga school tagu verinna mudarrisunna adi algon menge stakeholders ge mashwaraya ekuga ituru bat conference sihi rongo wara boda ituru kurevigen danekam faha kolla ade nimmalumu kurin algon shukuruge bahe dannawalumaki kuren jihen kame egotun emme furatames algon shukur dannawalani algon mege izzateri raisu jumhuriya emanikfan dive rajyege tawlima bahattawa ahamiyat dive rajyege budgetuge emme bodu bahe hissa kurevegen dani dive tawlima kamun hamavegen dani algon mege raisu jumhuriya tawlimi daira bahattawa ahamiyat mikamattaka conference ga huriha bayaveringa namuga lobeti raisu jumhuriya ibrahim mohammad salih ifettu menne shukure dannawa hama ehemme miyaduga conference e furihama wegen dani algon menga conference ga chief guest ge haysiyatum raisu jumhuriya ga ambikamadum fazna ahmad bayar wadan devwati ade tivefonna engi wadannawane ekamanayaki tawlimi dairaga war ginadu khidume kurabwa adi miharu istafat rongutakon khidume kurawamun gendawa bekamale ade principal ege haysiyatun war kamiyab duwastake school gawani heda kurabwa fa adi miharues ijtima ekikan kamuga ekamana bahattawa shawgwerikan alun mennan ingigende enkamu miyadu conference sharafari koddevu mun alun men emmenna libigenda ufa pahako miyaduge chief guest conference go huriha bayaveringa namuga adi alun men emminge namuga war khas shukre dannawa ade social council ge rais ge haysiyatun divi rajye ge naib rais tawli mi daira bahattawa shawgari kama emanifan puravumun gendawa bura masakatu ge agwes alwan men emmen faha kuram ade miyaduge war khas shukre alwan men dannawan jiheni alwan men minister dr aishta aliya ade ekamana war kuladana kama huga divi rajye ge tawli mi nizama mide aharu dohuga terega gennavi badal alwan hitun alwan men emmenna fenigen dan mikamataka alwan men minister kurabba bura masakka ikhlas teri masakka ade alwan men mul team tawli mi daira ya bahattawa ahamiyata kurabba bura masakkatu agwazanko miyaduga mi conference di tarihuga teriya wandegen dairuga mi ekamanage khiyala mashwara matin alwan men kurevigen dia masakkatekkan fahako alwan men minister shukur dannawa ade mi conference ga warabura masakate kodebba ebbe flonnaki alwan menge judging penal adi tibe flon kushailunta bara insaferi kama ga judge kodevun ei hama yaginum wes bura masakate adi e masakate kodebati alwan menge judging penal ga himeni wadannawa kuriha be flonna shukur dannawa adi alwan menna mi conference mi halatuga bara kamiyab kama ekuga mi beveni divehi channel ga faratun alwan menna libigen ta ebbalum ga sabu ade ehin kamun dive channel ge managing director Fatmat Suwada adi hama ehemme technical kantattawga uluba huriha be fulun khasa ko rivari mi be fulun ga nam faho ko Ministry of Education ga faratu bar khasa shukure dive channel ge MD Fatmat Suwada dive channel ga huriha muwazzafonna dannawa ade school taku ge wearing ge faratun bara bodu ebbalum libigen alwan menga conference aka wegen midani ade school takum bara gina hushailun take miwani libifa ade korin alwan faho kurifa dan sali sa hushailun me hushailigen dan ehin kamun school taku principal unna adi conference paper hushalu ba devwa kuriha team taka kuriha befulunna alwan men shukuru dannawa and a very special thanks goes to Cambridge University Press. Cambridge University Press sponsored this conference. Even our teachers conference, last year's conference was also sponsored by Cambridge University Press. So in this particular moment, let me thank the management of Cambridge University Press for the continuous support and your contribution making our conferences very successful. So I thank Senior Vice President of Cambridge University Press and Managing Director of Cambridge University Press for the continuous support. The nimmalumu kuring enna eege team ga faratum wara pura masakattake mi conference hagigataka heddumataka wara gina duwastake wanden ko devi tive alwan menge conference kantata hingumga iskon harakateri wadanawa Shuda Rizwana Shuda ku masay kurava enna eege muli team ingeto nam wakiwakin dennu ondagu kamaka vati hurihana men nudenna vias enna eege muli team bara khasa shukre dannawa ade alwan edeni mi conference aki bara kamiyab conference akavon huriha befulun alwan menna kodebba bura masakkatuge paha ko huriha befulun shukur dannawa mun adi conference ga baki huri event ta belluma huriha befulun dawat warum alwan waha kol kurkolla wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh
ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗ ಮಿಗೊತ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದೆವೆ ಫುರತಮ ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ರಾಜ್ಯಗ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಸ್ಕೂಲಕ ಹುಳುವಾಲಾಗಿನ ಕುರಿಯ ದಾಮಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕ ಹಿಮೆನನಿ ಮೇಗಂಡು ಹೆದ್ದಾಯಿರಾಯ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೆ ಮೇಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಸದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ 19 ಹಾಲತ್ಗ ಕೇವಾದಿನು ಮೆದುನು ಕೆಂಡಿ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕುಂ ಕುರಿ ಬೂರಾ ಅದಿ ಈಜಾದಿ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತಕುಗೆ ಅಗ್ವಜನ್ ಕುರುಮ ಎಫದ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ ಕುರುಮ ಇತುರಂ ಹಿವ್ವರುದಿ ಎಹೆಂ ಫರಾತಕ ಹಿಸ್ಸಾ ಕುರುಮ ಮಗಫೈ ಕೊದ್ದಿನು ದೆನ್ ಒನ್ನಾನಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುಳೆಗತುನ್ ತಯಾರು ಕುರೈಫವಾ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್
ತಾಗುಳಿಗೆನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತ ಬಂದು ಕುರಂಜೆ ಹೊಂಬೆಗೆಂದಿ ಮುಳಿ ತಾವಲಿಮಿ ದಾಯರಂಗ ವರಪ್ಪೊಡು ಲೊಳಮಖ ಕೋವಿಡ್ 19 ಹಾಲತಿಕಿ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣಾದಿಮ್ಗ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತೌಗೆ ವೆರಿನ್ನ ಮುದರಿಸುಂ ಅದಿ ದಾರಿವರುನ್ನ ಬೆದನೆ ವೆರಿಂ ಹಿಮೆನೆ ಗೊತ ಕುರಿಮತಿವಿ ಖಿಯಾಲ ವಿಸ್ನುಗೆನೆ ಫದ ಬೊಡು ಖಾರಿಸಾಯ್ ಮಿ ಬೊಡು ಗೊಂಜೆ ಹೊಂತಕಾಯಕು ತಾವಲಿಂ 4 ಕೊದ್ದೆವೆನೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಂ ಹೋದ දෙනගතුම්ග එඩියුකේෂන් මිනිස්ට්‍රියා ස්කූල්ගේ වෙරින්න මුදරිසුන් එකුගා තෙදවී එන් ආසුම එක ದಿಗುದೆಮಿಗೆ ಮಿದ ಪೆಂಡಮಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಿ ಹಾಲತುಗವೆಸ್ ದರಿವರೊನ್ ತವಲೀಮು ಮಹರೂಮ್ ವಿಯನುದಿ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣෑದಿನು ಕುರಿಯಕೆಂದಿಯೋ ಉಫೆದ್ದುಂತರಿ ನಮೂನಾ ಹುಷಳುಂತಕೆ ಎಕುಲವೆ ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸೆ ಬೇವುಂಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಗಡ ಮಕ್ಸದಕಿ ಕಾರಿಸಾಗೆ ಮಿ ದಂಡಿವಳುಗ ಮೆದುಕೆನುಮೆನೆತಿ ತವಲಿಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಮುಗ ಮುದರಿಸುಣ್ಣ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಹುಗೆ ವೆರಿಂ ಕುರೆವ್ವಿ ಹಿವ್ವರ ಬುರ ಮಸೇಕತುಗೆ ಅಗುವಜಂಕೋ ತರ್ಹೀಬುದಿನುಂ ಅದಿ ಹಮ ಮಿಯಾಯಕು ಆ ಉಫೆದ್ದುಂತಕಾಯಕು ತವಲಿಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಮ್ಗೆ ವಟ್ಟಫಾಳಿಯಗ್ಗೆನುವುನು ಇಂಗಿಲಾಬಿ ಕುರಿಯರುಮಾಯಕು ಹುಷಾಳಾದೆವೆ ಎಫೆಂವರು ರಂಗಳು ನಮೂನಾ ಮಸೆಕೆತ ವೀಹಾ ವಿಸ್ಕಿನ ಫರಾಯತಕ ಹಿಸ್ಸಾ ಕುರುಂ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಇರುಷಾದಾಯಕು ಮಿ ಹಸ್ಸಾಸ್ ತಣಿವಳುಗ ಉಂಗೆನುಮಾ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣෑದಿನುಂ ಮೆದುಕೆನುಮನನುದಿ ಕುರಿಯಗ್ಗೆಂದಿಯು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತವುಗೆ ವೆರಿನ್ನ ಮುದರಿಸುಂ ಕುರಿಮತ್ಲಿ ಎಬೆಫುಳುಂಗೆ ಅಗುಹುರಿ ಎತ ವಗುತುತಕ ಅಮಿಲ್ಲ ಎತಂ ಮಂಫಾತಕೆ ಕುರ್ಬಾನ್ ಕುರುಮಾಯಕು ಫಿಸಾರಿ ಹಿವ್ವರ ಅಜುಮಾ ಹೀವಾಗಿ ಕಮ ಕೆತ್ತೆರಿ ಕಮಾಯಕು ಮೀ ಅಗುಹುರಿ ಕೌಮೆ ಖಿದುಮತೆಂ ಅದಿ ಜಿಹಾದೆ ಕಮ್ಗಾ ದೆಕಿಗೆಂ ಎಬೇಫುಳುಂಗೆ ಮಿ ಅಗುಣು ಕುರೆವೆ ಖಿದುಮತುಗೆ ಮೇವಾ ಕಿತ ಮೆಹಾವಿಸ್ ಫೋಣಿ ದರಿವರುಣ ಲಿಬಿಗೆಂದಿ ಇಲ್ಮಿ ಫಣ್ಣಿ ಅದಿ ರೂಹಾಣಿ ಮಂಫಾತ ಗಿನಗುಣ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ತುರುಂ ಮುದರಿಸುಣ್ಣ ಬೆದನೆವೆರಿಂ ವೆಸ್ ತವಲೀಮ್ಗೆ ಆ ಮರ್ಹಲಾಯಕ ಲೋಹುಳುವಿಗೆಂದಿಯುಮಾಯಕು ಕಂಕಂ ಕುರುಮ್ಗಾ ಅಮಿಲ್ಲ ನಫ್ಸಂ ಒಣ್ಣ ಇತುಬಾರ ಯಗೀನ್ ಕಂಬೊಡುವೆಗೆಂದಿಯುಮಾ ಕಂಕಮಾ ಕುರಿಮತಿಲುಮಾ ಇಸ್ನೆಗುಮಾ ಗೊಂಜೆ ಹುಂತಕುಂ ಅರಾಗತುಮ್ಗೆ ಹಿವ್ವರು ಆಲಾವೆಗೆಂದಿಯ ಮೀಡಿಯಾಗೆ ಜರಿಯಾಯಿಂ ಮಿಯದು ದುರಂ ಮಿಫೊಣುವೆ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಕಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗೆ ಪೆಂಡಮಿಕ್ಗೆ ದತಿ ಉಂದಗು ಹಾಲತುಗವೆಸ್ ತವಲಿಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನು ಮೆದುನು ಕೆಂಡಿ ಕುರಿಯಗೆಂದಿಯು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕ ವಕಿ ಮುದರಿಸುಣ್ಣ ಅದಿ ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗೆ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ತಕೊಂ ಕುರೆವ್ವಿ ಅದಿ ಮಿಹಾರು ಎಸ್ ಕುರವ್ವ ಮುಂದ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾತಕ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಕ ಕುರಿಮತಿವಿ ಕೊಂಚೆ ಹೊಂತಕ ಹಾಸಿಲ್ ಕುರಮುಣು ಕಾಮಿಯಾಬೀತಂ ಎತ್ತಣೆಗ್ಗ ಎವ್ವಗುತೆಕ್ಕ ಎಬ್ಬಯಕು ಅಣೆಬ್ಬಯಕ ಹಿಸ್ಸಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಲಿಬಿಗೆಂದ ವರ ಮೊಹಿಮು ಫುರುಸತೆ ಅದಿ ಉಂಗೆಣುಮ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣෑದಿನುಮ್ಗೆ ಹುಣರು ಕುರಿಯರುವ ತರಗೀ ಕುರುಮ ಗುಳಿಗೆ ಮಸೇಕೆ ಕುರುಮ ಅದಿ ಗುಳುಂತ ಕಯಾಂ ಕುರುಮ ಫಹಿವಿಗೆಂದ ಮಗೆ ಬೆಸ್ಮೆ ಮಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ರಾಜ್ಯೆಂ ಬೇರುಂ ಗಿನ ಹುಷಳುಂತಕೆ ಲಿಬಿಫಾವಿ ನಮವೆಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಗ ಹುಷಳಿಗೆಂದಾಣಿ ಆದ್ಯ ಖಿಲಾಫು ಮೊಳು ಸಾಳಿಸ್ ಹುಷಳುಮೈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಗನು ಹೈದ್ ದಾಯರ ಕರ್ದಾಸ್ತಂ ಹುಷಳಿಫಾವಾಯಿರು ಮಿಫಾರು ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಗಿನ ಕರ್ದಾಸ್ ಹುಷಳೇಣಿ ತಫಾತು ಉಕುಳುತಕ ಮನ್ಸತ ಬೇಣುಂ ಕೊಗ್ಗೆಂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಮ್ಗೆ ದಾಯಿರಾಯಿಂ ಹಮಮಿಯಾಯಕು ಕಿಯೋಮ ಫಹಿ ಮಾಹೌಲ್ ಗ್ಯಾಮ್ ಕುರುಮ್ಗೆ ದಾಯಿರಾಯಿಂ ವೆಸ್ ವರಂ ಏಕಶೀಗೆಂ ವಾದದಕ ಕರುದಾಸ್ ಹುಷಳಿಫಾವೆ ಕರುದಾಸ್ ಹುಷಳಿಫ್ವಾ ಏಣಿಹೆನ್ ದಾಯಿರಾ ತಹುಗೆ ತೆರೇಗ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗೆ ಹಾಲತುಗ ದುಳಹೆಯುಕಮ ನಫ್ಸಾಣಿ ಎಹಿ ತೆರಿಕಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಂ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಕುದಿನ್ ಶಾಮಿಲ್ ಕೊಗ್ಗೆಂ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಂ ಮುದರಿಸುಣ್ಣ ಫಣ್ಣಿ ಎಹಿ ತೆರಿಕಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಮಾಯಕು ಮಿ ದಂಡಿವಳಾ ಗುಳೇ ಗೊತ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಂ ಬಟ್ಟಂ ಕುರುಂ ಅದಿ ಕಾರಿಸೆಂ ಅರಾಗತುಮ ಮುಜ್ತಮವು ಬ್ಯಾವರಿ ಕುರುಂ ಹಿಮೆನೆ ಮಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹುಷಳಂತ ಇಖ್ತಿಯಾರ್ ಕುರುಮ್ಗೆಯ ವಕಿ ದಾಯಿರಾತಕುಂ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಫಾಹಗ ಕೊಲ್ಲವೆ ಹುಷಳಂತ ಇಖ್ತಿಯಾರ್ ಕುರುಮ್ಗ ಇನ್ಸಾಫ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವಿ ತಾಲೀಮಿ ದಾಯಿರಾಯ ಅದಿ ಗುಳುಂಗುರಿ ಎಹೆಣಿಹೆನ್ ದಾಯಿರಾತಕುಂ ಫಾಹಗ ಕೊಲ್ಲವೆ ವರ ಇಲ್ಮಿ ಮಾಹಿರುಂ ಇಕುಲವೆ ಪೆಣಲ್ಲಕುಂ ಅದೇ ಓಡ ವಣತ ಹೋಮ್ಗಾವೆಸ್ ಇನ್ಸಾಫ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವಿ ಮಿ ಫಣ್ಣುಗ ಇಲ್ಮಾ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾಗೆ ಗೊತುಂ ಫುಣ್ಣಾಬು ಉಸ್ಬೇಫುಳುಂಗೆ ಪೆಣಲ್ಲಕುಂ
ಮೆಗ ಕೇಂಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಗೆ ಫರಾತುಂ ಮಾಲಿ ಗೊತುನ್ನ ಫಣ್ಣಿ ಗೊತುಂದೆ ಬೆಮುಂದಾಯಿ ಹಿತೆರಿಕಂ ಶುಕ್ರವಾರ ಕಮಾಯಕು ಫಾಹಕುರಂ ಮಿರಸ್ಮಿಯಾತ್ ಗ ಕುರಿಯಂ ಒತಿ ಕೇಂಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಗೆ ಫರಾತುಂ ವಾಕ್ ಫುಳು ದೆಕ್ಕೆವಂ ಮಿ ಐಟಮ್ ಮೆಸ್ ಕುರಿಯ ದಾಣಿ ಝೂಮ್ ಮೆದುವೆರಿಕೊ Next on the agenda is remarks by Ms. Priyanka Mukherjee, Manager for International Business and Product Solutions, Cambridge University Press, India. ಅದೇ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗೆ ಮಿ ಹಾಲತಾಗುಳಿಗೆ ಅಳುಗನ್ ಮಿ ರಸ್ಮಿಯಾತುಗಸ್ ಎಬ್ಬಾಕುರೆ ಮಿಗೆಂದನಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ එහෙන්ක මොහම මිකාගන්තත කරේ දායරුග ටෙක්නිකල් මස්සල්ත දිමාම් කේසේ කශිගෙන් වාකමේ අරමේ හම මී මස්සල හල්ලුයි හා වාහක මී ප්‍රියංකා මුඛර්ජිග වාෆල් ගෙනස් දෙන ಅದೇ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗೆ ಮೇ ಹಾಲತ್ ಕಳುಮೆ ದಿರುಮುಗೆ ವಟ್ಟ ಫಾಳಿಸ್ ಮೇವನಿ ವರಬೊಡತಿ ಬದಲ್ತಕೆ ಆಸ್ಫಾ ಮಿಗತು ಹಮ ತೌಲಿ ಮೇ ದಾಯಿರಾಗೆ ಕಂತೆತ್ತವೆಸ್ ವರಬೊಡ ಮಿವನಿ ಬದಲ್ದೆಗೆ ಗೊಸ್ಫಾ ಮಿಗತು ಕುರಿಂಗ್ ಹಮ ಕಿಯವಾದ ಮುಂ ವಟ್ಟ ಫಾಳಿಸ್ ವರಬೊಡತಿ ಬದಲ್ತಕೆ ಎಸ್ ಮೇ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕಿಯವಾದ ಮ ಕಂತೆತ್ತೆಸ್ ಮೇ ಹಾರ್ ಕೊರಿಯ ಮಿದಾನಿ ಅದೆದಿಮಾಯಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಮಸಕ ಗೊಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಮುಖರ್ಜಿಗೆ ಮೇ ವಾಹಕ್ ಫುಳು ಮೇ ವಗತು ಗೆನಿಸ್ತೇವೆಗೆ ನೋಮು ಮಾಫಂಗಿದೆ ಏಕ ಮಾಲೂನ್ ಮೇ ಕೂರಿಯಂಗ ಐಟಮ ಜೈಲಾನ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುಳಗತು ರಸ್ಮಿಯಾತ್ के बारे नाम मुखातब करवा वाकफर देखे देन मिदन्नवालनी मिनिस्टर ऑफ एजुकेशन डॉक्टर आयशत आलिया मिनिस्टर वाकफर दखवानी ज़ूम में दोर करवा
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रब्बिल आलमीन वस्सलात वस्सलाम अला अशरफिल अंबिया वल मुरसलीन नबीना मुहम्मदिन वाला आलिहि वसहबिहि अजमईन शरफ फेरी मेहमान रईसुल जुमहूरिया गे अंबिकंबलुम फजना अहमद मिनिस्ट्री गे इसवेरिंग एकेके हैसियतुन जलसा गे बैवरी वेडागन्नवा मेहमानु सिंपोजियम गे बैवरिंग तौलीमी दायरा गे हुरिहा मुअज्जफुन अस्सलाम अलैकुम ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗ ಬಲಿಮಡ್ಕೊಮ್ಗೆ ಮಿ ದುವಸ್ವರುಗ ತೌಲೀಮ್ ದಿನುಂ ಹುಟ್ಟುಮಕನ್ ನುಗೆನೆಸ್ ಏಕಮುಗ ಬೂರ ಮಸಕೆತ್ತಕೆ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವಿ ಮದರಸಾತೋಗೆ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿನ್ನ ಮುದರಿಸುನ್ನ ಬೆಲೆನಿ ವೆರಿನ್ನ ಲೊವ್ವೆತ್ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಅಸ್ಸರಿ ಬಹ ಸಾವಸ್ ತಣ್ಣವ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗ ಬೋಡು ವಬಾಯ ಕುರ್ಮತಿ ಬುಮಾಯಕ ಸರುಕಾರುಂ ಬಣಿ ಗಿನ ಕಂತೆತ್ತಕೆ ಫುರಿಹಮಕ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊಂ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಮ ತಯ್ಯಾರುಮಂ ಅವಸ್ ಮಸಕೆತ್ತಕೆ ಕುರವಾ ಕಿತಮ್ಮೆ ದತಿ ಉಂದಗೂತಕ ಎಕುವೆಸ್ ಗೇಗಾತಿ ಬಿದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಹಮೆಯ ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ಲಿಬೇಣೆಗೊಯ್ ಫಹಿಕೊದ್ದಿಣು ವೆಫೌತಿ ಸರುಕಾರುಗೆ ವೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗಂಡು ಅಮಾಜು ಕಮುಗ ಮಿ ಬೊಡು ರೋಗಾಗ ಎಫ್ಫಾ ಬಂದೆವಿ ಗ್ಯಾಗಂಡ್ಕ ಆಹಾರೆಂ ಹಾ ದುವಸ್ ವೇತುವೆಫಾವಾಯರು ದರಿವರುಂ ಉಂಗೆಣುಮು ಮಹುರುಂ ವಿಯ ನುದಿಣುಮಟ್ಟಕ ಮುದರಿಸುನ್ನ ಬೆಲಿನಿವೆರಿ ವೆಡಾಗೆಣ್ಣವಿ ಗುರುಬಾಣಿ ವರವ್ವೆಸ್ ಮತಿವೆರಿ ಅಳುವಣ್ಮೆಗೆ ನಸೀಬಕಿ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಮ್ಗ ಆ ಹುನರುತಕ ಆ ಉಕುಳುತಕ ಫಾಗತಿ ಉಫೆದ್ದುಂತೆರಿ ಮುದರಿಸುನ್ನ ಹಿಂಗುಂತೆರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ತಕುಗ ತಿಬಿಕ ಮಿ ಬಲಿಮಡುಕಮ್ಗೆ ತೆರೇಗ ಗೇಬಂದುಗ ಆಹಾರೆಂ ಹಾ ದುವಸ್ ವೇತುವೆಫಾವಾಯರು ಅಜುಂ ವರುಗದ ಹಿವ್ವರುಗದ ಕೆರೆ ಬಯಕು ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಹಗ್ಗುಗ ಅತುಕುರಿ ಒಳಾಲ ತೆದುವೆ ತಿಬಿಕ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗಿ ಮಿ ಬಲಿಮಡ್ಕೊಮ್ಗೆ ತೆರೇಗ ಹಿಂಗುಣು ಅಮಲಿ ಎತಂ ಮಸಕ್ಕತಕ ಈಜಾದಿ ಎತಂ ಹರಕಾತಕಿ ಮಿಯದು ಏಗೆ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾತಗೆ ಅಲೀಗ ಕುರಿಯರುವ ಫುಳಾ ಕುರವೇಣಿ ಹರಕಾಯತ್ತಕೆ education during crisis forging a path to quality education mi teamuge dashum beve mi virtual conference eki mi balimadu kamuga tafatu goggota kudinna kiyawa dirma kuribun masekketta fenigendani mansaka vegendani kamuge ummeedu eboy ಫುರಬಂದುಗೆ ಗೊತುಗ ಮುಳಿ ಗಾಮು ಬಂದುವೆ ನುವದಿಹ ಎತಂ ಹಾಸ್ ದರಿವರುನ್ನೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕ ನಾದೆವಿ ತಿಬಿಹಿಂದು ಎಕುದಿನ್ನ ಅಳಾಲ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಗ ಆ ಕಂತೆತ್ತಕ ಆ ಈಜತ್ತಕ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕು ಮಣಿ ಕುರಿಮತಿ ಲಾಫ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕು ಕುರೆವಿ ಬುರ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆ ಮಿಯದು ಮಿ ಫಾಹಗ ಕುರೆಣಿ ಎಕಿ ಸಿಫಾಗ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಮ ಕಾಮಿಯಾಬ್ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಕೆ ಕುರೇಫಾವಾಕಂ ಅಳುವನ್ ಮೆಣ್ಣ ಗಬೂಲು ಕುರೆವೇತಿ ಮಿಯದು ಬಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಹುಷಹೇಳಿ ಹಿಸ್ಸಾ ಕುರೆವಿಗಿಂದ ಹುಷಹೇಳುಂತಕು ಅಳುಮುಂಡು ಮಿ ದೆಣ್ಣೆವಿ ಕಂಕಮ್ಗೆ ಫುರಿಹ ಮಹೆಕಿ ಫೆಣಿ ಹಾಮವೆಗೆಂದ ಆಣಿಕಯ್ಯಾಗಿ ಶಕ್ಕೆವ್ವೆಸ್ನೆ ಫುರಬಂದುಗೆ ಗೊತುಗ ಅಳುಮುಂಡು ಮೆನ್ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾ ಕೊಫವಣಿ ಮೀಗೆ ಕುರಿನ್ ದುವಹಕ್ವೆಸ್ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾ ಕುರಂಜೆ ಹುಣು ಹಾಲತೆಣ್ಣು ರಾಜ್ಯವೆಸ್ ಹಿಮೆಣೆ ಗೊತ ಮುಳಿ ದುನಿಯಾವೆಸ್ ಕುರಿಮತಿವೆ ಮಿ ಕಂತೆತ್ತಕಿ ಮೀಗೆ ಕುರಿನ್ ಹಿತವ್ವೆಸ್ ನುಗೆಣವೆ ಫದ ಉಂದಗೂ ದತಿ ಹಾಲತೆ ಅಳುಮುಂಡು ಮೆನ್ ಎಕನ್ಯಕುಣು ಅಳುಮನ್ ಮೆಣ್ಣ ಊರೆ ಮಾ ಕುರಿಯರಾಫಾವಾ ಗೌಮ್ತವ್ವೆಸ್ ತಿಬಿ ಎಫ್ಫಾ ಬಂದೆವಿ ತಳು ಎಳುಯಿಫಾ ತಣವಸ್ಕಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಣ್ಣ ವಸೀಲೆತ್ತೋಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಮಾ ಗಾಬಿಲ್ ಗೌಮ್ತವ್ವೆಸ್ ತಿಬಿ ಹದಾಣೆ ಗೊತ್ತೆಣ್ಣೆತಿ ಗಂಡುವೆ ಹುಟ್ಟುಂ ಅರಾಫಾ ಮಿಫದ ಹಸ್ಸಾಸ್ ನಾಜುಕು ದಂಡಿವಳೆಗ್ಗ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಮುದರ್ಜಿಸುನ್ ದರಿವರುನೆಟ್ಟಕ ತೆದುವಿ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕಮೆ ಕುರಂಜೆ ಹುಣಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೊಮ್ಮೆಣ್ಣೆತಿ ಕುರಿಯದ್ಯುಮ್ಗೆ ವರುಗದ ಅಜುಮಾ ಹಿವ್ವರುಗ ಏರು ಫೆಣ್ಣಂ ಹುರಿ ಮಾ ಹಿಗ್ಗ್ಯಾಂ ಮಂಜರ್ತಕೆಣ್ಣು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಂ ಹುರಿ ಬಂದು ಕೊಫ್ಫ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತಂ ಹುರಿ ತಳು ಎಳುಯಿಫಾ ಮುದರಿಸುನ್ನ ದರಿವರುನ್ ತಿಬಿ ಬೇರನ್ ನುಣುಕುಮೆ ಹಾಲತುಗ ಗೇ ಬಂದುಗ ಎದುವಸ್ತಕಿ ಮಾಗಿನ ಕಂತೆತಕ್ಕೆ ಇಖ್ತಿಯಾರ್ ಕುರುಮ್ಗೆ ಫುರ್ಸತು ಎವ್ವೆಸ್ ಬಯಕಂ ಎದ್ದುವಸ್ತಕೆಣ್ಣು ಅಳುನ್ ಮಿಣ್ಣ ಹಮೈಕನಿ ಕುರುವೆಂ ಒಯ್ಕಮಕಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ತ ಗೇಗೆ ಸಿಟಿಂಗ್ ರೂಮ ಹಮೆಯ ಗೆಂಗೊಸ್ತೆಣು ಎಹೆಂ ಗೊತಕ ದಂಡವಾಣಮ ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಕೊಂ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣಾದುಳುಮ ತಯ್ಯಾರುವೆ ಎಕಮ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಫಶಾಗತು ಹಗೀಗತ ದಂಡವಾಣಮ ಮೀವೆಸ್ ಗೊಂಜಹಂ ಬೊಡು ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಕೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೊಡು ಗೊಂಜೆಹುಮಕಿ ಮಿಕಂಗೆ ಹುಣರ ತಮ್ರೀಣು ಲಿಂಫತಿಬಿ ಆಲಿಮು ಮದುಕಂ මේ මසක්කත නුකින් බයෙන් මුදරිසුන්නකි කෙමරා කුරිමච මී කුරින් දුවහකුස් අරාෆති බි බයන්නෝ ඒකමකු දරිවරුන්න ෆිලාවලත ෆෝර් කොද්දිනුම ඔයින් හමයිකනි මගකි එයි කමුග ගබූල්කො හිව්වරායක මුදරිසුම් වණි ඒ මසක්කත නුකුමෙෆා මා දුරුදුරුග එකි හිසාබුතහුග වකිවකින් තිබි දරිවරුන් තකක මුදරිසුන් කියවා දෙන් ෆෙෂි කමුගේ මාබුඩු තම්රින් තකක එකුගෙන්නෝ ಕುರೆವೆ ಕುತ್ತಕ ಹೆದೆ ಗೋಸ್ತ ದೆಣೆಗಣೆ ಇಸ್ಲಾಹ ಕುರುಂಗೆ ತಾಜುರಿಬಾಗೆ ವೆಟ್ಟೆಗ್ಗ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹಾಲತೆಗೆ ನಮವೆಸ್ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಗೊತಕಣ್ ನಮವೆಸ್ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನು ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮ್ಗೆ ಮಕ್ಸದುಗ ಎಹೆಂಕಮುಂ ಕುರಿಂ ಕಿಯವಾದೆಮುಂ ಆ ಗೊತ್ತಕ ತಫಾತ್ಕೊಣ್ ನಮವೆಸ್ ಕಿಯವಾದೆಮುಗೆ ಮಸಕೆಂ ಎ ಹಾಲತುಗವೆಸ್ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದೇಫ ವಾಕಂ ಉಫಲಾಯಕ್ ಫಾಹಕ್ಕೊಲ್ಲ ಮಿಕಮಟ್ಟಕ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಫುರತಮ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಫೆಶುನಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೆ ಗೊತುಗ ದುರಾಲಾ ತಯ್ಯಾರ್ಕೊ ಟಿವಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ತಮ್ಮ ಎದುವರಿಕೊ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಹಮೆಯ ಫೊಣುವಾದೆಮುನು ಫಿಲಾವಳುತಕು ಫುರಬಂದುಗೆ ದುವಸ್ವರು ಗೇಂಬೇರನ್ ನುಣಿಕುಮೆವೆ ಹಾಲತುಗ ಮಿ ಮಸಕ್ಕತುಗ ಶಾಮಿಲ್ವೆ ಮುದರಿಸು ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರುಮುಂ ಗೆಂದಿಯೈ ಅಮಿಲ್ಲ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನು ಮಂಜರುತ ನಗ ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ತಯ್ಯಾರು ಕೊಗ್ಗೆ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತವಗೆ ಇತುರು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ದ ಫೆಶುಮ ತಯ್ಯಾರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಕುರಂಜಹುನು ಗಿನ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತವೆಸ್ ವಕಿ ಕುಡನೂಂಕಂ ಫಾಹ ಕೊಲ್ಲಂಜೆಹೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತವಗೆ ಮುದರಿಸು ಜೀಸುಯಿಟಂ ಅಹುಲುವರಿ ಕುರುಂಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕತ ಹುರಿಹಾ ದರಿವರುನಂ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಲಿಬೇಣೆಗೆ ಹೆದುಂಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಹಕಿ ವರ ಖಾಸ ಗೊತೆಗ್ಗ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದವನು ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಕೆ ಹುರಿಹಾ ದರಿವರುನಂ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಲಿಬೇಣೆಗೆ ಹಮಜಸ್ಸುಮ್ಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕತುಗ ಮುವಾಸಲಾದಿ ಹಿದುಮೆದ್ದೆ ಕುಂಫುಣಿತಕ ಯುನಿಸೆಫ್ಗೆ ವರ ದೀಲತಿ ಎಹಿತೆರಿಕಮೆ ಲಿಬಿಫಾ ವಾಕ ಫಾಹಗ ಕೊಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊಂ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಮ ಮುದರಿಸುಂ ಅಹುಲುವರಿ ಕುರುಮ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೀಂ ಫೆಶಿ ಅವಸ್ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಕುಗ ಮಿಯದಾ ಹಮೆಯಂ ಆರು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗೆ ತೆರೆನ್ 40% ವಣಿ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಟರ್ ಉನ್ನವೆಫಾ ಮೀ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆಂಫದ ಎಹೆಂ ಗೌಮ್ತಕ ಆಳಾ ಬಲಾರುಸ್ ವರ ಬೊಡು ಕಾಮಿಯಾಬಿಯೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗ ಫುರಬಂದುಗೆ ತಿಬೆಂಜಹುಣ ದುವಸ್ತಕಕಿ ಹಿದ್ದತಿ ದುವಸ್ತಕೆ ಹದಾಣುಂ ಫಿಲಾಣು ಉದಾಣೆ ದುವಸ್ತಕೆ ಏಕಮಕು ಮಿ ಕಂಬೊಡುವುಂತಕ ಹಾಸ್ಕಂಗೆ ತೆರೆಗವೆಸ್ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆಂ ವಣಿ ಅಳುಣ್ ಮೆಂ ದರಿಂಗೆ ಕಿಯವುಂ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮ ಗದಾಳ ಮಸಕೆತ್ತಕೆ ಕೊಫ್ಫ ಮಿಕಂ ಕಾಮಯಾಬ್ ಕಮಾಯ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮ್ಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೊಡು ಬಾರಕವಿ ಲೊವ್ವೆ ದರಿವರುಣ್ಣ ಬೆಲೆನಿವರಿಂಗೆ ಮಿಣ್ಣೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕತ ಲಿಬಮುಂದಿಯ ಎಬ್ಬಾರುದು ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗೆ ಇರುಷಾತ ದರಿವರುಣ್ಣ ಹಮೆಯ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದಿಣುಮುಗ ಬೆಲೆನಿವೆರಿಂ ಹಿವ್ವರಾಕು ಅದಾ ಕುರವಮು ಗೆಂದೆವಿದ್ದ ಅವರುವೆಸ್ ವಕಿ ಕುಡೆಯಣ್ಣು ಎಹೆಂಕಮು ಮಿ ಮುನಾಸಬತುಗವೆಸ್ ಬೆಲೆನಿವೆರಿನ್ನವೆಸ್ ಖಾಸ ಶುಕುರೆ ರದ್ದು ಕೊಲ್ಲ ಮಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಕಿ ಅಳುಗುಣ್ ದೆಕೆ ಗೊತುಗ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಂಗಯ ಮುಜ್ತಮ್ಮೋಗೆ ಹೇಲುನ್ ತೆರಿಕಂ ಉಫೆದ್ದುಮುಗ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಗೆ ಹಾಲತುಗ ಅಳುಗುಣ್ ಮೆಣ್ಣ ದಸ್ವಿ ಹರುದಣ ರಂಗಳು ಕಂತೆತ್ತ ದಮಹಟ್ಟ ಎ ಕಂತೆತ್ತ ಫುಳಾ ಕುರುಮುಗೆ ಹುಣರ ವಿಷ್ಣುಂ ಫಹಿಕೊದ್ದೇಣೆ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಗೆ ವಸೀಲಿತ ಬೇಣುಕೊಗೆ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನು ಮಮ್ಮಿ ಫೆಶುನು ಮಸಕ್ಕತುಗ ವಣಿ ರಶು ಫೆಂಬರುಗಯ ಅತೊಳು ಫೆಂಬರುಗವೆಸ್ ದೆಮೆಹೆಟ್ಟೆಣಿವಿ ಗೊತೆಗ ಕುರಿಯಗ್ ಗೆಂದೆವಿದಾಣೆ ಆ ಕಂತೆತ್ತಕೆ ತಾರಫ್ ಕುರೇಫ ತೌಲೀಮಾ ಹೇಲುನ್ ತೆರಿಕಂಗ ಫಾಹ ಕುರೆವೆ ಮಿಫದ ಬಯ ಕಂಕ ರಡಿಶಾ ಬಯ ಸರಹತ್ತಹುಗ ಹಿಂಗಮುಂ ಎಬದೆ ಮುಜ್ತಮ ಫಾದಾಬಡು ಮಿಫದ ಕಂತೆತ್ತಕಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಾಣುಲ ಅಬದುವೆಸ್ ಮುಜ್ತಮಾತಕುಂ ಫೆಣಿಗೆನ್ ದಾಂಜೆಹೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಕೆ ಕಮ್ಮುಗ ಅಳುಗಂಡು ದೆಕೆ ಕುರಿಂವೆಸ್ ದೆಣ್ಣೆ ಫದೆ ಜಮಾಣಿ ಗೊತ್ತ ಬೇಣುಕೊಗ್ಗೆ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣಾದಿನುಂತಹುಗ ಹುರಿ ಗೊಂಜೆಹುಂತಹುಗೆ ಮಚ್ಚ ಮಿ ಫೋರಂಗ ಮಶ್ವರಾ ಕುರೆವಿ ಹಲ್ಲುತಕೆ ಫೆಣಿಗೆನ್ ದಿಯುಮಕಿ ಅಳುಗಂಡುಗೆ ಉಮ್ಮೀದ್ ಎ ಆಯಕು ಅಲಂ ಹಿಸ್ಸಾ ಕುರೆವೆ ಆ ಕಂತೆತ್ತಕು ತಜ್ರಿಬಾ ಲಿಬಿತಿಬೆ ದಾದಿ ವರಕೊಂ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣಾದಿನುಮುಗೆ ತಫಾತ್ ಉಕುಳುತಕ ವಟ್ಟಫಾಡಿಯಂ ಇತುರ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಹುಗೆ ವೆರಿಣ್ಣ ಮುದಡಿಸುನ್ ಲೋಹುಳುವಿಗೆನ್ ದಿಯುಮಕಿ ಮಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ವೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗಂಡು ಎ ಬೇಣು ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆಫದ ವಕಿವಕಿ ಜಜೀರಾತಕಿಗೆ ಮಚ್ಚಂ ಎಕುಲೇ ಫಾವಾ ರತ್ತಕಕ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊನ್ ತೌಲೀಂ ಫೆತುರುಮ್ಗೆ ವೆಟ್ಟೆ ಫಹಿವೆಫ ಒತುಮಕಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮದ್ರಸಾತಹುಗೆ ಕುರಿಯರುಮಶ ತರಗ್ಗಿಯ ನುಹಣು ಬೇಣುನ್ ತೆರಿಕಮೆ ಫುರಬಂದುಗ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆನ್ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾ ಕುರಿ ಬಾಯ್ ಕಂತೆತ್ತಕು ಮಿಕಂ ವಣಿ ಫೆಣಿಫ ಮಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಹಿಸ್ಸಾ ಕುರಿವಿಗಿಂದ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾತಕ ಕೀವೆಸ್ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಮ್ಗೆ ಫೆಂಬರು ಮತಿಕೊ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತ ಕುರಿಯರ ತರಗ್ಗಿ ಉಮ ಮುಹಿಮ್ಮು ತಜ್ರಿಬಾತಕ ಭೂಮಿ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡುಗೆ ಇದು ಮಿ ಬಸ್ ಕೊಳಾಕ್ ಕಾಮಯಾಬ್ ಫೋರಮಕಂ ಎದಮುಂ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ಗೆ ವಾಹಕಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮಾಲಾಣ ವಸ್ಸಲಾಮ್ ಅಲೈಕುಂ
Dengoti minasmiyatge emme khasa number e-conference on innovations and best practices in education during COVID-19 crisis rasmi ko iftitah ko devu conference iftitah ko deva rasmiyat ka baverina mukhatab kurava wahak fur dekam alwan midanwalani mirasmiyat ke sharafere mehman divi rajya ke raisul jumhuriya gam kamalum madam fazna ahmada conference iftitah ko deva wahak fur dekwani zoom medver kurava
मेहमान दिवराज्य के रईस कॉन्फ्रेंस इफ्तिताह को दवा
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अरुण मेगे इज्जत एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर ಐಷತ್ ಅಲಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಾವೇರಿನ್ ಇನ್ನ ಈಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಾವೇರಿನ್ ಒಬ್ಬತಿ ಟೀಚರು ಅಸ್ಸಲಾಮು ಅಲೈಕುಂ ವರಹಮತುಲ್ಲಾಹಿ ವಬರಕಾತು ಅಲ್ಗೊಂಡ ಮೇ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಾ ಮಿಗತನ್ನ ಮಸ್ ಬಾವೆರಿ ವೆದ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ದೆವಿ ಕಮಟ್ಟಕ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಯಶಾ ಇನ್ನ ಈಗೆ ಹುರಿ ಹಾಬೆ ಫುನ್ನಶಾ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಾ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ಶುಕ್ರ್ ದಣ್ಣವ then algon education minister waha kalgon adoha laughing then algon hama denneveni minister vidalvi huriha teacher unna de terega ye vidalvi huriha hiyo pastaka algon sama waha hituge mf ummeno algon taid kura waha algon dannawada ni covid ge ni pura banduge terega tipeflum e vidalvi henti kurevvi pura masekke algon ege ham tipeflum ges aila tan onnane tipeflum sama එහෙන් එම්මෙනකේ වරන් හාස්ම වස් වකි කුඩ එන්වාන එහෙනම් වස් ඒ හොරිහා කමකා එකුගස් තිබෙෆොන් ති කුරෙවි පුර මස්සෙක්කන් අදි මිහාර වස් ති කුරහුන්දා පුර මසක්කත අල්ගොන් හම හිතුගේ එම්මෙ ෆුම්මෙනු ශුකුර් දන්නවා තිබෙෆොන් නකි හම අල්ගොන් මෙන්ගේ අංසන් හීරෝස් ඉගත එක්කන් කබුල් කරවත් මේ අනේ අල්ගොන් හිතේරි මේ තිබෙෆොන මේ ඉනොවේටිව් කන්තතක ගුරුම් හොරි වාහක මේසරන් හිතේරි හිස්සා කොල්ලාන මේ මේදුගේ කුරින් අල්ගොන බෑවෙරි වෙලන් ලිබුණු එහෙන් කොන්ෆරන්ස් එමිදිය පුරාසතිතු ඒ අනේ children's consultation event ආකා UNICEF අනේ බෑවෙරි වෙගෙන් බේබි then ඒකස් තිබෙෆොනගේ state minister ෆාත්මත් නසීරස් බෑවෙරි වෙරන් then algon hitan eri mi e conference board ekala kuriya gendiyai kudi sama school kudin bær ko gen ekudinge e huri e isnegumuge shaugu verikama mi inave ekudin e conference en edin hiyal ingeto en algon ita eri school tawga ham gamus kantattaken eba kureve එහෙම ඒගේ නතිජයි කොම්මෙ ගොතේ විසල්ගොන් මේ අල්ගොන් ගබුල් කුරණී ගොත දෙවෙනි වරින්ගේ හිස්සාවේ සොන්නානේ එහෙනම් මේ ස්කූල් තකුන් තිබේ ෆ්‍රොන්ටි කුරවවා කන්තතෝගේ නතිජාගේ සවුන් එකුදින් එහා ඒ දෙක්කේ වාහකයා එකුදින්ගේ ඉස්නෙගුමන් එහුරි සවුගවරිකන් අල්ගොන් ෆාහක් කොල්දින් බර බොඩ එහෙම අල්ගොන් හිතේ මිකාද ෆුර්සතේ ලිබුණේ මේ වාහක තිබේ ෆ්‍රොන්ට් දන්නවා දානමේ දෙගෙන මේ සර්වන් දන්නවාදම් බේනුන් ඒ කොන්ෆරන්ස් එක එකුදින් දෙක්කි වාහකයාගේ තෙරේග එකුදින් අනේ ෆාහක කුරි මේ කොමකම වෙස් මෙහාට රංගල් කන්තත්තකේ කුරේ වියස් අබද සොන්නානේ මේ කන්තත රංගල් කුරුමුගේ ජාගදෙතෝ අබදසේ ඉම්ප්‍රූව් මේ කයිසාන් මේ බනාගොත ඒ කන්ටිනියස් ඉම්ප්‍රූව්මන්ට් ඔන්නානේ ඒකතොන් ඒ රූහ ගල්ගොන් මේ වාහක මේ දන්නවනි ඉගෙත මේ එකුදින් වාහකයාගේ ane faahaga kuri kamenga ekudinna mawlumat nudibe wahaka kankamge misalaka ekudinna kanenge ekudinna behe kanun taken hunnakame ves nege ehen ekudin ane bonefave den ane algon nodanna me school ge responsibility ke ekam algon hitari innovative commerce kame kuranje hijje kame kanenge me ves migota me ekudinna mikala ekudinna behe gotun hunna kantatta angandene gote me badam vecce ehema e ruhu galgon me wahak midakani den ega ham iturun ekudin ega e conference ka ne bonefave me ar ekudinna mihar milipunu mawlumat beenume e knowledge share kuran hin school tak ehema e algon para faha kuri wara me ekha kantattaka bar alati algon dannawani ekudin eha confidence ayako ekaman is naga ti me school එක අහවස්සුලා එකුදින ඉස් නගන් කෙරුම් එයි එකුදින තිබෙෆ්ලුම් එජාගත එබ්බාතියේ එහෙම එකන් අල්ගොන් වර පොඩ ෆාහක් කොල්ලම් මේ ෆුර්සතක දැන් අනේ අල්ගොන් දෙවෙනකම කම තිබෙෆ්ලුන දන්නවාදම් බේනවා වාහකේ කිමිස් ආකමනෝ මිහාරු එක තිබෙෆ්ලුන් තේරෙන් බයි ටීචර්ස් මේ ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එක බෑර් වෙලවා හුකුරුදු අන්නානේ රාජ් ටීවී ෆසේහ දිවෙහි කියා ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එක දෙච්චහලායිරු then algon bara shawgorikama aygo e balan e teacherun udene dariwarun e program ga genestene ehemima eya ehem wegen algon e program beleni දැන් ඊයේ ඒ ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් ගෙනවී තිබේ ෆ්ලෝන් හොරියා වෙෆනස්ටින් වඩාන්න වාන මිහාරු ඒ කුරිග ඊඩිස්තික මිහාත් තිබේ රාජ්‍යයේ ගෞමී ආර්ෂීෆ්ගේ ඩිරෙක්ටර් ජෙනරල් අල්ෆාද මුහම්මද් ආමිර් දැන් එබෙෆ්ලා දෙකි වාහකත වෙසල්ගොන් වර බොඩ මේ අඩුවහන් ඉනින් ඒ එබෙෆ්ලා කාරි මිහාරු එම්එස් ගබු කරා ගොතු ගල්ගන හිවනි ඒ හම මි රාජ්‍යයේ වර මොළු ලියුන් තෙරිය ගොතු හොරියා වෙෆනස් වාහ කරවා බෙෆ්ලා ගයිෆ එබෙෆා අරිහු අනේ ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එස්සවි කීවෙ හෙයේ අනේ ඒ ෆුර්සත් අනේ දිගුණු කොතා බෙහෙ ගොතොන් ෂෙයා කර විවාහකතක විදාලි තිමන්නේ ලිබුණු ටීචර් ඒ අල්මර්හූම් යුසුෆ් මොහම්මද් ෆුල් තිමන්නේ ලිබුණු ටීචර් ජාග දෙව්වේ අනිකාස්මේ ඊජාදී කන්තක නෝනි අමිල්ල විස්නුම මෙහර ලෙන් හදා ඉරුවස් අනේ ෆුරුතුම කමක කියා දෙවනි ඒග හුන්න ඒ හමතකා මේ එකහ කන්තතක නෝනේ ඒ ක්‍රියේටිවිටි යෂේ බොඩ බාර අලු වඩි එහෙම එම්මකව කමකෂේ එකන් අන්නනි එහෙම තිමන්නේ ඒකමුන් ඒ ෆුර්සත් ලිබුනේ එකහ කන්තත රංගල කර ඒ මරණ ඉතරි මේකහලා කොන්ෆරන්ස් එක අනකස් තිබෙෆුනාම හිස්සා කොල්ල රංගල වාහකේකේ ඒ මේ අරුණෙන්ගේ එක අරුණ ක්‍රියේටිව් රයිටින් එන්දනිස් මේකව ගොතක ෆුරතම කුදින් ලබා මේ හැම ක්‍රියේටිවිටි මේ බේනුකොගෙන් වාහක දෙෆ ෆහුම් අරුණ මේගේ ස්පෙලිනා ග්‍රැමර් යකන්තතක මේ අනේ රංගල කුර ෆුර්සත් දෙනි එනම්වස් අනේ ආමිරුගේ වාහක කොළගොන බර එකම අරුණ විස්නුනීම ඉතරි මේ කාල ෆුර්සත ලැබුණීම ටීචරුන් අරිහු විවාහක දක්කා දානමේ දැන් අනේ අනෙක්කම කන් අලගොන් මේදෝ මේ ෆාහ කොල්ලම් වෙනවනි අලගොන් වේ ස්කූල් ග උලේර් තිබේ ෆ්‍රොන්නස් අබතු මිහාරසම තා අබදු අඩුයි වැඩන්නවනේ වාහකෙ මේ කොම්මෙ කමේ මුස්තමා ගදිමාව කොම්මෙ කමේ ඒ පුණියලුම් වියස් තන්තන් නොබෑකොම් පාකුරුම් වියස් මගහුරස් කුරම් ඉස් කොම්මෙ කමේ දැන් වකි කමේ කියන්නේ කමනේ කොම්මෙ කමකා බෙහෙගොතුම් වෙස් එම්මෙ ෆුරතම අනේ අන්නාන වාහකේකි ස්කූල් තෝග මිකම් පුරම් විය කුදින්න දස්කොත් දෙම් විය දැන් අලුවන මිහාර මේ කොවිඩ් නවාරයි තෙරේග මිකම් ගොවුලුන් ඉරායිකික බර බොඩ මිකම අලුවන විස්නේ එංගත එක්ගොතකුන් තිබෙෆුන් හෙන් අලුවන අනේ ටීචර් එක උළුනේ මලවන එංගේ මී කොම මිහාර කුදින්නම් එකණි මිකන් දස්කොත් දීගෙන් මේ කුදින්නම් එකණි මිකන් දස්කොත් දීගෙන් අලුවන් මෙන්නකෂේ නෙතේ මිකන් කුරිය ගෙන්දවේක ඒගේ සබබකි මිසාලකන් අලුවන් මෙන් ස්කූල් තෙරේක කුදින් කාරේක කුණි නාලම්පුනීම එදු එකුදින් කොමෙදු ක්ලාස් නිම්මා පලවන එංගේ ඒ හුරි කුණි කොළෙවියා साफ कोफकन स्कूल अदानी ए नोन स्कूल कुनी नुस अलाने कुदी एम फरतम कुनी अलान ता कुनी नेगेली सेम एगोत मे स्कूल मा हाउ मे अंडनी एनम मेस निकुमेफ देन अलगुन मेन ए कुदिन कारीगा तिबे बोडत मीहुं ए अमलत एगोत नुगेंदा कम वन्या अलगुन कशे नुफेने मिकंत मुज्तमा रंगलवात थाने එහෙම අලුවන් හිතන් අරණි මේ මියන්නනේ ඒකල ලර්නින් කමියුනිටිස් එහෙම මර්ගන හිතරණි මිහාරු මිගොතන් මි කුරංජෙහෙ කන්තත්තන් මි කුරම්වි එගොතක් කන්නේගේ ස්කූල් ලර්නින් කමියුනිටි එක ගොතුක එම්මෙන් ශාමිල් වාගොත ඒ අනේ දරිවරුන්නා ටීචරුන්නා ප්‍රින්සිපල්ලා ස්කූල්ගේ මසක කරේ අනේ මසකත් ස්ටාෆ් උන්නා බෙදෙනි වෙරින්නා මුලි ස්කූල් කමියුනිටි මිකහල් කන්තත්තකේ මේ කුරානගො දස්කොද්දීගෙන් කුරුවෑගෙන් එමිහුන් මේ ශාමිල් කුරුවෑගෙන් නූනියා මුලි මුජ්තමා මේක ෆෑදා එන්නුවානේ දෙක එහෙම මේ අනකස මේ අනෙක් ඉනෝවේටිව් විස්නුමකොම් විස්නායිරු අලගොන්ඩද මේවකුතු විස්නුණු කමෙවීම අලගොන් තිබෙෆුණා මේකන් අනේ හිස්සා කොල්ලි මේ හුරිහා කමෙන් අලගොන්ඩ හම අනේ අලගොන් මේ දෙන්නවි මේ තින්කන් තබෙස් අලගොන්ඩ හම මේ ලින්ක් කරවේ ඉංගතෝ ඒ තිබෙෆුන් ගෙති ක්වොලිටි ලර්නින්න උදින්න ෆුර්සත් ලිව්නා අමිල්ලය කංකුර්ම ජාග දිනුමා විකල් කන්තත දැන් මේ අලගොන් වර බොඩ මේ ෆුර්සත්තුග ෆාහ කොල්ල හම බේනු අලගොන් මේගේ මිහාරුගේ এডুকেෂන් මිනිස්ටර් ඉංගතෝ এডুকেෂන් මිනිස්ටර්ගේ මේ නේග මේ රංග අලගොන් ෆෙන්න ගොයි අලගොන් බෙදන්නවනේ ඉංගතෝ වරන් ඉනෝවේටිව් තින්කින් හුරෙෆ algona fenna gotuga education ministry ge minister ge hingun algona hiwani hunnani mi distributive leadership ekala gotaka ei minister huriha kamen nukuravva ekala bihaves waraka mihun lavva ehem befun lavva kankan kura gotan algona berum fenna miheka mikanta fenna ni den algona kashen ege ingeto algon mi vidannavam benuwa echeki mi wara muhim adan hinhama che kamake migota kanta danya ei algon minge kudim ves wara boda mihara ekada barosa ve mi spoon feed kuruma den leaderum wara boda barosa ve micro manage kuruma mihim vim wagoteki miharus mikamuge norangalo adatan algon menna fenna fasha fa ebahuri mi mujtamaga ಬಾಗುತಗಿ ಕುದಾರಿವಾರು ಮಿ ಎಬ ಉಮ್ಮೀದು ಕುರೆ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಕಮೆ ಟೀಚರ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ಇಂಗೆತೋ ಮಿ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಮೆಗೆ ವಾಹಕೆನ್ನು ಅಳಗೊಂಡು ಮಿದನ್ನವಣಿ ಮಿಹಿ ವಾವಾಹಕ ಮಿದನ್ನವಣಿ ಆಮ ದೆನ್ ಟಿ ಎ ದಾರಿವಾರು ಟೀಚರ್ ಅಮ್ಮೆವಾನಿ ಟೀಚರ್ ಎಬ ಉಮ್ಮೀದು ಕುರವ್ವ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಕಮೆ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಎಬ ಉಮ್ಮೀದು ಕುರವ್ವ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಕಮೆ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಎಬ ಉಮ್ಮೀದು ಕುರವ್ವ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಕಮೆ ಕುರವ್ವ එහෙම වීම mi chain mi Vishnu nataleveni algonmen amillen isnagagen kanta guide koddinima isnagagen kanta kuruma innovative ideas fursat dinuma jaga dinumge terenkaman algon gabul kurati algon mi fursatga miwaha kestibe furna dakkali ade mi ane adi sefaro tibe flun algon tidevi fursataka bara bada syukur dannawan adi ti kuravva pura masakkatan algonge hame rasteri anen hiyo etuma dua abadu sonnane wahaka tibe fruna dannan den meharwe covid nawara terega me libuno anen rangal me anen positive kame kanne algona ma hiwe me teacheruna ba gang එක program ta balati abadu teacherun fenna feshima ehema ei positive kame ekala gotaka algona me fennani virtual ko me gota badda hunta noni ati be from tv tibe from fenna fenun ei ehima me tibe from me conference an anek aves puriha kamiyabiya kan edemu algon bakilana wara bada shukriya wassalamu alaikum algon balana conference bele to ingeta tibe from phone wa file link
शुक्रिया मैडम फजना अहमद ಅದೇ ಕೇಂಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ಗೆ ಫರಾತುನ್ ವಾಕ್ಫುಳು ದೆಕ್ಕೆ ಮಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಜೇಫ್ವಾ ಮಿಸ್ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಮುಖರ್ಜಿಗ ವಾಕ್ಫುಳು ದಿಮಾವಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಮಸಲಕಾಗುಳಿಗೆ ನುಗೆನಸ್ತೇವಾ ತಿಮಿಹಾ ಹಿಸಾಬುನ್ ಎ ಐಟಮ್ ಜೈಲಾನ ಮೀ ಐಟಮ್ ಮೆಸ್ ಕುರಿಯದಾನಿ ಝೂಮ್ ಮೆದುವೆರ್ಕೊ ಮಿಸ್ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಮುಖರ್ಜಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಂಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅದಂಗೆ ವಿಡನ್ನವನ ಕೊಯ್ಡ್ ನವಾಡಗೆ ಮಿ ಹಾಲತಾ ಗುಳಿಗೆನ್ ಅಳುಮಿಗೆ ಮಿ ರಸ್ಮಿಯಾತೆಸ್ ಕುರಿಯ ಮಿಗೆಂದನಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಹಮ ರಸ್ಮಿಯಾತಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾವರಿಂ ವೆಸ್ ಏಕಿ ತಂತನುಗ ತಿಬ್ಬವಾಗೆ ಝೂಮ್ ಮೆದುವರಿ ಕುರವಾ ಮಿದನಿ ರಸ್ಮಿಯಾತಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾರ ವಡಾನೋಮ ಎಂಕಮು ಹಮ ಕುದಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಮಸವತ ದಿಮಾಮಕಿ ಹಮ ಏಕಶಿಯಂ ವಾಕಮೆ ಆನಂದನವಾನ ಕೊಯ್ಡ್ ನವಾಡಗೆ ಮಿ ಹಾಲತಾ ಗುಳಿಗೆನ್ ತೌಲಿಮಿ ದಾಯಿರಾಂ ವೆಸ್ ವರಗಿನ ಈಜಾದಿ ಮಸಕೆತಕೆ ಫೆನಿಗೆನ್ ಗೊಸ್ಪಿಯೆ ಮಿಗತ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಗ ಗುಳಿಗೆನ್ ವೆಸ್ ಹಮ ವರಗಿನ ಮಸಕೆತಕೆ ಮಿ ಹಾಲತುಗೆಸ್ ಮಿವನಿ ಹಮ ಕುರಿಯಗೆನ್ ದೇಫ Adami hisabu Miss Priyanka Mukherjee.
Good morning, dear all. I am Priyanka Mukherjee, Manager, International Business and Product Solutions. We at Cambridge are of the firm belief that education is pivotal in its role in transforming lives, building peace, and driving sustainable economic growth. This is more important than ever in the face of the challenging times ahead. This year has proved that in the face of uncertainties, education needs to adopt a dynamic approach to ensure its continuity and sustainability. We at Cambridge, adhering to our motto of brighter thinking, better learning, are extremely proud to receive this opportunity of partnering with the MOE Maldives and NIE to help understand this changing landscape of education and how in ensuring that education can truly transform itself whilst transforming the lives of learners. The continued collaboration through many years provides us with the opportunity to be a catalyst that helps usher in a new dimension in the domain of learning. The e-conference on education during crisis, forging a path to quality learning, is an initiative that aims to applaud and reward those most successful in creating transformational educational initiatives, enhancing student learning outcomes and connectivity in remote learning. We sincerely hope that this conference will help bring together transformational approaches in education, which will, in turn, promote intellectual inquiry, ensure application of knowledge post-reinforcement of new approaches so that requisite skills can be acquired. It will also help in propagating the best practices and provide an opportunity to learn from each other. We extend our humble gratitude to the MOE and NIE. A special mention here of the Minister of State for Education, Dr. Abdullah Rashid Ahmed, for granting us this opportunity to be a part of this esteemed conference. A special mention to Ms. Shuhuda and Ms. Sudha for their continued support. We are certain that this conference will help usher in new vistas of learning and skill development. Our warmest regards and best wishes to each and every member who is a part of this journey of transformation. Thank you.
Mirasmiyat nemigen dani dive rajyage qaumi salamu. Hori habe fulumis qaumi salam ga bayrodet ede.
Qaumi mi ekuveri kammati tibe
ಫಹುದೆನ್ ಕುರಿಯದ್ದಾನಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಎಜೆಂಡಾಗ ಹೆಮಿನೆ ಐಟಮ್ ತ ಎಮ ಫುರತಮ ಮ್ಯಾತಿ keynote speech devani Dr. Peter Kent. Mi session moderate ko devani Minister of State for Education Atiya Nasir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me great pleasure to be here with the NIE team. Arranging a conference of this magnitude at a time like this is definitely very challenging. However, innovation and creativity is much needed at a time like this. So I thank NIE team for arranging this conference. Today's keynote speech will be given by Dr. Peter Kent, President-elect of International Confederation of Principals and Head Teacher of Lawrence Sherif School, United Kingdom. Before I invite Peter, let me give you all a brief introduction about Peter. Dr. Peter Kent has been head teacher of Lawrence Sherif School in Rugby in 11 to 19 school with approximately 1,000 pupils, including a sixth form of 380 students since 1999. He completed his doctorate in school culture during his early years of his headship. Lawrence Sherif became National Teaching School in 2012 and also delivers the UK government's leadership training program for middle and senior leaders and head teachers. Peter worked part-time for the National College for School Leadership for several years and was one of the team of authors who prepared their modules on personalizing learning, closing the gap and reducing in-school variation. He was president of the Association of School and College Leaders, the professional association for school leaders in the UK from September 2014 to August 2015. Since finishing as ASCL president, Peter has joined the executive of the International Confederation of the Principals and is now their president-elect. He is also a member of UK Ethical Leadership Commission. Let me also say it is a privilege to have somebody like Peter delivering keynote speech in this conference, and also because of the time difference between UK and Maldives, it is early in the morning in the UK, and we thank Peter for joining us in this conference at such an odd hour. So let me invite Peter to give his keynote speech.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your invitation to speak at today's conference. It really is a great privilege to have this opportunity to speak to you. I was very excited to see all of the different topics that were being explored at your innovations conference. And in response to the themes of your conference, I wanted to focus myself upon one of your themes, educational leadership during crisis. And if it was possible, please, for me to be able to share the slides on my screen, if that could just be enabled, please, then I'll just start to share some of those presentations that I'd like to bring to you. As you may have seen, I'm a head teacher from Rugby, which is in the centre of the UK, and my school has about 1,100 pupils. And I don't know if you can hear in my voice, I don't actually come from Rugby. I'm actually originally from Liverpool, which is the home of the Beatles and also the great English football team, Liverpool FC, that I spend a lot of my time following. Can I just say I'm still not able to share my screen? Would it be possible to make that possible so I can enable screen sharing, please? Although I'm a head teacher in the UK, perhaps the principal reason why I've been invited to speak to you at today's conference is that I'm president-elect of the International Confederation of School Leaders. That is the only association in the world that brings together school leaders from around the world. And when I finished chairing, being president of the Association of School Leaders in the UK, then I joined the executive of the International Confederation of Principals. And it was wonderful to have the opportunity to work with leaders from China, India, Australia, Africa, and Europe, and to learn from them, some of the ways in which they're responding to the pandemic, and some of the ways in which they have been able to put into practice innovations that have enabled them to respond worldwide. And so for a few minutes, I wanted to share with you some of the new ideas and approaches that are reshaping global education. It's so exciting to see the ideas that you have brought to your conference over these 2 days. And I thought I might give you the framework of some of the ideas that are being shared and explored worldwide, which will then set the scene, set the tone for all that you are going to do. The first set of ideas I want to talk to you about, it'd still be great if I was able to share the screen from my computer. It says it's still disabled, so I don't know if someone at your end is able to make that possible. But the first thing that I wanted to do was to share 3 leadership behaviors that have had an impact during a time of crisis. 3 approaches that have enabled leaders worldwide to respond to the pandemic. And the first of those leadership behaviors, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to share them on the screen, which is a shame, but I'll keep trying if someone at your end is able to. But the first of those leadership behaviors is not to be afraid of imperfect leadership in times of crisis and uncertainty, not to be afraid of imperfect leadership in times of crisis and uncertainty. If we try and claim that we know all of the answers, then actually it will make it more difficult for us to lead because feel encouraged to step into leadership. Actually, leadership in a time of crisis, and all of us in education are leaders, is an opportunity to demonstrate that we don't know all the answers, and that we need to form teams where we come together to share our strength, to share our skills, and to share our qualities. And it's brilliant that that is what you are doing over these 2 days as part of the conference. we in my school train head teachers. And one of those trainee head teachers, school principals, said to me recently, "Oh, I don't know if I'm ready to be a school principal. I still feel that I've got a great deal to learn." And I said to them, "That is great, because a really strong leader of any form in education is just like that. Never feel you know all the answers. Always be willing to embrace imperfect leadership, where you're willing to ask others for help." The second leadership principle is to be willing to show up and to walk into the wind. To show up and to walk into the wind. Many of us during this time of crisis, during the pandemic, will have found ourselves leading by example, whether we're school leaders or teachers or play any other role. But we will have sought to show others by what we do how to deal and to cope with the crisis, to lead from the front. I've noticed that at the start of your conference, you began with prayer, and that is wonderful because it's a reminder that working in education, it's not just about conveying information and passing on knowledge, it's also an intensely moral activity. I was talking to a former deputy of mine who'd gone on to be a school principal, and she was telling me the main thing she'd learned, she worked with me. I kept saying it was important to entire thing of leadership is to deal with the urgent, but to also leave time for the strategic. My school, quite a lot of time is taken up over recent days because we've had a few students who've tested positive for COVID, and that takes a lot of time, and we have to go through processes to inform others and arrange for isolation, arrange for those children who've tested positive to be looked after. There's a lot of very immediate things during the pandemic that take our time, but it's important to leave some space for the strategic, for longer term planning. And that's why it's so exciting that you are coming together in the conference to learn from one another, to learn from new ideas and to put them into practice. So 3 leadership behaviors. Don't be afraid to accept that you're an imperfect leader, but you need to learn from others, to show up because people remember that, to lead from the front and do the right thing, deal with the immediate, but also look to plan for the future of a strategic as you are doing today. The second set of ideas that is shaping the global response to the pandemic has been a return to basic principles. I'm now able to share my screen. That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. That is really helpful. And I will just go to this bit here. I will go to slideshow and I will start from there. And hopefully everybody can see. And in England, there's been a national conversation in response to the pandemic about the what of teaching and the how, and that is reflected in your conference. Lots of discussion about what should we be teaching, given that our time with our students is precious and has been affected by the pandemic. We need to make sure that we make the best use of every moment in all that we do with our students. And as in the UK, that's prompted a national conversation, first about the what of teaching. What should we be passing on to students? What is the agreed knowledge for society that we can share on behalf of society, on behalf of our culture, how is the knowledge sequenced? I do a little bit of school inspection, as well as being a school leader and a head teacher. And in the English system, more and more of our focus within school inspection has been on how the knowledge that we pass on is sequenced so that it makes sense, that we give students time to absorb what we teach. But what we teach is actually interesting. I love this quote from Dylan William. Good teachers have the ability to get pupils to care about stuff they didn't care about when they walked into the classroom. I can still remember lessons that I was taught over 40 years ago when I was at school. Bits of Shakespeare about Hamlet and King Lear, because I had such great teachers who could pass enthusiasm on. And also thinking how we're using the tasks and activities and lessons so that we can embed knowledge in the long-term memory. A conversation about the what, but also about the how. And the conversation in the UK has gone back to what is it that makes, what are the fundamentals of really high quality teaching? For example, building each stage of a lesson on the previous one, addressing any misunderstandings that are out there, being really clear in how to explain things, not just lecturing students, but being interactive. And I can see that reflected in some of the really interesting innovations being discussed in the conference, and giving chance to students to practice and become fluent in the skills and knowledge that they have been taught. And an interesting case study I thought I would share with you of an innovation that has taken root in the English system. It's been the Oak National Academy, introduced in response to the first lockdown that we had in England, where effectively all were closed for around 3 months, just open for a very small number of students. And the Oak National Academy was introduced in order to rapid response to that national emergency, and put online a series of lessons that teachers could use. But as that lockdown has passed and schools have returned to actually face-to-face teaching for the past 2 or 3 months, we have thought, well, why waste that idea? Wouldn't this resource be a great opportunity to continue to demonstrate the best practice for those who are learning to teach, and also those who are a bit further on in their development? So what has happened is that the coming year, around 10,000 lessons that have been filmed, have been put online for a whole range of students, right from the age of about 3 or 4, right up to 18 or 19, both to enable those who need it during the pandemic to access this learning resource, but also to show really good practice, and a resource, a teacher hub, where teachers can download materials and lessons, including printable worksheets. The point is that something that started as an innovation in response to a crisis has now become something that has become embedded in the life and culture of the schools here in the UK, and that is being used to show best practice. So is that exciting in a conference of yours that's focused on innovation, to have the chance to share them so that others can learn, and the opportunity for some of these powerful ideas to become embedded and used in the future? And I think that when Anna Pons speaks to you tomorrow, she will also talk about work that the OECD is doing in just the same way to capture highly effective teaching and then to share it more widely. So we thought about leadership behaviors. All of us are leaders, and how we can show them during the pandemic. We thought about how it has taken us back to the fundamentals of the what and the how of teaching. I think the experience of a pandemic has also, thirdly, been a reminder to us about the need to keep our balance, the need to keep our balance, and particularly in terms of not panicking. In the UK and well beyond the UK, there's a lot of anxiety about learning loss, about the way in which students have not been able to continue with their education in response to the pandemic. And one of the phrases that we hear a lot in the UK system is catch up. What are you going to do to help the students catch up? Absolutely right and absolutely appropriate that we respond to that need to do something about learning loss. But one of the things that's crucial as we do that is not to lose sight of what actually works, particularly in remote education. I was fascinated to see that as part of the strand of your conference, you are sharing very effective practice in remote education. And in England, we have an organisation funded by government called the Education Endowment Foundation that looks at best practice in remote learning and looks at in all kinds of educational research, what is it that will really impact? As schools moved online for a period, they shared a few months ago some of the approaches to remote learning and to catching loss that really worked. And first things they shared, that what matters isn't so much the delivery tool, the learning platform that's used, it's the same principle as if we have our students with us face. What matters is the quality of the teaching. High quality teaching is effective whether it's face-to-face or whether it's done remotely. And just as with face-to-face teaching, so with remote learning, the best way to structure learning is not just to talk at a group of students for 30, 40, 50 minutes or an hour. It's to have a wide range of learning strategies. So, for example, peer interactions, giving the students the chance to talk to one another as they learn, to respond to what the teacher has passed on to them. And there's all kinds of ways that done. Zoom gives breakout rooms, other learning platforms give her opportunities. And again, I can see that reflected in the conference program. Gives us the chance also to do some independent research so they can think about what has been shared and go and learn more for themselves and going to look into things so that they're not just being recipients of knowledge, but they're also going to research themselves. And also try a variety of approaching and not to be afraid, for example, to try games for learning, which were found to work very well in modern foreign languages. Try different strategies, different ways. And again, this conference is great because there are so many exciting and innovative ideas and approaches that I was so struck by all of the different things in the conference program. I've actually been shown since I was first sent it with my colleagues here in the UK, saying, look at all the exciting things going on in the Maldives. And those themes fit in very well with one of the big themes when we last came together in the International Confederation of Principals and came together as a group of school leaders. And And we had a presentation from Pasi Sahlberg, who's a Finnish professor who works in Australia. And his focus was on the importance of play and the fact that that needs not to be neglected. And you might be thinking, well, that sounds a bit strange, particularly you, Peter, you're principal of a school with older students. Most of my students are in the teen category. I have a lot of students in the 17 to 19-year-old getting ready to go to university in the main in the UK. What relevance could play have? He means it in a very specific way, that we need not to lose in all the desire to cope with learning loss and help our students catch the importance of creativity. And he gave us some examples how we might use that creativity in our teaching. And I was very struck by this, whether perhaps towards the upper secondary level, it might be through cooperative learning, doing projects together, being set problems that they then solve, to with the younger students, great use of unstructured play, guided play. But he emphasized all of these different benefits that could come through creative approach. And again, you are showing that creativity in your conference by your willingness to explore innovation and fresh ideas, which were very fully represented in the conference program. And of course, we need to catch up. Of course, it's crucial to address learning loss. But as we do that, mustn't lose sight of the importance of creativity and the need still follow the principles of what makes really strong, really powerful and effective teaching. So we thought about leadership behaviors that apply to all of us, that make a difference during time of crisis. We thought about how the pandemic had taken us back, as it were, to the basics, to the what and the how of teaching. What really works? How can we use that crucial time we have with our students? We thought about the need to keep your balance and to always employ those range of rich teaching strategies, whether we're face-to-face or working remotely, because that's the best way to address learning loss. And finally, leadership, teaching, all of us are leaders, as I say, within education. Towards what? Well, in the UK, people talk so much in response to the pandemic and all that has happened about a new normal, but it's become a bit of a cliche. People get rather tired of hearing it. I want to suggest this morning that by coming together in this conference, we're not talking about a new normal, we're talking together, building a better normal. But by learning from all of these innovations, we can be part of building a better normal for our students, so that we learn from and embrace all of the new possibilities that have come out of recent months, and that we can employ them in the future to actually make things even better. We're in a period of huge change and action, as we're seeing reflected in our conference. A new set of ideas are emerging about teaching, going back to those fundamentals of the what and the how. New ways of connecting. How wonderful that we can still connect with one another remotely this morning. It's such a shame that I wasn't able to come over and see you all face to face, but wonderful that we can use technology to do it. And new ideas, assessment and measuring progress. And I just want to finish by capturing a few of the worldwide ideas that are emerging about how we build not the new normal, but the better normal for our students. And a recent conference in the International Confederation of Principals, we had both a keynote and a drawing together from Professor Steve Mumby, who led on Steve's reflections on how we go work to normal. First of all, the importance of collaboration. Look at that final bullet point there. Collaboration that operates between schools. And of course, that is what you're doing today. You're sharing ideas at a national level. You're hearing about what is going on worldwide from myself and also from Anna tomorrow. And knowing approaches between schools at local level. One of the fascinating things that has come out of the work of the OECD has been their focus on what they call within school variation. But yes, there will be things within a school that can improve, but there's also within every school some great pockets of ideas and powerful practice. And collaboration is an opportunity to share within schools as well as between schools and sharing at a national level. Let's work together to learn from one another, just as we are doing in weekend's conference. Also, collaboration matters, but also professionalism. We, as frontline professionals, people who are working in education with our students, make decisions that are right for them and that we shape policy. And of course, the conference today is a chance to do that, to embrace innovation and use it going forward. I was particularly struck by this comment of Steve's, that final bullet point, which is so important and powerful, that it's not a sign of weakness for us to ask for help. We are showing the behaviors that we want to demonstrate within our students. We are embodying how we want our students to be, but we're willing to ask for help. We're willing to learn from one another. And as we do that, it's so much easier to say to our students, you need it. So collaboration, a focus upon professionalism, and also a willingness to adjust, to change teaching, to change our leadership in what has been a changed world in response to the pandemic. And Steve talked to us a lot about being adaptive leadership, adaptive teaching. And I can see reflected in the themes of the conference and the innovations being shared, powerful use of ICT, both for remote learning and also face-to-face learning, that will help students to learn power. And because we want to serve our students, because we put them first, we're willing to change. We're willing, as it says here, to unlearn old habits and say, what kind of teaching, what kind of leader is needed from us now in response to the pandemic and COVID and all that has happened, so that we can best serve our students. And as part of that we use this better normal we are in the process of creating to tackle inequality. There's one global theme that I would want to share and leave that is shaping education. It's dealing with inequality. It's using all that has happened as a chance to address things that needed to be addressed. And again, I can see in your conference some great ideas to well-being and support and helping students need help. And that's fantastic, so exciting to see that. Us with this challenge, the final bullet point there, the standards we walk past are the standards we accept. And building that better normal is an opportunity not to walk past things that need to be addressed. A final slide. Bob Dylan in 1964 released this song, "The Times They Are A-Changing." And if that was true maybe in 1964, it's certainly true in 2020. But through this conference, this focus on innovation, we can all be part building that better normal. Yes, the times are changing and COVID has reshaped the world, but we can use all that has happened to actually make things better, to embrace innovation. Thank you for the chance to speak to you this morning. It's been a privilege to have that opportunity. And I do hope that your exciting Innovations Conference is a really enjoyable 2 days. Thank you very much.
Sorry about it. Thank you, Dr. Peter. You have shared lots of interesting and creative ideas that participants can take back to their schools and embed it into their school culture. I'm very sure they will now be more confident in building and leading a better normal. I would like to ask you a few questions with regard to your presentation. I hope you are able to hear my voice now.
Yes.
Thank you for a very interesting, creative ideas, for the very interesting and creative ideas that you have shared with the participants. I'm sure they can take these ideas back to their schools and embed into the school culture. And I am also sure that they will be now more confident in leading a better normal for our schools and for our students. I have some questions for you with regard to the presentation. Innovation in response to crisis can become embedded into the school culture. This is what you have mentioned in your presentation. Could you share with us some ideas that our principals can embed this innovative and COVID responses that we have brought about during this time, and how they can embed it into their school culture?
In order to embed ideas, sometimes it does take a degree of bravery, because it can sometimes be almost easier just to carry on with what you've been doing for a long time. I think it is very important as leaders to explain to your colleagues and to your students that new ideas such as those we're sharing in the conference this weekend are really going to make a difference, to perhaps show how they're going to bring about a benefit to the students, whether it's the use of technology. I see you've got presentations on flipped learning or on approaches to the well-being of students. I think the important things, though, is to be very clear about the benefits that the innovations are going to bring with them, and then to make sure that you are willing to sort of say, okay, so let's start now, not to put it off to some point in the future, because the danger is if you put off innovation, it might never happen. You know, there's always a reason not to bring in new ideas. So I think part of the opportunity of the conference is to get these very exciting ideas and then act upon them and to respond to them as soon as possible, so that there's a chance to begin embedding them and to keep explaining all of the positive benefits that they will bring to the students. I think making sure that the use of new ideas is focused upon the benefit that they bring to students needs to be at the center of everything that we do.
Yes, I agree with you totally on that. Now is always the best time, right? and the best person is always you. We should not wait for the things to become normal in order to start on these ideas and activities. And with regard to quality of online learning, in your opinion, what are the best strategies that that our principals can focus on at this time?
It's interesting. Thank you very much for that question. I think it's a great question. There's a very live debate about this in the United Kingdom, and part of that debate has been around something that's called in the UK live lessons, where people have said, well, can't you just have lessons where someone is filmed talking to a class for 30, 40, 50 minutes, 1 hour, and basically giving a lecture. And some of what I shared from the Education Endowment Fund earlier was a response to that, in that actually, yes, teacher explanation is part of really high quality remote learning, but so is giving students an opportunity for research, so is giving students a chance to discuss, so is maybe giving them a structured activity or indeed a game that gives them a chance to put into practice or some of the skills you've been passing on. So in other words, the principle behind really high quality remote learning is the same principle as that behind really high quality face-to-face teaching, a variety of strategies that have been thought through in order to give students a variety of experiences. And there's different learning platforms available. In my own school, we use Google Classroom quite a lot in order to give those range of experiences. Different people will use different things. But as that Education Endowment Fund report mentioned, perhaps the most important thing is not the platform that is used, but that we remember these important principles of what makes high quality teaching. And high quality teaching is very effective, whether it's face-to-face or whether it's done remotely.
Also, in your presentation, you emphasized on the importance of play in educating children. As we are in a pandemic, during a pandemic like this, how do you think teachers can incorporate play in physical classrooms as well as in online classes?
Thank you very much for that question, very thoughtful question. It was interesting. Pasi Salzberg has a particular, the professor I quoted, I think has a particular passion for that. And you saw I put up a slide with the name of his book about it, Let the Children Play. And I think it's very interesting that his interpretation of play is effectively giving scope for creativity, because children are wonderfully creative. And so as teachers, as educators, what we are doing is harnessing their creativity to help them learn. And the way in which we can do that within our classrooms is through that variety of activities that we thought about earlier. And as I say, when I first heard the presentation, I thought, oh, well, this isn't going to apply to me very much. I teach older students. But thinking about it, that flexibility, that willingness to give them an opportunity to be creative, to solve problems, for example, is very powerful. And actually, a lot of research that's coming out at the moment is one of the most effective ways in which students can tackle very challenging, difficult concepts is through problem solving, through using that creativity. So an approach to learning that right from the start gives scope for creativity, for doing different things, for something that might feel like a game to the child, but actually is helping them to learn a skill or an approach, or was an example given earlier in modern languages, can all be part actually of them learning most effectively and making the best use of time in order to address learning loss.
Yes. Schools are being reopened in every part of the globe. In Mauritius also we are able to reopen schools for majority of students. We know that schools should provide the necessary school-based professional development to teachers during this time. What are the most important areas that principals should focus now when they provide school-based professional development?
Thank you again for these are very thoughtful and well-judged questions, and might be interesting. They very much reflect the global debate that is going on. And it was interesting, some of those slides I shared earlier about the what and the how of teaching actually reflects the conclusions that we've reached in the UK, and that Anna may say a bit more about tomorrow, but actually the OECD have also reached. So they have just put together a resource to exemplify the principles of effective teaching from schools across the globe. I know Anna has played a key part in that. The Oak National Academy in the UK has been put together to show to teachers the fundamentals of what makes high quality effective teaching, not just at the start of their career, but the same principles apply at whatever stage. Even if you're like me and not very far off retiring, I still need to be reminded and to keep learning about what makes an effective lesson. And so I would say to principals that the best professional development we can offer our colleagues is to keep going back to breaking down those different elements of what we should be teaching and how we should be putting it across, and looking to give really strong examples of that. It may sound like going back to the basics, and we can use all these innovations we're sharing today as part of that, but those fundamentals, as it were, provide the foundation for all that we do.
Yeah, the next question is about school culture, school climate and school ethos. I know you have done your PhD also on this. So my question is that during a pandemic like this, we all know that the school culture, school climate and school ethos are badly affected. Could you share with our participants how principals should go about in rebuilding the school culture, the school climate and the school ethos?
Thank you. That's a very powerful question. Yes, my research, which I did while I was a serving head teacher, was actually the extent to which school leaders shape the culture of their school. And the conclusion I reached was that it's a shared enterprise, that everyone plays a part. And I think I still feel that at sort of 20 years on from doing it. But I've more and more come back to that culture is shaped at the start and at the root by the school principals, by the school leaders. The best definition of school culture or climate is one that was produced by Deal and Kennedy in the 1980s. And they just said, oh, culture can be summed up as the way we do things around here. And it's worth reflecting for our own schools. If someone had to sum up what is the way we do things around here, what would they say? And the people who can shape the way we do things around here are, in the first instance, principals, but then those who help them lead, and then the others who make up the teaching, the education within the school, and the students, of course, play a part as well. So it's back, I think, to where we started with my keynote presentation, but the tone is set by leaders who show up, who do the right thing, who then set the tone for what is to come. And actually, as we all globally emerge from the pandemic, that focus upon the things that really matter and the values of education and that approach of service towards our students, I think if we as leaders show that, then we establish a really powerful culture that will influence everybody within our organizations.
Thank you. That was a very interesting thoughts that you have just shared about the school culture. One last question. You've been the president-elect of International Confederation of Principals. What opportunities do you think our principals can have to share their COVID response innovative practices?
I would certainly say it was interesting when we had our conference. One of the things we were talking about was that ICP, the International Confederation of Principals, should play a part in that collaboration that you've just talked about and that sharing of ideas. And certainly, having made this link and connection, I would be very, very keen to remain in contact and perhaps to give a wider opportunity for colleagues to share ideas. And also, of course, having Anna from the OECD that is looking to connect countries worldwide is an opportunity both to share ideas and also to learn from what is going on globally. And I know myself, although I got very involved in ICP relatively late on in my leadership journey, about 6 or 7 years ago, I feel I've grown and learned so much just from sharing with colleagues worldwide. So we would hope that we can remain in contact with you, keep learning from you, also keep sharing ideas with you. And I know that Anna would wish to do the same.
Thank you. Would seek such opportunities to grow, to share, and to learn from one another as well as from the international community. Thank you once again, Dr. Peter. Your words of encouragement gave us hope and confidence. It is an honor for our participants that a person with such rich experience and wisdom has joined us and provided us guidance and practical suggestions and ideas. Thank you for staying awake for us. Warm wishes from the sunny side of life. Wish you a good day.
Thank you, State Minister Athia and Dr. Peter, for the very inspiring keynote speech. I'm sure this has set the tone very well for the presentations we have ahead of us today. So thank you very much. අඩුවන් මෙන් දෙ මිහා හිසාබුන් කුරියද්දානි කොන්ෆරන්ස්ගේ මේ ස්කූල් තකුන් හොෂාලා ෆහුරි ප්‍රෙසෙන්ටේෂන් සකෑගෙන් මේ හුරි හැබෙෆ්ලුන්ගේ සමාල් කමබෙස් අඩුවන් දන්නවාලා නම් මේ කොන්ෆරන්ස් කුරියද්දානි දිවේ බහුන්නා ඉංග්‍රීසි බහුන් දෙන් මිගඩිග මිෆෙෂේ සෙෂන් තිබෙෆ්ලුන හොෂාලා දෙනේ අඩුවන් ශුහුදා රිල්වාන් මේ කොන්ෆරන්ස්ගේ චීෆ් කෝඩිනේටර් then school tawge presentation kuriya gendiyuma feshmuge kurin hama hori habe fulunga mawlumat takaves dannawala nan school tawge presentation hoshehelwuma alugon men thing gote me school taka hoshehelin ei මිතං මිහාර මේ කොන්ෆරන්ස් කුරිය මිදා අමීනියා ස්කූල වඩාගෙන්නවාෆා මිතාග ප්‍රෙසෙන්ටේෂන්ස් කුරිය ගෙන්දමුන් නුවතා එබෙෆලකු හුන්නේ විතනකුන් ඔන්ලයින් කො මේ ප්‍රෙසෙන්ටේෂන්ස් කුරිය ගෙන්දමුන් නුවතා මේ කුරින් රෙකෝඩ් කුරෙවිෆාවා වීඩියෝ එක්ගේ සිෆාග කොන්ෆරන්ස් ගා ප්‍රෙසෙන්ටේෂන් හුෂ හෙළුවා දෙවුන් එහෙන්කම තිබෙෆුල්න මියදා මාදම ෆෙනිවැඩන්නවානේ මේ තෆාතු ස්කූල් තකුන් හොෂාලවා ෆහුරි ඉනොවේටිව් අදි හම වර ෆුරි හම මේ ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් තකේ නුවත මසෙක්කෙත් තකේ ෆෙනිගෙන් දානි මිදෙන්නෙවි තින් ගොත දෙන් හම මා ගින වගුතතකෙ නුනගා අලුවන් මියදුගේ ෆුරතම ප්‍රෙසෙන්ටේෂන් ෆුරසත් අරුවාණං මේ ෆුරතම ප්‍රෙසෙන්ටේෂන් මේ හොෂාලුවා දෙවනි දුවාෆරු ප්‍රයිමරි ස්කූල්ගේ ෆරාතුන් මේ ප්‍රොජෙක්ට්ගේ නමකි DPS TV මේ ರಾ දුවාෆරුගා මේ ගායම් ಕುರೆಫಾವಾ මේ ಹಮ දුවාෆරු ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಫರಾತುನ್ ಗಾಯಂ ಕುರವಾಫಾವಾ ಎರಶುಗೆ ಗೆತಕಶ ಎರಶುಗ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಹಿಸಾಬಕ ಲಿಬೆ ಗೊತ ಗಾಯಂ ಕುರೆಫಾವಾ TV ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ನಕ ಬೆಹೆ ಗೊತು ಮೌಲುಮಾತ್ ದೆವ್ವುಂ එහෙම මේ වගුතු අලුවන් මේ ෆුර්සත් අරුවාලනි දුවාෆරු ප්‍රයිමරි ස්කූල
Assalamualaikum. The outbreak of COVID-19 in Maldives almost changed everything in our life. We had to find alternative ways to meet our daily needs. So is the case with education. Our students stayed at home and we had to teach them from home. I am Shukuri from Duafar Primary School. Today going to share you the success story of how we continued teaching our students during the pandemic and how we overcame the challenges we faced to continue learning through regular virtual learning platforms. We are Duafar Primary School located in Duafar, Rajol. We are a primary school with an enrollment of 607 students studying from foundation stage to key stage 2. As you all know, just few days before the school was scheduled to be open for the second quarter of first term, the government of Maldives decided to extend the midterm holidays for an additional week over COVID-19 fears, and later all the government offices and schools were closed. However, like all the other schools in the country, with the instruction of Ministry of Education, we tried our level best to keep our students engaged in virtual learning. Our first attempt of virtual learning was through Google Meet and Google Classroom for the students of Key Stage 2 and Viber for the students of Foundation and Key Stage 1. We didn't find this as a very successful attempt. We found that many of our Foundation and Key Stage 1 students were not able to get the resources that we sent, as most of their parents did not have smartphones, laptops, or any other device that they could get access to the resources. On the other hand, we also received complaints from Key Stage 2 students about the data and also about the network issues. This in fact brought us to a point to think that we might not be able to continue virtual learning. However, as it is said, where there is a will, there is a way. We kept searching for an alternative solution. Finally, we came up with the idea of DPS channel. We established a transmission center in the school and connected our transmitter to the local cable network. And we made a further connection from the decoder to the TV at home. As our local cable network provider, KTV provided their network for free of cost, DPS channel was not only a solution to the search of an alternative virtual platform. This was a tool that eased the problem of data and network issues as well as the accessibility. As DPS channel was only reachable to the MediaNet customers, we had to start a YouTube channel to get access to the few students who had the Rag TV in their homes. As soon as we got DPS channel as an alternative virtual platform to continue virtual learning for the students, we started telecasting our teleclasses.
DPS teleclass.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. Welcome to DPS Study Class. Today I am again meeting you all with a new and interesting lesson.
Preparing teleclasses was found to be a much tough and a difficult task for the teachers than conducting classes through Google Meet and Google Classroom. Despite of these challenges, until today we are able to air about 40 lessons a week. From this point, I will share you the opinions of some of our parents, community members, and teachers about the importance of DPS channel as a virtual learning platform to our students.
ಪದ ದಂಡಿವಳಿಕ ಅಳುಗಣ್ಮೆನ್ನ ಚಾನಲ್ ಮೆದುವರಿಕು ಕೂದಿಂಗೆ ಹಾಲ್ವಾಲ ಕೂದಿನ್ನ ಉಗೆನ ಮುಗೆ ಫಾಹಿ ಮಾಹೋಲ್ಲೆ ಕಾನ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆ ಒಂತಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಮುಳಗಾಲ ಅಳುಗಣ ಹಮ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಉಫಾವ ಎಕ್ ಕತ್ತಮ್ಮಿ ಅದು ಹಾಸಕು ಈಸ್ ಅ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಅಳುಗಣ್ಮೆಗೆ ದರಿವರು ಸ್ಕೂಲಕ ಹಾಜಿರ್ನುವೆ එකමකුස් අළුගන්මෙන් එක් පුලා හෙක්ක තිබකමුගේ ෆීල් නොවියස් අළුගන්මෙන් නම් එබ කුදින්නා හමය channel මෙදුවරිකෝ අළුගන්මෙගේ ෆිලාවල්තක තෆාත් lesson තෙන් එකි කොයිකොතා channel මෙදුවරිකෝ එබ ගෙනස්තෙවේ හම අයායකු දෙවන පොයින්ට් එකන් අළුගන් ෆාහග කොල්ලානි as a teacher පුරින් වෙච්චියාම් අළුගන්මෙන් ඔබ්සර්ව් කො මෙහදනි ස්කූල් ಗ තිබේ management උගේ මෙහුණානවත LT න් අළුගන්මෙන් ඔබ්සර්ව් කො මෙහා අද එකමක මිහාර වෙච්චියම් අඩුගඬු මෙන්නම් අමිල්ලගේ ලෙසන් බලාලා එබ රිෆ්ලෙක්ට් කොල්ලවෙයේ දෙන් ඔන්න ලෙසන් එකන් අඩුගඬු මෙන් රංගල් පුරන් ජෙහෙනි කොම් බයකත්තෝ නිබයවස් එබ channel මෙදුවරිකොම් අඩුගඬු මෙන්නම් එත ගුණ ෆෑදාතකෙන් එපලිපේ කුරියන් ඔන්න ලෙසන් නම් රෙඩි වෙලා
ಮೂಳಿ ದುನಿಯಾ ದಿಮಾಯ ಕಾಯವಾ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನೊರಕ್ಕಲುಗ ಹಾಲತುಗ ತೌಲೀಮಿ ನಿಜಾಮನ್ ಅಸ್ಲು ಅದು ಹಾಸಕೋ ತೌಲಿ ಮುಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಮ ವರ ದತ್ತಕ ಕುರುಮತಿಲಾನ್ ಜೆಹುನು ಎ ನಮಸ್ ಮಿ ಹಾಲತುಗ ದುಆಫರ್ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲುಂ ಟಿವಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ಉಫತ್ತಾ ದೆ ಟಿವಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ಮೆದುರಕೊ ದರವನ್ನ ಕೇವಾ ದಿನುಮುಗ ಮಗು ಫಾಹೆಕೊ ದಿನುಮಕಿ ಹಗೀಗತುಗ ಎಕೊ ದಿನ ತೌಲಿ ಮೆದು ನುಕೆಂಡಿ ಕೇವಾ ದಿನುಮ ಲಿಬುನು ವರ ಫಾಹಿ ಫುರ್ಸತೆ ಅದು ಏಗ ಸಾಬಂ ಅವನು ಟೀಚರ್ನ ಕುದಿನ್ಗೆ ಫಿಲಾಳತ ಗೆನ್ ಉಗನ್ನ ದಿನುಮ ವರ ಬಡುತ್ತಿ ಫಸೆಹತಕ ಲೂಯಿತಕ ವೆಗೆನ್ ದಿಯಾ
अस्सलाम वालेकुम अलगन मोहम्मद अली दुआफर प्राइमरी स्कूल की इस्लाम टीचर अलगन फाहा कॉलेज का दुआफर प्राइमरी स्कूल में गायम करी चैनल लो अलगन मंगे कियो मशा आदि तरीवरन आदि की तुर बिरेन वेरिन वस वार फायदा तक कुरी कम फाहा करी इगो तो फुरत मलन हिस्सा कोल्लानी अलगन मी प्रोग्राम दशो करी इंडिया उस्ताद तारा तजुर्बा था इगो तो अलगन के फिलहाल तक वार प्रोडक्ट कोरियर लिबी इंडिया आदि मी की तुर वीडियो निगुमा वीडियो एडिट करू आदि फिलहाल तक की कोई कोता මෞදෝමත් හිස්සා කොතින්ම මේ වර බොඩ ෆසෙවගෙන් දියකක් මම ෆහක් වුණා දෙන් කොතින්න බුණ දිනුමුග තෆාතු බේපුණුන්ගේ ආදී සේහුන්ගේ දීනි දරුස්තක ආදී දීනි එක මෞදෝමත් එ ෆිදාවක ගුලේ ගොතුන් ෆෝරු කොද්දෙන් දියකක් මම උපදක් ෆහක් වුණා අනි මේගේ ඉතුරු කුජ්ජය මේ උගන්නා දෙවෙරි නෝනි අලුගන් ෆරාතු මේ බුණ දෙවෙනි කිහා වරගේ සහ මෞදෝමත් එකන් කෂවරු බට්ටක කුජ්ජය ආදී පිරෙන් වෙරියා වරක් ගාතුන් ගේතෙරේග මිගොත ෆිදාවලත රංගල වසන් කොරේ නෝනි ෆිරාවත බෙලෙන්නා දරිවන ගුඩිගෙන් බානි බෙලෙමුන් දියා කනවන වෆාලක් ෆහකුන
බෙලෙන් පිටින් හසියතුන් අලවණු දෙකලා වාදෙක අලවණ වරන් උපාවෙ DPS ගේ channel මුනි දිවෙහි රාජ්‍ය හාමි channel ගේ බේන මුරි හස්කෝලේ කුදෙන ස්කූලේ වරක් හානි වර කොඩ පුරුසතකයි කොමි මි පුරුසත පුලාවිගේ මි දියයි තලවන වර බඩ උපාකුන දෙන් අලවණ වර උපාව දර්පලා ඉක්කොන් TV channel हम हुड़वाला इधर किया गड़ी गए ना गातु गई देगी हुड़ी हा कमे बालाला हम बाबू तुम किया ಟೀಚರು ಕಿಯವಾದೆ ಹುಡಿ ಹಾಯ್ಚೆ ಅಳುಗಂಡ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಡಿಕ ದಾಡಿವರವಸ್ ಅವಳು ಫೀಲ ಅಳುಗಂಡವ ಸಮ ವರಂ ಅವಹಂಗ ಕುಜ್ಜಾಣೆಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚಸ್ ಅವಳು ಫೀಲು ಆಲ್ದೇವೆ ಮರ ಉಪ್ಪಾವೆ ಹಮ್ಮ ಈ ವಿಚನೆಲ್ಲ ಮೆಹೆಂ ಕ್ಯಾಡಿಗೆ ತೆಗಿ ಹಮ್ಮ ಬಾಲಾಲೆವೆ ತೀವಿ ದೆನ್ ಅಳುಗಂಡ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಕೂಡ ಉಫಾಣಿ ಅಸ್ತು ಮಿವರ ಹರದು ಕೂಡ ನಿಜಾಮಿ ಈ ಡಾಟಾ ಸಳಾಗಣು ಜೆ ದೆನ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ವೆಸ್ ದ ಬೇಣ ನುಕುಡಿ ಅಸ ಸಮ ಟಿವಿ ವಗುತು ಹುಳುವಾಲ ಇರಂ ಅಳುಗಡ ಹಮ ಮಿಫುರುಸತು ಹಮ ಬೇನು ಕೂಡೆವೆ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇವೆ ಸಮಯ ಚಾನಲ್ಲು එවගුතකු හම බලාලම් බේනුවා වගුතකු හම මේ එන්න මූලේ හම ඉතිවර මුපාවේ මම දෙනල් තාරකු
ಮುಫ್ರಸದ್ ಗಾಳಗನ್ ದುವಾಫರ್ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಶಾ ಟೀಚರ್ ನ ವಾರ ಬಡ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅದ ಪರ ಅಳಗನ್ ದರನ ಗೊತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಫ್ರಸದ್ ಓದಿದೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಿಗುತ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ದೆ ಮಿಹೆಂ ಬ್ರಾಡ್ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊರ್ ದಿವು ಗುಣಿಮ ಅಳಗನ್ ಮ ದಾರಿ ವರಂ ಕಿಯೋ ವರ ಬಡ ಫಸಿ ಕಿಯೋಮ ವರ ಬಡ ಫಸಿ ಅವೆನಿಂದೆ ಏಗದೇರೆ ಅಳಗನ್ ಮೆನ್ ಅಳಗನ್ ಸಿಟಿಂಗ್ ರೂಮ್ ಅಳಗನ್ ದಾರಿ ವರಂ ಕಿಯವಾ ತ ಮಿಗೊ ಫೆನೆ ಅದಿ ಅಳಗನ್ ಮೆನ್ ಕಿಯೋ ಎ ದಾರಿ වර කියවා තම් පෙනුම ඉබේ හිංගම ජොමගේ උඩ දෙන්නේගේ වර හිංගම ජොම আদি කියවා දේරු ගාලගන මෙන්නස් ඒගෙන් පාදාතකේ බපුරේ
එමෙ ෆොරතල් කමෙක ගොතුන් අල්මෙන්න ෆාගවි වි DPS channel hama on vi hisabun අමගේර කුරමුන්දිය මසිකත වර බොඩුතන පසයවෙගෙන්දිය කොවිඩ්ගේ හාල්තා ගුලිගෙන් මේ ප්‍රයිමරි ස්කූල්ගේ ඉස්දෙකුමා එකක මි කුරියගෙන් දෙවන මසිකතකි ඒ අමෙන්න ඒතක් ගොතුකුම් ෆෑදාතකේ වෙගෙන්දිය කමෙක්කම් මිකුසතක වර ඔෆදාකීගේ ෆාහන් කුරන් එකමකි ඒරුග මේ කොවිඩ්ගේ එම්මේ නුරක්කාතරි දඬිවලුග මේ මුළු රාජ්‍යයෙන් බිරුවරිකම තිරව දඬිවලුග අමෙන්ගේ රයියතුන්න වගුතුම් වගුත දෙන්ජේ මෙසේජ්ත දිනුමුග අලුමන වරබොඩ මග්ෆයවෙගෙන්දිය මේ ප්‍රයිමරි මේ channel ඔතුම් ඒ අමෙන්න මේ රයියතුන්ගේ වරබොඩු මේ කම්බොඩුන් තකක තකාය আদি අනේ රයිතුන් උපත්තා සුවාල් තකා එබේෆුන්නන් අද රයිතුන් හේල්තරවතුන් කුරියගෙන් දෙවුණු බයි කංකන් ඒකේ තියන අමෙන්න වර පසේ කමයක ගෙන්න පුරුත දෙවිගින් දිනුකි හගීගතුක ඒ දඬිවලුග අමෙන්න දෙවිගින් දිය වර මුහිම්මු වසීරතිකමුග අලුන් කබෝ කුරන්නේ මියාකීග දෙ මුළු රාජ්‍යයෙන් අලුමෙන්නන් හැම මේ අඩුවෙමුන් දිය දුවා ෆර්මි channel ගේ වාහක මේක සබබුන් ඒ කියවා දිනුමුන් ඒ දිනුන ෆොරිහම ಫಸೇಹತಕ ಅದಿ ಎ ವಸೀರ್ತು ಬೇನು ನೌಮೆನ್ ಅಹುದುವೆರಿವೆ ಎಯ ಮಿ ಬೆದೆನೆರಿಂ ವೆಸ್ එකම ಮಿ ಉಳುಮುಂದಿಯ ಮಂಜರ್ ತೌಮೆನ್ ನಂಗೆ ಎದೆನವಳುಗ ವರಬೋಡ ಮಿ ಪೆನಿಗೆಂದಿಯ ತವಂ ಗಬು ಕುರಾವತುಗ ಮಿಫದ ಮಿ ವಸೀದತೆನ್ ಉತುಮಕಿ ಎಯಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ನಾಸಿರು ಹಾಲತುಗ ಮುಳಿರಯಿತುಂಗೆ ದಾಬೆ ಮಂಫಾಯ ವರ ಫಾದಾ ಕುರಾನೆ ಕಮೆಕ್ಕಮ ಗಾಳಂ ಗಬು ಕುರಾನೆ එහෙම ಜುಮ್ಲ ಗೊತೆಗ್ಗ ಮಿಫದ ಮಿ ಅನಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ದೆನ್ ದಿವಿಗೆ ಅಳುಮೆನ್ ದಿವಿಗೆನ್ ದಿಯುಮಕಿ ಎಯಿ එපද දඩිවලක අරාගතුම දෙගුණු වරබොඩු පිබ්බරකම ගන්න දැන් කොවිඩ් කුලකින් රසුග එවගතු උපෙදුණු ටාස්ක් ෆෝස් හිඟුමා හවාදු හුරි එම්එස් පරාතගේ හයිසියතුන් අලුමෙන්න දිවිගෙන් දිය වරබොඩු ෆසේයක දිය කම සතුග ෆා කොන්න ඒ ටාස්ක් ෆෝස් ගේ නිම්මා නිම්මුන්ත වගතු වගුත රයිතුන හිස්සා කුරුන් දියුමකි ඒ දියුමකි ඒ රයිතුන් ෆරාතුන් අලුමෙන්න දිවිගෙන් දිය පුරිහම එබ්බාලුම් පෙනිගෙන් දිය මන්සරෙක්කම සලුමෙන්න වර රංගල සිකවෙගෙන් දිය එම ಜುಮ್ಲ ಗೊತೆಗ್ಗ ಮಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ಗೆ ಫಸೇಹಕಂ ಏಗೆ ಫಾದಾ ಆಮೆನ್ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ರೈತು ಮೆಸ್ ಕಬು ಕುರಾನಕಮ ಅಳುಗಣ ಫೆನುನು ಏಯ್ ಮುಳಿ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿನ ಅದಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗೆ ಬೈ ವಜಾರಾತಕು ಮೆಸ ಆಮೆನ್ ಮಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ಗೆ ವಾಹಕ ತಕ್ಕ ಮುಂದಿಯತಂ ಆಮೆನ್ ಹಮ ಫೆನಿಗೆ ಆಮೆನ್ ಫೆನಿಗೆನ್ ದಿಯ ಎಮ ಜುಮ್ಲ ಕೊ ಮಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ವರಬುಡದಿ ಫಾದಾತಕೆ ಆಮೆನ್ ದಿಬಿಗೆನ್ ದಿಯಕಂ ಆಮೆನ್ ಸತು ಫಾಹಕ
We said that DPS channel was the most helpful and supportive tool for us during the pandemic to conduct school activities, because this is the tool that helped us to access our students without the constraints of data, smart devices, and network issues. This is that platform kept us in touch with our parents. This is that platform helped us to create awareness in the society about staying safe during the pandemic. This is that alternative learning platform helped our students to get access to their teachers without paying for it.
That's the end of the success story of DPS channel, which helped us to keep learning going despite of the challenges in the pandemic. DPS channel was a free learning platform for our students and parents, but we were able to make it free for our students and parents because of the contribution of many people. We appreciate our MP, Mr. Ismail Ahmad, for financing all the resources and materials needed to establish our channel. We appreciate the KTV founder, Mr. Hassan Zahir, and also the local manager, Mr. Ibrahim Shukri, for allowing their network to reach our students. We also appreciate Mr. Ismail from MediaNet, the architect of this channel. We extend a special thanks to our Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Aisha Ali, for helping us to become the first ever community broadcaster of Maldives. Wassalamu alaikum.
शुक्रिया प्रिंसिपल मोहम्मद शुक्री आदि दुआफर प्राइमरी स्कूल के टीम फेनिगें अरुण में मिदियाई अरुण में गे स्कूल था कुरियारा फावा मिमर हम कुरिया वेस हुरी तफात मिफदा एतंग होशेलुन तके मी हुरिहा बेफ्लुंगे वेस मालूमात टका दन्नवालन दुआफर प्राइमरी स्कूल के फरातों में हुशाला लेविगें दियाई कॉन्फ्रेंस के मी हाई सब टीम के तेरेंग क्रिएटिव लर्निंग स्पेस मी सब टीम के दशुं हुशेली फावा प्रोजेक्ट दें कुरिया मियोथी वेस हम क्रिएटिव लर्निंग स्पेस मी सब टीम के दशुं हुशाला देवे हुशेल में यही इजुद्दीन स्कूल के फरातों होम स्वीट क्लासरूम अड़ुवन में न आम को अड़ु इवेनी होम स्वीट होम में किया अड़ु एकम को मिफार इजुद्दीन स्कूल के फरातों में हुशाला देवनी होम स्वीट क्लासरूम्स यह वे हुरिया बेफ्लो नवेस मी इजुद्दीन स्कूल के हुशेलुमा मी मरहबा दनम अरुण फशालाना
Since June 2020, homes have been working overtime. Kitchen tables turned conference rooms. What may have felt temporary earlier this year has begun to feel a bit more permanent. That makeshift desk on a card table or students taking Google Meet sessions from the couch may not cut it when you are staring down another virtual layer. Therefore, to make this shift easier, home suite classrooms came into existence. Even though there were challenges to this, we thought of students, how they have been missing school, students calling teachers to say how much they miss their classrooms, how miserable they are, how they miss their friends, and so on. So, to ease this frustration of the students, home suite classrooms are the perfect fit. As it can seem overwhelming, experts say, transforming our home to a virtual classroom can be done quickly, cheaply, and dare we say beautifully. However, setting up school in a space that's regularly being used throughout the day comes with a unique set of challenges and rather compelling. As it says, a classic phrase in English, home sweet home, which means that you are glad to be back home. In this case, home sweet classroom is a pun on this phrase and would mean that you are happy to be back to this classroom. So, this was the idea behind home sweet classroom. It is known that a conducive learning environment is one of the most significant factors in teaching and learning. Therefore, without a doubt, in e-learning it is the same. According to Matthew Lynch, the author of The Advocate, creating a communal atmosphere in e-learning is imperative as it is the heart of teaching. Since the pandemic, teachers are facing difficulties to connect with students, to understand what difficulties they are having and how to captivate students' learning. Home Sweet Classrooms is a way to connect with students, make them feel that they are at school. More importantly, students tend to follow rules when they are visible and reminded of it. These Home Sweet Classrooms are of such that it includes all the important messages, quotes, rules and even whole brain teaching rules on them. It also has the classroom expectations and Google Meet session rules too. The board is designed in a way that the success criteria and the learning intention can be shown to them for each subject. These Home Sweet Classrooms have a direct effect on students as it is used in a way to relate to students. Additionally, the young minds of grade 1 needs routines and predictability in their lives. Referring to Melbourne child psychology, building routines with children helps them to feel safe and they know what to expect. And it provides them with clear boundaries, expectations, and consistency. Some researchers have described as an epidemic anxiety. The predictability and familiarity that comes with routine offers the perfect safe place the kids need. These Home Sweet Classrooms just do that. As the pandemic is ongoing, students need this sense of security to go on with their lives. Moreover, as teaching has changed tremendously, students will need time to adapt to these changes. The author of Encouragement in the Classroom by John Young, environment is one of the most important factors affecting student learning. Simply put, students learn better when they have the view of a positive and supportive learning environment. This initiative, Home Sweet Classroom, creates the environment mentioned by the author. The COVID-19 pandemic hit us all hard, but while working from home is manageable, teaching and learning can be quite hard. This initiative seeks to redefine the role of a teacher in virtual learning, make students feel closer to school, create a conducive learning environment where Google Meet sessions increase pathways to communicate better with students, elevate the mood of studying, expand the existing efforts to build a rapport with students. With these Home Sweet Classrooms, students' engagement was more, and with the vibrant backdrops, students felt closer to school. It was observed that students voluntarily reminded themselves about the expectations and rules of the classrooms because it is always visible to them. It is suffice to say that this initiative is a sustainable way to engage students and to captivate students with e-learning. Before we implemented these Home Sweet Classrooms, grade 1 teachers sat together and we wanted to make a projection on the benefits that the students will have out of these Home Sweet Classrooms. As you all know, there are many factors that can affect a child's learning experience, and one of the most integral part is the environment that they learn. It should be welcoming, familiar and interesting like this Home Sweet Classroom. It also should be diverse. And these are some of the benefits that these Home Sweet Classrooms have on the students. They are more engaged in the lessons. The success criteria is on their mind. They also adhere to the rules. Expectations are met as it is displayed and constantly reminded. They enjoy learning. And whole brain teaching is a blast. Students are more focused, and as we have already told, it is a conducive learning environment. The entire process of creating Home Sweet Classroom was to ensure that students are able to experience a small display of their classroom or a reflection of what they might see in the actual classrooms through their Google Meet sessions. Since students play an integral part in evaluating the effectiveness of this entire process, It was important to get their responses through students' experiences. We were able to learn that the relevance of making learning an interactive process. Even though it was virtual, the teacher needs to act as a guide through the presentation. The students were able to feel like they belonged to the classroom with all of their peers. The most significant thing to develop throughout this process was the connection and the rapport that was built with the teachers and the students. Most of the student participants who took part in the survey agreed that they liked seeing the displays in their online classes. There were a few maybe responses, and it was apparent that it did make a difference in their online learning sessions. The students were asked if they were motivated to study more because of the displays that were presented by their teacher. Most of the students agreed. Student motivation is an essential factor in ensuring that this method was effective. There were several responses from the students as well. They have pointed out the different things that they love about home sweet classrooms. These are some of the responses or the experiences that the students have had with Home Sweet Classroom. As you can see, one of the students has stated that they love the beautiful display and it looks like they are at school. Students feeling like that they are at school helps feel them connected to their peers and their teacher. This particular student has stated that he loves studying at home. Although studying at home can be a tough process, but even in the current situation, they are able to enjoy all the lessons and carry on studying at home. This student has mentioned how she can be comfortable and was able to study. The process of learning should be fun and comfortable for all the students, and Home Sweet Classroom surely makes them feel at home and connecting with all. Through this process, it was observed that the teacher's dedication in creating an environment where students feel motivated to learn enhances the experiences through virtual lessons. The student and their teachers were able to develop deeper connections through continuous interactive lessons. It is also important to create a safe space for students to learn and experience a new sense of normal through virtual lessons. The lessons became more interactive and enhanced. Well, now it is time to listen for some of the parents' testimonials. Then only we will know what they understand about these Home Sweet Classroom, whether they believe that it is beneficial to their child or it does nothing to them. So let's hear this.
Students are individuals, and when it comes to educational styles, one size does not fit all. My daughter starts working on a subject, delves deeply into the material, and she becomes so deep in thought or involved in her work that she would not register what was going on around her. It's like she is in a physical classroom. She loves that the learning intention and the success criteria are always displayed where she can see it. She also loves the fact that before starting, the teacher makes sure that the agenda is known to her students. That way, my daughter knows what to expect of the teacher and what the teacher's expectations are. Hence, Home Sweet Classroom concept is a blast in terms of the students' connection and smooth learning. The class would be busy working on math for about 15 to 20 minutes, and she would become heavily invested in the subject. After the allotted time, the teacher would indicate that it was time to pull out the English book. Even though the teacher does not say it, it will be displayed on the Home Sweet Classroom. My daughter is succeeding at her education, and thanks to Izzuddin School and the fine staff of individuals, she has the time and resources she needs to complete her work. Because the information has been made available to me online, I, as a parent, am able to assist her in identifying what work she may have overlooked to help ensure her success. Izzuddin School educators have chosen to be mentors rather than gatekeepers to the education of these youth, and this outlook fosters an environment of success and hope.
There is not a way to quantify the value of how Izzuddin School is impacting my daughter's life. especially when you consider that my child has experienced a point in her life that was almost without hope. My sincere gratitude goes out to the Izzuddin School's Grade 1 teachers, administrators and staff. They chose to encourage and give constructive feedback, to proactively assist students and parents whenever possible. They chose to focus on success and on being dynamic, open source and exemplary education facilitators. They have taken the time to get to know my daughter and to help her on her way to becoming who she is meant to become. They have chosen to help her succeed. I observed that the home suite classroom brought a new meaning to e-learning. There aren't words to adequately express my thanks.
This is a roadmap to the home suite classrooms we made. Even though we piloted, everybody can do this because it's easy, and in these trying times, we do not need a lot of finance to do this. So the first step we took is we actually evaluated the need of the students. Okay, we thought what was missing from the online sessions? Why are they so bored all the time? Whether we need to add more humor to it or what else is missing. And then we moved on to the second step, which is we decided on what are the components that should be on the board, what are the things that actually the students should see, because we actually want to captivate the e-learning that was going on. And then after deciding on that, we moved to design those components on a vibrant, eye-catching way so that the students will give the attention that we need them to give. So after designing, we made a feasibility plan. Well, without it, we wouldn't know whether it benefits the students or it does not. So to discern the pros and cons, we made a feasibility plan and we evaluated that even. And the last step was to actually gather the materials which were needed. Because of the pandemic, nobody had a lot of finance. So as the schools closed on March, we had a lot of materials that were given by our school. At the beginning of the year, we did not get any chance to use it. Therefore, we took everything and then we utilized those materials on hand. So see, it's not that hard, right? We used the things that we had, we came up with a plan and voila, it's done. Our journey, the risks we took, the boosts we got, and the goal we wanted to achieve in just one picture. We say this with pride, embracing the new journey with a smile.
ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಇಜುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಶಿನಾಜಾ ಏನಗೆ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ಫರಾತುಂ ಹುಷೇಳಿಗೆ ಮಿದಿಯೈ ಅಡುಗೊಂಡ್ಮೆಂಗೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕುಗೆ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುನ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕುಗೆ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಬೇಫುಳುಂ ದರಿವರುನ ಅಳಾಲ ಲೋಬಿದೆ ಮಿಂವರ್ ಹಮ ಮೀ ವರ ರಂಗಳು ಮಿಸಾಲೆ ಎಕ್ಕಂ ಅಡುವನ್ ಗಬುಲ್ ಕುರ ಹಮ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಬೇಫುಳುನ್ ನವ್ವೆಸ್ ಎಕ್ಕಂ ಗೊತ್ತ ಫೆನಿವಡ ನವಾನ್ ಕಮ ಬರಬಡ ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಇಜುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮುಳಿಂಗ್ ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಕೊ ಗೆಂದೆವೆ ಮಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ವಾತೀವೆ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ಮೆಂಗೆ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಮಿಹಾರ್ ಮಿವಣಿ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಸರ್ಕ ಬದಲ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಗೆನ್ನಂಚೆ ಹಿಫಾ ಮೆಂದುರು ನಮಾದುಗೆ ವಗುತು ವರ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಫಾವು ಮಾಯ್ಕೊ ಮಿ ಸೆಷನ್ಗೆ ಬಾಕಿಯೋಯ್ ದೆ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ದೆನ್ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದೆವು ಮಿಹಾರು ಹಮಚೆ ಹಿಫಾ ಮಿವಣಿ ಮೆಂದುರುಗೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಅಫ್ ಫಹು ಎಕೆಜ್ಜ ಹಾಯಿರು එහෙම වේම මේ කුරියන් හුරි සෙෂන් තක මේ තිබෙෆුලුන හුරියා බෙෆුන වෙස් දවත අරුවමුන් අඩුගොන් මෙන් මි සෙෂන් ගේ මිහා හිසාබුන් මි සෙෂන් නිම්මාලන් මේ දෙන් සෙෂන් හම කුරිමස් දෙන්නේ ෆදන් ෆෙෂිගෙන් දානි එකෙච්ච හයිරු රබ්බල ශුක්‍රියා වස්සලාමු අලයිකුම්
au kessung adi nevalang unda guhum fada alamat efeni doctor ka dakkalam beenuwanama VMA avahaka HPA ge hotline 1 ka gulwa. If you feel unwell with a cough, fever or difficulty breathing and need medical attention, contact HPA hotline 1676.
ಆಮಂಗೆ ಎವ್ವೆ ಒಳೆ ತಂತನ ವದನಿಕೊತುಮುಗ ವಿಸ್ನವಂ ವಾಣಿ ಆಮಕ ಮೀಹೊಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಂತನಗ ಅಲ್ಲುಮ ಫಹು ಲೋಲಾ ನೇಫೆಂಗ್ ಅದ ಅಂಗಮತಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಮೆ ಕುರಿನ್ ರಂಗಳೆಂಗ್ ಎದ್ದವು ಮಿಗೊತು ಮಿಸಾಲ್ಕ ದೋರುಗೆ ಗೋಬು ಗೊಂಡಿಗೆ ಎಗ್ಗಂಡು ಸಿಡಿ ಫದ್ದಕೆತಿಗೆ ಅನೆ ಹಿಫಾತಂ ಅದಿ ಮಿಸಾಲ್ಕ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಬಟನ್ ಕಾಲ್ ತಂತನ್ ಬೇನುಂ ಕೊರುಮ ಫಹು ರಂಗಳ ಸೈಬನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನುನಿ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೈಸರ್ ಬೇನುಂ ಕೊರುಂ ವರಮು ಹಿಮ್ಮು ಮೀಗೆ ಇತುರುಂ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಂಗ ಅರು ವಾರ್ ವಿಸ್ನವಮ್ಮಾನೆ ಮೀ ಮಾಸ್ಕ್ ಅಳುವ ಮೀ ಎಮಿಹೆಂಗ್ ಎಕಣಿ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಕ ದತುರು ಕುರನಿ ನಮೆಸ್ ಮಾಸ್ಕ್ ಕೆಳುಂ ವರಂ ಮುಹಿಮ್ ಐ ಏಗೆ ಕುರಿನ್ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಬೇನುಂ ಕುರವ ವನಿ ಕಾಕು ಕಮೆನ್ ನೇಂಗೆನೆ ತೀವೆ ಅದಿ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಕ ಗ್ಯಾದುರು ಕಂ ಇಸ್ಕೊ ಮೀಹುಂ ಗಿನವಾನಮ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಬೇನುಂ ನುಕುರಂ ಮುಹಿಮ್ಮು ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ತೆರೆಗ ಗಿನ ಮೀಹುಂ ವಾಹಕ ದಕ್ಕಾ ಹೆದುನ್ ರಂಗಳೆನ್ನು ಅದಿ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ತೆರೆಗ ಕಿಂಬಿ ಹಳ ಕೆಸ್ಸನಿ ನಮೆಸ್ එකක් ගන් අනිකොක් වෛරස් දියමුගේ ෆුර්සත් බොඩුවේ මීහුන් එව්වේ උලේ තන්තන නුදියුමා අදි බන්දු එපා හොන්න තන්තනුන් එක ගෑනකොගේ වෛරස් එරුම්ගේ ෆුර්සත් බොඩුවේ මිගොතුන් කොම්මෙන් දාංජේ ඉන්නා මෙනුවේ මිකහල් තන්තන නුදියුම් වරම් මුහිම්මු අදි ඒ තන්තන අනේ ජෑරෙක් කුරිකම් ගා වීනමෙස් විහාවෙස් අවහක එකමෙ නිම්මාලවුන් වරම් මුහිම්මු
ತಿವುಮ ಒನ್ನ ಫುರುಸತುವೆಸ್ ಕುಡಕಮ ದಿರಾಸಾತಕೊಂದಕ್ಕ ಮೀ ಮೆಂಬಫ್ಯಾಂಗೆ ಉಮರುಂ ಅಡ್ಡಿಹ ನುವತ ನುವದಿಹ ಅಹರು ಫಹನಳ ದಂದೆನ್ ದುನಿಯೆಗ ತಿಬಿ ಮೀಹುಂ ಸಿಹತನ್ ನುಬಲ ಹಿತು ಹುರಿ ಎಚ್ಚೆ ಕ್ಯಾ ದುಳಹೆ ದಿರುಳುಮಕ ದುರದ್ದಾನ್ ದೆಕ್ಕೇನೆ ಉಜುರೆನ್ನು ಅದಿ ಮೆಂಬಫ್ಯಾಂಗ್ ಉಮರು ಮಚ್ಚನ್ ನುಗೊಸ್ ಮರುಫವಾ ಮೀಹುಂ ಉಮ್ಮೀದು ಕಂಡಾಲನ್ ಜೆಹೆ ಸಬಬೆವ್ವೆಸ್ನು ಮೀ ದಿರಾಸಾತವುಗ ಇಸ್ಕೊಂ ಉಳುಬಾ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಕು ವಿದಾಳುವಿ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೀಹಕಿ
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अस्सलाम वालेकुम स्कूल इनोवेशंस कॉन्फ्रेंस के देवन सेशन नायको आणि कावेस मी बद्दल कोल्ले आरवन शोदारिलवान मी कॉन्फ्रेंस के चीफ कोऑर्डिनेटर द मी सेशन मॉडरेट कुरुमुगा आरवन नायको मी सूदा वेसेब बैर वेडनवा मी आरवन में मी मेंदुरु मेदुकणा लेरू मी हेंदुनुगे सेशन के तेरें कोमेसरका तीन प्रेजेंटेशन ने हुशे हेलिफनुवाती वे अडवन में मी सेशन कुरिया गेंदानी मी देने भी तीन प्रेजेंटेशन ना एको ade ehemwima mi hama kuriya gendana alun men kuriyan huri hama order ingeto
එගුතුම් මිසේෂන්ගේ එම ෆුරතම මියුති සීන් අතුරු මදරසාගේ ෆරාතුන් ෆවුන්ඩේෂන් දරිවරුන් අමාස් කොගෙන් ගෙනස්දේ read big books dream big dreams mi program ge hedifawa presentation mima mewagut mi fursat arwalani seen atul madrasa
magmati ulvaru hasukoteka fihartaka daanamanuwata ekota ehmi huna muamalat kurinje ka situation එක mask aluvyan hunun cheni
අරුවන් මි කන්තත් බලා ගන්න ජෙහෙනි අරුවන් මෙන් ගබල් කුරා ගොතක තංකොලේ පොසිටිව් ගොතක සබබකි මි කහලා දති දනිවලේ ගවේ අරුවන් මෙන් මි ෆෙම්වරු මි කහලා කොන්ෆරන්ස් එක බේවිගේ මිදනි හැම ගෑමස් ටෙක්නොලොජි ගේ එහි තෙරි කමායි කො ටෙක්නොලොජි ගේ මොළ කමුන් එහෙම මා ටෙක්නොලොජි යා ගොලි ෆහුරි නුවත ගොලි ෆහුන්න තෆාතු මි මසල් තවේ අරුවන් මෙන් දිමාවානේ කම්කු මසලත අරුගන් මේ එන්න මේ ලිබිදේ ෆසේහතක බලායිරු අලා බලායිරු හම් කොම්ගතෙස් මසල්තකකි කුඩ කන්තත්තක එහෙම්වීම ආදේ එහෙම්වීම අනිකාවේ සම මේ අලුවන් මෙන් සීනතර මදරසාගේ ප්‍රෙසෙන්ටේෂන් නැගෙන් කුරිය දෙවේ තොමසකේ කුරාණ
For educators like us, the COVID-19 pandemic is an unavoidable challenge where there is no set rule or a set book to guide us to the right path. We had to think, be creative, and design appropriate ways which are suitable to our context and make learning happen as the pandemic continues. Hence, we as education leaders thought of different ways we can keep contact with our kids, as we are aware that face-to-face classes will not begin in a near future for foundation stage kids. Knowing that we will not be able to meet the kids and the kids will not be able to see their teachers every day forced us to think of different ways we can keep in touch with our kids on a regular basis. This made us think of starting something the kids will enjoy as they stay at home. Hence, the idea of starting a virtual reading program for foundation stage kids came up. When the idea of a reading program came up, we had the challenge of getting permission from authors to read their books online. We knew it would be time-consuming and a very challenging task. Hence, we started to explore the books we had in our library. As soon as we came across the big book series published by NIE, our hopes were raised and we approached NIE to get permission to use their books in our program. We got a very positive and encouraging response from NIE and we decided to share this as a series and upload all video stories on our school YouTube channel. We named the program Read Big Books, Dream Big Dreams. To ensure student participation, we included an activity which is related to the story when we recorded the video version of each story. After watching each story, students need to complete the activity given and share a picture of them doing it in the class Viber groups or send it to their class teachers. The main aim of this program is to provide kids with different stories together with some activities which they would enjoy at home. Throughout this program, students will be able to listen to a variety of stories in English and Divehi from different teachers of the school. This would develop their literacy skills, motivate them to read books, and develop a love for reading. They would also be able to do different language-based activities, fine motor activities, as well as activities that would enhance their social, emotional development. The kids will also get a chance to spend a valuable and enjoyable time with their parents at home, which in turn would develop the relationship between the child and the parent. We are really proud of how our program turned out with the support from SMT members and volunteer teachers who recorded stories for our program. We were thrilled to know that our students loved the stories and look forward to seeing new stories every day. We were inspired by the positive comments we got from parents after watching the stories and the increase in number of responses in our class Viber groups. With this program, we were able to reach more students than before, and more parents started sharing the work of students after they complete the work assigned in the video. One noticeable reason why students like these stories is because they get to see familiar faces like members of SMT and their own teachers. Another reason many students like the video is that they get to see different areas of the school which they miss during these days. Some parents said that their kids watch the video again and again just to see their play area and their classroom. In a situation where parents had to manage everything at home while working and trying to take ownership of their child's education, we were so glad to know the level of impact it had on our kids. It allowed parents to spend some educational and fruitful time with their kids, and at the same time allowing teachers and students to be in touch with each other virtually. When parents share the pictures of the activities that students have completed, we are sure that the students spend some time at home learning something in a fruitful way with the help of the video story. We can ensure that learning continues even if the students are at home, guaranteeing the success of our program. The foundation stage teachers were really excited to do something different, as they didn't have much to do without their students coming to school. This program gave the teachers the chance to learn new skills like video editing, different recording techniques, and got more familiar with features of a YouTube channel. This program is an eye-opener and gave the teachers the chance to be more innovative and creative. Although the teachers were reluctant to record their videos and share it on social media at first, their views changed because of this program, and it helped to develop their self-confidence. As the stories recorded for this program will be available on YouTube in future as well, there's the guarantee that these stories can be accessible by a large number of students at present and in future as well. Hence, the benefits of the program will last for a long period of time and for a large number of students. As we have shared videos of our program in social media, any school can replicate a program like this with little effort. We uploaded our first story of the program, Read Big Books, Dream Big Dreams, read by our principal on August 17, 2020.
What's that sound?
As we know that our students are enjoying the program and they're benefiting from it. The satisfaction we get after seeing the activities the students complete inspires us to continue with this.
ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಸೀನತೊಳ ಮದರಸಾಗೆ ಹೊರಿಯ ಬಾವರಿನ ತಿ ಫೆನಿಗೆಂ ದಿ ಸೀನತೊಳ ಮದರಸಾಯಿನ್ ವಾಹಕ ಕಿಯಾ ದೆವ್ವಿಗೊಂ ಅದಿ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಬಾವರಿವುಂ ಎಬೆ ಫುಳುಂಗೆ ಗೆನೆಸ್ ದಿಂಗೊ ವರ ಫುರಿ ಹಮ್ದತ್ತ
ಅದೇ ದೆಂವೆಸ್ ಕುರಿಯಂಗತಿ ಅನಿಕಾವೆಸ್ ಸಮ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಮಿ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ದಶುಂ ಹುಷೇಳುಮೆ मी रवियने अतल तालीमी मरकज़ के फ़रातुं हुशाड़ा दे ज़मानी फ़ाही प्रोग्राम إنكم علون مي وقتو مي فرصة أروالني علوية نتر تعليم مركزا.
عليكم لمن تعليم مركز के टीम के फरात में प्रेजेंटेशन मुशारा देने अगर शहनाज मोहम्मद अगर की लमन تعليم مركز के कंप्यूटर टेक्नीशियन अगर में प्रोजेक्ट के नाम की कमाने पाई ये प्रोजेक्ट हिंगो मन अगर में फर्स्ट मेंबर के टीम में माने लवाला का मेंबर उनकी अगर शहनाज मोहम्मद अहमद मोहम्मद प्रदीप एंतुआन मनोरम्या आदि जयप कुमार दिन अगर में गिनस्तेनी मी मेंबर उनके कोर तार ಈ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫೆಶಿಗೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗಳಿಗೆ ದರೆವರನ ಉಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನಮ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊಂಗ್ ಅದಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತೋಗೆ ಜರಿಯಾ ನಿಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಗಳಿಗೆ ನಿಗತೊನ್ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ಫೆಶಿಗೆ ಆತಾ ದೋಸ್ಕೊಳೆ ಫೋನ್ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪೆದ್ದುಮ್ಗೆ ಪುರುಸತೊಳಬೇಣ ತೋ ತೌಲಿ ಮಿ ಮರ್ಕಜ ಬಿಸ್ಲಿಬಿಗೆಂದಿಯ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ ಎದ್ಲೆಬುಮ ಕೊಮ್ಮಿಕಂ ಕುರುಮ ಇಕ್ಲವಾಲಿ ಟೀಮು ಕುರಿಗೆ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ಬಲ ಏವ್ರೆಂ ಉಪೆದ್ದುಂತೆ ದರೆವರನ್ ಸೌಗರಿ ವಾಣೆ ಗೊತ್ತ ಅವೆನ್ ತೋ ತೌಲಿ ಮಿ ಮರ್ಕಜ ಮುಫದ್ದಾ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ಉಪೆದ್ದುಮ್ಗೆ ಮಸ್ವರ ಕೊರೆವಣು गतों टीम के मेंबर अहमद मोहम्मद के तजरिबा के अलीगा जमानी वसीले बेनुक के वीडियो फिद्दुमा एनिमेट कुरुमा अदि मिनु मिस मडु ईजादी गत्त टीम के मेंबर दस्को निमसके कोरम पेशि जमानी तहजीबी दुनिया नजर हिंगालार फेन्नंग हकीकत की उंगिनुमा उंगन्ना दिनुगे वट्टफाळिय बिस गोडिति बदलतके ऐसफावाका तरगी वेफावा गमतकुं एगमतोगे उंगन्ना दिनुमा तफात जमानी टेक्नोलॉजी के वसीलेतन उपद्दा बेनुं करमुंदा कमी हगीगे अळगन में पदे तरगियो मुंदा गामतकु मिस जमानी टेक्नोलॉजी के वसीलेत बेनुं को अमिल्ल मुगर्ररुगे तेरे अळगन मिंगे अमिल्ल वंत अमिल्ल सगापत पेते उंगन्ना दिनुगे जमानी वसीलेतन उपेद्दु मिवणी नुहणु बेनुं वेब दरिवनु सागु एरिवाणि पद उंगणुम फहि माहाले गांपुरवें अन्ननी विपद मोळेति आ सागुवेरु उपेद्दुंतके गे ಹೀಗೆ ಕಮಿ ನಿಯದುಗೆ ಹಗೀಗೆ ಅಳುಮಿಂಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಗೆ ಮಕ್ಸದ್ ಕಿ ದಿವೆ ಹಿ ಮುಗರರಿಗೆ ತರಹಾಯಿಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಉಂಗಿನುಮ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಮ ಬೇನುಂ ಕರೆವಿದಾಣೆ ಅಮಿಲ್ಲವಂತ ಉಪೆದ್ದುನ್ ತೆರಿ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕತೆ ಹುಷಾಳಾದೆ ಜಮಾನಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯ ಪೆತೆ ಜಮಾನಿ ಕುರುವಾಹಕತಕ ಎನಿಮೇಟೆಡ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಜಾ ಕೊಳಿವರ್ತಕ ತಫಾತ್ ಕ್ವಿಸ್ತ ಆದಿ ಲವಪದ ತಕಿತಿ ಉಪದ್ದ ಆಮ್ಕೊರು එගොත මිහාතන වෙස් අල්ගොනමින්ගේ ටීමුන් උපද්දාපාවා උපෙද්දුන්තම් අමාජ් කරේපාවාණි දිවෙහි වන්ත දිවෙහි සගාකතා ගුලේ දරිවරුන් ශාවුවේරි වාණේ පද මජා මාහොලෙක්ක කුරිය ගෙන්දෙවේනේ පද හරකයිත්තකේ හිමෙනේ හෙ වීඩියෝ තක කුයිස් පද තකිති තයාර කරු මිහාර ගින දරිවරුන් බොඩ ශාවුවේරිවණි කාටුන් පද කෙරෙක්ටාතක වෑර අල්ගොනමින්ගේ උපෙද්දුන්ගේ ඇවිස් බොඩු සමාල්කමේ මිකම දේපා හුන්නාන් දරිවරුන් ශාවුවේරිය කමායකු උංගිනුම ෆහි මාහල මියුපෙදුන් තෝගේ සවබු ගාම් කරවිගෙන්දා මේ ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් ගේ දශුන් උපද්දා උපෙදුන්තන් අමාජ් කරේපාවාණි හැමයිකනි මේන්ස්ට්‍රීම් ගේ දරිවරුන් නම් එකෙන්ෙන්නු එයා හිලාප කොම්මේ උපෙදුමින් උපද්දාපාවාණි උංගිනුමගා දතිතන් හුන්න දරිවරුන්නා හා සෙහිය බේනුවා දරිවරුන් නම් විස් බේනුම් කුරේවේනේ පද ගොයිත්තක වර බඩ විස්නෑ මේ ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් ෆෙෂ්කින් අලුගන් මෙන්න තෆාත් ගංජුන්තකා කුරිමතිවි එගතුන් එම්මේ මුහිමු කමිගේ ගතුන් පාකොල්ලන් ඔති කම බේනුම් පුරාණි ජමානි වසීලෙත්තෙන් අතුගානෙතෝ එගතු මසික්කේ ෆෂන් ජහුනි කම බේනුම් වණ පද කැමරා ෆද්දකිති හුරි මිහුන්ගේ අතුන් බේනුම් කොල්ලම ෆව අඹරා ගෙන්දා ගතන් ඉෆරයිතගේ හීතෙරි කමායකෝ මී කිහා අබුරා ආදි වර ගින වගතු හේදවා කමෙක්කන් අලගන් මෙන්න විස්නුනි මික රංගල ඔංගෙනි ෆෂය ගතමු එනම් විස් ගෞමි කමි ගතුගා දෙකිගෙන් ඉබ්බරායක අමිල්ලේ මවුලුමාත හොදාගෙන්නා eki miyun kærin ahagen eki goggotun ukul dasko duwaha ka team ge memberun die kuriya ramu adi mihar wasilete libijjina mamma bodu undugulaka anula mipada video madu wagutu kalige terega ituparaik team ge komme member ka be tayyar kolle vidani kambi yagin kange bay dem dimavi wenjahumaki algonminge teren ginami honnaki idawena to talimi markaz ga wazifa ada karamunda bay ka එහෙකම වසීෆාගේ මසූලියතන් අදා කරමු එෆද දෙවණ කමක වගුතුතෙන් ජහුනි අමිල්ල එහින් හොරිහා කමෙන් එෆරා කරමෆව ගිය බදවෙනි ගිනපාර නිදාලං ෂේවිස් පොනේ විදානේ එහෙකම වගුතුකේ දතිකන් අලගන් මෙන්න වර බොඩ ගොංජහම කවි දෙම් හිසා කොල්ලනි අලගන් මෙන්ගේ මසිකෙත කොරිය ගෙන්දිය ගොයි අලගන් මෙන් මසිකෙත කොරිය ගෙන්දියයි මුදරිසුන්ගේ ෆොරිහම එබ්බාලු මායකෝ එබේෆලුන්දේ ඉරුෂාද වීඩියෝ තයාර කුරුමා එනිමේට් තයාර කරමු අලගන් මෙන් ගෙන්දියයි මිගතුම් ෆාහක් කොල්ලෙවෙනි ගුරුවන් ලවයා අදි එකි ඉංග්‍රීසි සයින්ස් සෝෂල් පද ಫಿಲಾವಲ್ತಕಂ ಅಳುಗನ ಮೆನ್ ತಯ್ಯಾರ ಕೊರಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತಕ ಎಡಿಮೇಟ್ ತ ಮಗ್ಬೂಲ್ ಕಂ ಹೋದಾ ಫಾವಾಕ ಎಗತುನ್ ದೊನ್ಲಿಬೋ ಅದಿ ಗಿತ್ಲುಬೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಯಾ ಅದಿ ಅಲಿಫ್ ಬಾ ಲವ ಅಳುಗನ ಫಾಹ ಕೊರ
ಓ ಬಾಬಿ ಬೂ ತಾತಿ ತು ಸಾತಿ ತು ಆ ಇ ಓ ಬಾಬಿ ಬೂ ತಾತಿ ತು ಸಾತಿ ತು ಜಾಜಿ ಜೂ ಹಾಹಿ ಹೂ ಖಾಖಿ ಖೂ ದಾದಿ ದು
Don Limbo and Gitti Limbo. Once upon a time, a Don Limbo and Gitti Limbo lived on an island. They were sisters and loved each other very much. They both grew on the same branch of a big tree. One day, a very strong wind blew and it shook the tree.
One bright sunny day in the shimmering ocean, there lived a green turtle named the Great Big T. She was one of those turtles that can live up to 200 years. Big T lived in a rusty old kettle in an underwater town. There were millions and billions of different colored and shaped of fish living there. Some small, some tall, and some giant one. One day she decided.
Darifura, miyadu guruwangadiga nagajin filawul das kuranginga.
Bappa alugana filawul das vijje.
Ale hingabala dassefato balala. miyadu guruwangadiga nagadini kom filawale
miyadu nagadini
ilmu tajwid ge lugawi maane ki koba
ti emme faseya jawab lugawi maane ki reeti kurma rangalu kuru
Dave the Explorer. Dave was a curious little boy. He was always wandering here and there to explore things. That is how he got the nickname Dave the Explorer. He had a habit of exploring new things that he saw every day. This is the
Students, do you like to go fishing? I want to plan a day I could go fishing. But wait, is that the sound of the rain? It's raining. It has been like this for a pretty long time, isn't it? And it's really windy too. It's our Hulangu monsoon. We have lots of storms, rain, and windy days in Hulangu monsoon. It is going to be like this for a long period of time.
For example, leaves of a plant. We do not have a set pattern to draw. My lovely shapes, you are so different from one another, yet you have something in common. Can you tell me what it is? All the shapes were confused. They did not know the answer. Miss Square answered.
ಶಕಿವಿಸ್ ನೆಗ್ಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಮಿಕಾಂಗ್ ಅಳಗನ್ ಮಿನ್ನ ಕಾಮ್ಯಾಬ್ ಕಮಾಯಕ್ ಮಿ ಕುರೆವಣಿ ವರ ಗಿನಬೇಗಿ ಅಗುಹುರಿ ವಗುತಾ ವಿ ಗುರ್ಬಾಣಿಗೆ ಸಬ್ಬಬು ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಪುರತಮ ಕಮಿಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಫಾಹ ಕೊಲ್ಲಾಣಿ ಟೀಮ್ ಮೆಂಬರುಗೆ ಹಿಬ್ಬರ ಬುರ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ದೋಮಿ ಕಮಿಗೊತ್ತುಗ ದೆಗಿಗೆ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಕೊಯ್ಸ್ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ದುವಾ ಕೊಯ್ಸ್ ಎತ್ತ ದಮೆ ವಂದೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರೆ ಬೈ ದುಸ್ತವುಗ ಇರು ಫೆನುನ್ ತೊಳಿಲಣಿ ಮಸಕ್ಕತುಗ ಹೇಲಾ ತಿಬ್ಬ ಆ ಕಂಕನ್ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾ ಕೊಂ ಇಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಎಹೀಗ ದಸ್ಕೊ ಅಮಿಲ್ಲಯ ಮೀಹು ಕ್ಯಾರಿಗ ಆಹಾಯಗೆ ದಸ್ಕೊರೆ එකක දස්වා එච්චින් අනිකා බොනිදී ಟೀಮಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಗುಳಿಗಿಂದಿಯೇ ಮಸಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರಮು ಹಮ ಯಾಯ ಕೊಳವೆಂತು ತಾಲೀಮಿ ಮರ್ಕಜ್ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ಫರಾತುನ್ ಲಿಬಿಗಿಂದಿಯ ಎಬ್ಬಾರ್ಲುಮ ಫಣ್ಣುವೆರಿ ಗಾಬು ಮುದರಿಸ್ಗೆ ಫರಾತುನ್ ಲಿಬಿಗಿಂದಿಯ ಇರ್ಷಾತಕಿ ನಿಕಂ ಕಾಮಯಾಬುಮ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಸಿರ್ರು ಹಮ ಹಿಮೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಗೆ ಫಣ್ಣುವೆರಿ ವಿಷ್ಣುಪುಳ ಎಬ್ಬಾರ್ಲು ಉಪಲಾಕ್ ಪಾಹಗ ಕುರಂ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತಂಗದಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ನಗಾದಿನ ಮದುಕೊಲ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ಗಾ ವಿಯಸ್ ಅಳುಗಣ್ ಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಸ್ತುಕರಣಿ ಮಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಹೊಟ್ಟಾಣುಲ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮ ಯವಾದೆವ್ವಾ ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗೆ ಮಸ್ವರ ಆಯ್ಕೊ ದಿವೇ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಮುಗರರೋ ಮಿಪದ ಉಪೆದ್ದುಂತಕೆ ಉಪೆದ್ದಿ ದಾಣಿ ಸಾಪ್ತ ಬಲ ಎಕಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರೇನ್ ಅದಿ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟೇನ್ ತವಗೆ ಮಚ್ಚ ಫಿಲಾವಲ್ ತಂಗ್ ಉಪೆದ್ದಿಗೆ ದಾಣೆ ತಪಾತ ಮಿಪದ ಜಮಾಣಿ ಸಗಾಫಿ ಮೊಳು ಅಮಿಲ್ಲ ಎಹಿ ತಂಗ್ ಉಪೆದ್ದು ಮಂಗ್ ಅಳುಗಣ್ ಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಸ್ತು ಕೊರ දෙහාස් 21 වන ආහාරුම් පිෂ්ගේ මුගරරුගේ තෙරේ මහකො දෙව්පෙද්දුම් උපද්දා මුදරිසුන්නා දරිවරුන් බේනු කුරුම දෙවිගෙන් දානේ මීගේ ඉතුරුම් වෙස් අලුගුරුමින්න ඉෆා හොරි එච්චින් එහි මීහුන්න උගන්නාදී නිපද මසෙක්කෙ කුරාණි ඉතුරු ජුවානතකින් උපෙද්දුමකි අලුගන් මෙන් වර බොඩ දෙකේ හොපෙනේ අමිනතෝ තාලිමි මර්කස්ගේ ස්ටාෆ්ගේ තෙරේ මිකම ශාබුරිකන් හොරි පරාත්තක ට්‍රේනින් දී ගින බයක මිකම්ගේ තෙරේ නෙරුමන් අලුගන් මෙන් ගස්තු කුරා මිකන් ශාගුරිගේ මිකන් දස්කුරන් එදේ කොම්මේ පරාත්තක වෙස් මිකන් දස්කොද්දිනමන් අලුගන් මෙ මිතිබි තයාරා අලුගන් මෙන් ගස්තුකරණී අලුගන් මෙන්ගේ උපෙද්දුන්තන් ආමකොන් එම්මෙන්න ලිබේන පද ගොත ಕಂಕನ್ ರಾವಾಲ ಜಮಾನಿ ಫೈ ನಮ್ಗ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಚಾನೆಲ್ le gam kurevi e channel divehirajyege huriha school madarasatakan hissa kurevi dariwarunna libeni hen aama kurevun adi hama ehime school ge eki social media tawga mi resource undagulaka anula libeni wen hedene nimmalge kori mikama hivvar devwa ebballon devi emmiha parattaka waran hasus kore dannawa adi kuriyen mustaqbal ga wes algun minge masikata ti devwa ebballon devwa nikama algun min ummid kora algunge dua ki ihlas tere niyataka ek algun min mifasha masikataka barakata kamya member korevun amin wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh
بربرشكريا رابينا ترتالي من مركز ألون منا فينا مميداني ألون منجة سكول تهوجة مدرسونجة وفدون تريكما أيبه فلونجة سكول تهوجة ويرينجة هردنا leadership. می presentation ون ألون نعم ಬೊಡ ಫಾಗ ಕೊಲ್ಲಬುಣ ಎಕ್ಕಮಕಿ ಅಳುಗಣ್ಮೆಂಗೆ ಸಗಾಫತಾ ಅಮಿ ಅಳುಗಣ್ಮೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಹೌಲ ಗುಳೆ ಗೊತ್ತ ವರ ಉಫೆದುನ್ ತೆರಿ ಗೊತಕ ತಯಾರು ಕುರೆಫಾವಾ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ರಿಸೋಸ್ತ ಕುದಿನ್ ಶಾಕು ರಿವಾ ಕಾಲ ಗೊತಕ ತಯಾರು ಕುರೆಫಾವಾ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ರಿಸೋಸ್ತ हम गैमस मिकाला रिसोर्स तक की अड़गन मेंगे स्कूल सिस्टम मी वगु तो एम में बड़ा बेणु वे फैवा एकति कंग हम यागिंग हैं वे में आदिवासी फार वार बड़ा शुक्रिया लवेने तलताली मरकज
අනිකාවේ සෞම්‍යවති मी क्रिएटिव लर्निंग स्पेस मी थीम हुशाला लाइफ हुशाला में मी हुशाला मी फारगन मी गणेशनी यासुद्दीन इंटरनेशनल स्कूल यासुद्दीन इंटरनेशनल स्कूल मी हुशालानी क्रिएटिव लर्निंग स्पेस transforming to a safe virtual learning space for students. Yasuddin International School.
The unprecedented closing of school due to COVID-19 was a formidable and challenging task for the school community. We believe GIS was able to rise to the occasion as we are very fortunate to have had a platform to continue teaching and learning in the form of Microsoft Teams. It did, however, require charting into unknown waters to keep up the momentum. Despite the grade 6 and above students being familiar with this platform as we use this as an additional tool in teaching and learning, shifting the entire school space to this platform was not an easy feat. The Microsoft platform became our school, Teams became the virtual classroom, and OneNote became the exercise book. With the numerous tasks of shifting school online, one of our focus areas was to create a versatile and effective virtual learning space for students. We understood that to create a comfortable space for the students, it was essential that the same can be done for the teachers. Every single day, teachers taught in the mornings and trained in the afternoons and in the evenings. Tech-savvy teachers were identified to orient other teachers to usable applications and conduct professional development for the whole school. Throughout first term, weekly PD sessions were conducted and materials were created and uploaded for later reference for teachers. As online learning requires independence, internal motivation and responsibility, much more than what is required of them at school, students were also oriented into the world of the virtual school. We set out to use the best available options to ensure that the holistic nature of students' education has been preserved as much as possible while creating a space of comfort and connectivity to encourage learning at home. Along with the common Microsoft applications that were seamlessly incorporated into the Teams, we also used various third-party applications which enable teachers to somewhat emulate a physical classroom atmosphere by providing platforms for collaborative work, discussions, and creative learning. Microsoft PowerPoint presentations were used as a basis of the lesson, not only for content but to show clear instructions to students to enable a better flow within the learning space, allowing students to move from one activity to the other and to better understand the instructions. OneNote Class Notebook is another learning space which provide each student their very own personal workspace which can be subdivided for classwork, projects, homework, and any other space they need. Microsoft Teams has an inbuilt space for files which offers clear organization of teaching resources and materials used. Assignments are set on Teams which required students to turn in their work with realistic timelines. Students were given feedback through grades which enabled parents to check their progress. Apart from that, Mindomo, Nearpod, Flipgrid, Wakelet, and Padlet were used extensively by teachers to encourage collaborative work and also to give a platform for discussions for students, especially those who are less comfortable with speaking. GIS also conducted virtual physical education sessions by assigning work to students on a weekly basis via team assignments, and students then uploaded a video of them completing the week's exercise. The virtual classroom also needed creative ways to assess students' understanding of the lessons, with quiz applications being most popular. To keep students engaged and interested, teachers used a variety of websites, including Socrative, Wizer.me, Quizzes, and Kahoot, which allowed for both simple and advanced quizzes. Socrative and Quizzes were mainly used to test students' understanding as part of their classwork. Socrative also allowed for quick questions, helping teachers monitor students' presence in the online classes. Visome was used for homework assignments as it allowed teachers to give various formats of questions from matching, fill in the blanks, multiple choice questions. And these websites were also particularly helpful for Divehi and Islam classes as Tana keyboards were compatible with the lesson, helping with the creation of exciting activities. Yammer is a social networking tool we introduced to the students to help them stay connected to each other and their teachers during this period of lockdown. Since it was the school's domain, only the students and staff of GIS can be in the network, thus ensuring the students' safety. Yammer served as a social platform where students found a much-needed place to interact with their friends. Students can use their inbox to view, prioritize, and manage the most important messages and announcements, search for experts, conversations, and files, join groups to stay informed, connect with their community, and gather ideas and join in the conversation. They can like, reply to, and even share posts. They can also attach a file, a GIF, photo, or video to enhance their post, praise someone in their network to celebrate a success, or just to say thanks to someone. Any successful initiative requires an analysis of what works and what does not. With the aim of improving our platform, we conducted a survey among both teachers and students to identify which of these applications were effective in achieving the outcome we wanted. When we look at the platforms that receive more positive ratings from students, we find that they are the ones that are mainly focused on lesson review and student interaction. The popularity of platforms such as quizzes and online forms show that our teachers have achieved one of our foremost goals of encouraging students to seek independence in their learning by being self-motivated. The creative learning spaces enhance student learning and provided variety and creativity in the teaching and learning process. In the online format, teachers' control of the students' learning is very much restricted. Therefore, these spaces not only enhanced their learning, it helped keep a check on their participation as well as their progress. It provided solid evidence of students' engagement, collaboration, and participation in the online lessons. One important thing to highlight is the use of these spaces in teaching and learning of Islam and Divehi. The creative use of these applications helped in engaging the students and also create interest. GIS already has an ongoing Bring Your Own Device BYOD program, and the online teaching and learning required an expansion of the functions and methodology which can further be enhanced as students and teachers become more tech-savvy with the online platform. Thus, this is a sustainable program which we believe is a must in the 21st century as we prepare our students for an unknown future with unprecedented challenges and constant change. The creative learning spaces can be easily adapted in other online platforms such as Google Classroom. All that is needed is an internet connection, a device, and a will to rise above the challenges.
Giyasuddin International School. Demiyati inclusivity mi team ge dashun Aminia School ge faratun hushalade keep dreams alive amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Mi presentation hushala devuma Aminia School ge faratun sen teacher Havva Uzma Arwanaiku mitagami nevi.
Assalamu alaikum. Arin ki Havva Uzma Aminia School ke faratu. Keep the dream alive amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Wara onda go duas var ehenunda. Namas alman midani almen ge kudinna ni duas varaga tafatu adjustment taka modifications ke nevigen kiyavadam kuriya gendefa. දැන් මේ පාලාලන inclusive education policy ಗೆ ವರ ಮುಹಿಮ್ಮು ನೊಕೊತಾ bring about all the necessary modifications to teaching methods when achieving national criteria objects and establish an education system which would include all children when relevant equipment and resources are established. Minukuta kavarapode ba aliyaluwalade armen eba jehekan komme fada halateggaves armenge kudin na kiyawade ni kuriyakenda. දැන් අර මේ බාලාලනි කොම් කුදින්න කක අර මේ කියවල්තනේ අර මේ කියවද කුදින් එබහිමනේ තින් කැටගරි එක a thin category ge tere ge bahimene children who need additional learning support, children who with special needs, children under special circumstances. Meeting category adi behe meeting category adi behigen ebade satara gintiyaga the me category ta karmen cater kuram armen ebahuri program ta ke hamaje hifami program ta ke rajage ek school ta hoga inku benun kurumun anna program ta ke egotum homeschooling, school readiness program, special education program, mainstream program adi early intervention program himene. දැන් මේ බලන්න අර්මන් කෝච් එක්ක මේ කුදින්න මේ කියවාලා දෙන්නේ අර්මන් කියවාලා දෙන්නේ මෑකන් කොට national curriculum ගෙතරයි අර්මන් national curriculum ගෙතරෙන් කියවාලා දෙරස් එබ incorporate එබ කරවේ key competencies key learning areas දැන් මේ බෑතන් අර්මන් මේ include කරලානේ අර්මන්ගේ IEP කුදින්ගේ IEP ගෙතරේක දැන් මේ බලන්න assessment කිනතෝ කුදින්න assessment මේ ගෙනවෙනි assess මේ කුරණි අර්මන්ගේ කුදින්න මේ assess කරාර we have spot මේ බලනි කුජාගේ strengths කුජාය කිහිනෙක්කන් කුජාගේ strengths we have ස්පඩක මේ බලනි කිහිනෙක්කන් මේ assess කරවිගෙන් දාන මිසාලක ඒ කුජාය ගෙන්දවිතන අඩුව හැගෙන් නොත කුරෙහුමුන් වෙස් නොත ලියුමුන් නොත අංගබහුන් ජවාබ් දෙකෙන් එකවකතක assessment මේ ගෙන්දවිගේ මිහතර මෙතනේ දැන් මේ බලන්නේ IEP එකේ අරමෙන්ගේ කොම්මේ කුජ්ජගේ අතුගහම ඔතුම් compulsory plan without an IEP we can't teach to our students then මේ pandemic එකෙන් අරමෙන් ලිබුණු condensed curriculum ලිබුම එක අරමෙන් ෆුරතම කුරිකමකි අරමෙන්ගේ බැලෙන වෙරින්න අරමෙන්ගේ teachers meet කොල්ලා review meetings තක බාව ෆමි discuss කori IEP යකිනෙත් බදල් ගෙන්නන්නේ මිහාලත බදල් ගෙන්නන් ජෙහෙ කුදින්ගේ IEP ත බලා review කරමෆෝ ඒ බදල් තබස් ගෙනවි ගන්දිය then ministry of education ගේ ෆාරාත් ministry of education ගේ guide දා එක්කොතන් අර්මිගේ ස්කූල් වනි SOP තයාර කරේ දැන් මේකේ තුරන් අර්මින් දැන් එම්ම බඩ සුවාලක අර්මින්ගේ එම්ම බඩ සුවාලක විකිනෙත්තෝ කුමිකුදින කියවා දෙනි මේ කොන් online platform එත්තෝ එම්ම රංගලුවානේ මිකුදින කියවද දැන් මේ බලන්න අනේ කොන් strategies එත්තෝ කොන් modifications එත්තෝ කොන් accommodations එත්තෝ මිකුදින කියවා දෙර එම්ම මුහිමු කමකවන්නේ දැන් මේ ගොතුන් අර්මෙන් වර බෑවර කන්තතක විශ්නේ කිනෙත්තෝ ගෙන්දාන් then in person adi online ko kiyawade ebahuri wara bawer farag egotun an faaga kollane detin kamef then furtam kamaka flexibility visnala kamga wanyama armen ke kudin adi armen ge belani verin adi armen na fase ha time aka eba classroom rawa lage armen gengo sawarni dehma ei wara bod fase aka me belani verin adi armen na veslebon then devanakamaga screen time we have spot active adi meaningful gotaka gendave to almen beli almenge komme lesson ekavus innani komme kala tafatu kame abadus varieties ab include kore talma boda balale then egotum then me balalani kon kala strategies etto beenu kurevegendi then me strategies kete waak dakkala aran fa kollana me huriha strategies akives alma online class beenu kurevegen dia adi wara faada take egen fendigen dia strategies take egotum furatam kam me fa kollani choice board ki kujja a lesson ne kuriya gendewuma adi throughout the lesson kujja motivate kolla deche choice board eba deve kujja ya kon ihutiya eba deve tin choice nuni de choice devi dane teacher ge ihutiya rega sonnani then teacher eba deve kujja like kujja ya kamuda adi kujja kura hiba kantatta choice board allu then adi mege itun wara muhim kame me arme choice board tayar kore abadu huriha choice take vesama tayar bahatta ඒ අරම විශ්නේ හැම එම මොහිම එක්කන්ත then දෙවන කමක classroom rules aki අරමෙන් කුජා lesson ෆැෂාගතුමගේ කෝරින් එම ෆොරතම මේ කුජා එකියාවේ මේ බයි මේ classroom rules mi dakkala deni visually dakkala fa adi verbally eba instruct eba kurave meekan online class ka kujja kantatta adi me kujja ge behavior bahattam we gotaki meekan then me visually dakkala deni ma kujja ge mind wara fase hanna ga ganave then තින්වන strategy එක මේ පාලාලනි IP focused online class hoga beenun kurave adi in person armen kiyadin irus beenun kurave gendiya kame me schedule check korume ke armen ge kudinna vara muhimmu kame adi vara fada bodu kame then armen schedule check koraro eba inge kon kantattakekkan kujjaya konkamekkan den kurang ini konkamekkan kita kantattakkan adi kurang ini then schedule check koraros by far kujja eba demand ko fane me by far demand ko fane emme fahan ina masakke kora namas teacher eba jehe schedule dekkuma fa remind kollade mekan kujja kurang hori task takaki mikantatta nimma fakan den inna kamaka dame namas ehen kantak koffavas eti convince kujja nokodda vijjanama den almen beenun kura ane strategy ki first then mi schedule kujja dakkalama kujja eba inge furtama mi task nimmemaka den in task kujja devene ma mi visually mi task dakkalama kujja ge mind eti naga ganna wara fase hawad then me arm bonani mi strategy yaki armange kudinna ki wara boda reinforcement beno ba kodin ehma egotun me arm bonani reinforcement ke hama warang wara fada libe strategy arma mihar online class gadi benun kuramunda hama wara muhimu strategy mi strategy ge barmen eba teacher ge eba hure expectations take teacher ge expectation na kujja eba je meet wa egotan meet vejjayamu kujja eba libe choice kujja benun wa komes ek kamek korum ge misalaka good sitting quiet voice use kurum class ga teacher dakkawa ka adu ehumun nuat adengade masakke nimmu mi hataru kantata kurum komme kamaka wakin armen eba den tokanne then miya ekko huriha tokanne hamavum then kujja e duwahu masakke kura kamaka e reward ek gotuga medeni e kujja ihoti al kura kame then me balalani break ki kujja kiyawa kujja ge throughout the lessons arming online classes ga wara muhim ekkame me adihasaka reading adi writing tasks tankole bodu hengiwa task taw ge deve kujja break in between the lesson break dinuma ki kujja ge mental well being na hama wara rangalu kame me misal kalmen de buying options take ki 5 deep breaths negun nuniyamun getherege hingalun erun den kujja ampura lesson nanganneru para kujja hunnani mind fresh wefa den me wara bodu luifase break kujja enuma den me faha kumi kollani strategy adi tool online tool me tool laki almen libunu wara bodu ummide almen me tool beenun kurumun almenge kudin ad kujja adi teacher ge me relation wara boda build vegandiya me tool ka sabhun almen eba online ko eba mark kollave on the spot ka adi kujja wagutun kujja masakke bes me ge eba kollave me wara fada hore me online tool almen me beenu ko hama wara success tool ke bona bani jamboard ake then me balalani online tools me jamboard ge iturun dem beenun kurabegen almen dia online tools egeterega Google Classroom, Google Meet, Google Drawing, Google Slide, Jamboard, Google Form, Kahoot, Viber adi minunas itur online sites almenge lesson ga beenun kuravegendiya then alfa kollanang online Google almenge mainly almenge class tammi gendi Google Meet medueriko then Google Meet medueriko gendier almenge classes mi gendiye individually focused ko hama ekujjege IEP best ko lesson plan heduma fahu kammi Google Meet ko through ko mi classes mi ke gendaveni then me balalani lesson components almenge lesson ge konka batake ka ekulaviga mevani ekotun furtama kamaka almenge lesson ga apatu salme me kujjaya mishaya kuraveni IEP goal adi success criteria mi kujja share kurum kujja eba ingikende kon kamekka miedu oti kon kamen hasil kurimaka miedu ge lesson kujja kamyab wani then devani kamaka mifakolani starter activity then starter activity gabada almen lafa hunnani kurim mi dekke hen choice board nuata classroom choice board classroom rules schedule mikantatta starter activity galmen himanalli almenge lesson getere the main activity ka abada salmen mi gendani almenge success criteria not IP goal la gude activity then almen activity main activity plan koriru we have a spot mi balani almen belly hands-on activities there to then misalaka reading writing activity genda kamu kawanna makurim was danne breaks frequently breaks e kujjate we erun kujjage mind tang kolen eba tambe then em faha alme miden vandalani closure activity ga medeni kudmuli duwahuge lesson nimmaluma fo a lesson review kollam kujja kiha verakakkan dasfi lesson ga egotum by far apateve jamboard activity nota quiz nota game ave samakula vidan almen kolamundiya then mege ithurun ಮುಳಿ ದುವಹುಗೆ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಅದೇ ಕುಜ್ಜ ಕಂತತ್ತ ಕುರೆವಿಗೆನ್ ದಿಯ ಗೊತ್ತ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಕೊಲ್ಲ ಫ ಕುಜ್ಜ ರೀಇನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಕುಜ್ಜ ಚಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬಸ್ ನಿಮಾಂಗ ಗೊತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಮನ್ ದಿ ಫ ಹೊಂಡಾಡ್ then em fahu kamaka almunani things that gave us hope to dream on almenge me journey ge inclusive education ge me journey ge almenge me pandemic ke terega wara bævur kame dasvegendi egotum parents ke support almenge team but me almenge whole team me kura masake wara boda fa kollan adi parents ke me darivara kujjaya elibe time darivara me parent almenge me relation improve then the parents aba wara boda evaveje me online tools ave he then wara boda relationship aslu build veje me online me classes ke there then me fursat garan wara boda parents wara boda shukur verivan ebe fulu ekodde wakanta taka thank you
वर बड़ा शुक्रिया उस्मा हुरिया बेफरुन नवे संगवाड़ा नवान फदे कोविड नवारे के हालत का दुनिया के हुरिया हिसाब के वैस तालीम फोर को दिन मुगा एम्मे बड़ो गेलुन तक एल्बिकेन दिए हाँ से ही बेणुवा को दिन तालीम फोर को दिन मुगा एगोतों मी अमीनिया स्कूलों को रवम मी केंदवा मसकत कि हम गायमेस तारीफ हग्गु मुहिमु मसकत तक एवस कुछ को बाकी नुको कियावा दिन मुगे हम नमूना मसकत तक मैं अनिकाविस अवर बड़ा शुक्रिया अमीनिया स्कूल के टीम मिहा हिसाबुन देंग अनिकाविस अरुण में एहंग होशाला मका जहिलाना मी फारस मी होशाला देवनी इंक्लूसिविटी मी टीम के दशुं गाफ्ताल अतोल ताउले में मरकज़ के फरातुं होशाला दे introducing universal design for learning into teaching and learning case of Gafdal et al. Education Center. Gafdal et al. Education Center.
A home for 425 students. Here we follow an inclusive model for education. 16 of our students with special needs are included, involved, and are taught the same things as those without special needs. Our school is occupied with 54 teachers, of which 2 are qualified SEN teachers and 1 assistant SEN teacher. We had high academic hopes for the year 2020. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic hit us. Of course, like the rest of the world, we too were not prepared for such a drastic change to our school life. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected our students and teachers. Face-to-face classes were discouraged and we had to adapt to a distance learning method. Online classes were not working well for most of us. Students felt unmotivated and disengaged towards learning, especially those with special needs. We needed to tackle this fast to prevent wasting time. Something needs to be done. We started looking for different models of teaching. This is how we came across Universal Design for Learning UDL. Let us tell you the background of UDL concept. UDL is an educational framework designed to meet the learning needs of all students. It is developed by a non-profit education research and development organization called CAST. UDL methods are based on neuroscience research on learning. Their first scientific validated approach is learner's variability, and the second one is the 3 different networks that we know exist in our brains. It proposes 3 principles that teachers should use in practice: multiple means of engagement, multiple means of representation, and multiple means of action and expression. With the help of these core principles, the learner's mind is activated and effective learning is facilitated, concentrating on how they learn and demonstrate their skills. This is achieved with the help of simple techniques, modifications, and use of multimedia. And as its name suggests, UDL methods are capable of catering to the learning needs of all students, those with different learning variabilities, skills, backgrounds, and upbringing, and even for those with disabilities and special needs, all at the same time. Because all students are addressed simultaneously, it makes UDL approach unique from all the other multisensorial learning approaches. Hence, for a school that follows an inclusive model of education, the Universal Design for Learning seemed to be the perfect educational model to follow. So we, Sen Department of GovTel AEC, propose to incorporate Universal Design for Learning UDL framework in our school context. We believe UDL methods can help to improve our teaching and optimize learning to all our students. All of our teachers were given a 2-hour training session and 1 hour of practical work. In this training, teachers were guided to prepare their lesson plan according to the principles of UDL. Teachers were grouped into their departments to identify barriers and challenges they may face while teaching in an inclusive setting. Based on this, the teachers were able to come up with a UDL lesson plan to overcome the identified barriers. Our teachers benefited greatly from this training session.
The training was very effective. One thing I have learned from this session was there are many challenges like objective-based challenges, student disengagement, keeping pace with learning difficulties, and dealing with students with different learning styles. So from this session I have learned that to deal with these challenges all at the same time.
After the training, it is time to pilot the UDL framework. 6 teachers from grade 7 and 8 were randomly selected and their teaching methods were observed. Their performance was scored according to the observation rubric developed by CAST. According to our observations, UDL methods were strongly evident in our teachers' lessons. With the help of this training, teachers have learned to make their lessons more interactive, reduce barriers, and make different levels of learning goals according to students' performance by providing a better learning environment.
Assalamu alaikum. When we enter a classroom, we expect different levels of students. A UDL lesson helps all the teachers to plan a perfect lesson for all of their students. When I conducted a UDL lesson in my class, I could see the positive response from my kids. They all were totally engaged with the lesson as it had differentiated levels of work. I could see each of the students working very well, and the separate worksheets with simplified steps helped all the students to comprehend the lesson very well.
Kita interested ko gende kam gane spike kudinge faratum hesitation feni gende figawa ga baruma first tangade na mes studio ko genda hesitation no feni kudin confidence ake figawa ga bari ba feni gende ina ma teacher libi gende hori ha kudina ketta karo kam hinga maji.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Yusuf Yukin and this is my feedback on our last science session. It was a very interesting session. Unlike our usual classes, sitting all day and listening to our teacher, our last science session was very active. We all got the opportunity to move around and participate in many activities. I'm sure All of our classmates have learned a lot that day. Surely I have gained lots of new knowledge that session. Thank you for taking interesting session.
In our short intervention, URIO seems a promising method to overcome the educational barriers we have faced due to the pandemic. So far, this approach for learning has a beneficial effect for both our students and teachers.
present koddevi kantattaka ham games vara creative vara innovative masakataka noni wegen udan nama aduse far vara bulash kuriya gafdal atol talim markaza
අනික්කා විස්මියති හම ඉන්ක්ලූසිවිටි තීම් ගේ දශුන් හුෂාලාලෙවේ හුෂාලාලෙමේ මිගොතුන් මිෆාර තාජුද්දීන් ස්කූල් මි හුෂාලාලනි තාජ් හොලවෂ විමා මිවගුත් මි ෆුර්සත් අරවනි තාජුද්දීන් ස්කූල
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. This report is a summary of a proposal titled Taj Holwashi. Tajuddin School accommodates 98 students with special education needs. While these students take part in mainstream classes, inclusive educators provide specialized education to students with SEN. In addition to teaching, inclusive educators engage with mainstream teachers to ensure that students with SEN are provided with adequate focus. Due to COVID-19, when schooling started virtually, parents, teachers, and students faced additional challenges in teaching and engaging students with SEN in educational activities. In order to address these challenges, the inclusive educators built on a past face-to-face experience into a digital forum. According to the No Child Left Behind policy, it is important that all students have access to equal opportunities, including students with special education needs. Inclusive education as a separate entity began at Tajuddin School in the year 2017 under the name Taj Pearls, with 14 registered SEN students and 1 inclusive educator. With the expansion of the inclusive education department, today there are 98 students registered at Taj Pearls with 6 inclusive educators and 1 leading teacher. At Tajuddin School, the students with SEN are categorized into one of 6 programs: homeschooling, school readiness, special education, mainstream education, early intervention, and gifted education, as stated in the National Inclusive Education Policy. Open communication is always held between the mainstream teachers and the inclusive educators at Tajuddin School. During professional development sessions, it was often indicated by the mainstream teachers that they require additional help from the inclusive educators to manage students with SEN in their regular classrooms. With these concerns, the inclusive educators team of Taj Pearls discussed and decided to start awareness sessions regarding inclusive education. This resulted in the development of Taj Holwashi, a forum where mainstream teachers engaged with the inclusive educators. Taj Holwashi program started as an open platform where all the teachers can discuss and talk about the individual students and their difficulties. As sharing information about particular students in other forums is unethical and inappropriate, we decided to create an open platform so that the issues can be addressed. It is a place where all the teachers can voice out their concerns and ideas regarding the diverse learners, difficulties they face in mainstream classes, and how teachers can help them learn in mainstream settings. Taj Holowashi program conducted in Tajuddin School is innovative and exceptional because there is no other institution where a program like this is or has been carried out. This forum strengthened the bond between mainstream teachers and inclusive educators to the point where mainstream teachers took initiative to find out how they can contribute for the betterment of students with SEN. During the Taj Holowashi sessions, teachers shared how they worked with students with SEN and planned with the inclusive educators what they could do to further make the mainstream learning more efficient for these students. At first, Taj Holowashi sessions were held physically twice a week every month, starting with class teachers and subject teachers of grades 1 and 2. The plan was to start these sessions for grade 5 and above, but was interrupted when the lockdown was in effect due to the COVID-19 pandemic. During this COVID-19 pandemic, teachers and parents raised their concerns regarding the difficulties they had engaging students with SEN in studying online and managing them at home. With difficulties of communicating in person, Taj Holowashi expanded and online Holowashi programs via Google Meet were separately introduced for teachers and parents as Taj Mudarrisunge or Teachers Holowashi and Taj Belaniveringe or Parents Holowashi respectively. In Taj Mudarrisunge Holowashi, teachers were able to share their concerns and discuss techniques which they could adapt to cater the different needs of the students, and Taj Belaniveringe Holowashi sessions opened up opportunities for parents to share their concerns and different techniques they use to help their kids. It also opened a way of releasing the parents' stress and learning ways of self-care. A qualitative and quantitative research design was used and data were collected using feedback forms. Online feedback obtained from the parents after the Taj Belaniveringe Holowashi sessions indicated that 67% of the parents were very inspired to join the sessions and that 73% of parents were very satisfied by these sessions. Similarly, online feedback obtained from teachers after the Taj Mudarrisunge Holowashi sessions collected using the Inclusive Education Questionnaire indicated that the teachers were overall satisfied by the sessions and that they gained a lot of information. One of the teachers quoted, "Due to the Holowashi program, I gained teaching support for students with diverse learning needs and to understand their behaviors and importance of active listening before taking any action." Another responded, "Teachers should have a little background on how to handle students with special education needs. Sometimes, especially for new teachers, it's really difficult to understand the students' needs, also because they lack the knowledge of how to handle different types of special needs students. Teachers would benefit if Taj Pearls could conduct workshops on how to help different kinds of students with SEN, how to take care of them, and how to teach and take care of their needs." Overall, from the feedback, it could be seen that the interaction and communication improved between the mainstream teachers and inclusive educators, and that this was an important factor in promoting inclusivity in the school. Based on feedback obtained from the Taj Mudarrisunge Holowashi and Taj Belaniveringe Holowashi sessions, it was evident that teachers and parents needed new strategies to cater students with SEN to participate during online sessions. Hence, we decided that an effective technique would be to provide support packs to these students. The Taj packs were made with readily available concrete materials such as counting, reading and writing materials and handmade puzzles that were cost-effective. Rusiman and Chehim in 2017 highlighted the significance of using concrete materials in the early stages of teaching. Jimenez and Stanger's research in 2017 supported this view, where 94% of teachers strongly agreed that using manipulatives was valuable to students. Our packs were prepared by considering the level of intellectual and physical development of individual students. With these packs, activity instructions were provided to the parents to help them guide the students. After distribution of the packs, we received positive feedback from the parents stating that these packs were helpful for the students. We believe that Taj Holwashi is a very effective and one of the most successful programs that has been carried out in Tajuddin School up to date, and that this is a beneficial program for students, teachers, parents, and to the community. The success of this program was seen as the students' attendance, participation, and performance has shown a significant improvement, which was one of our most important intentions of the program. Additionally, the teachers were able to implement the outcomes from the program, such as making differentiated worksheets and using different strategies to gain attention of the students in the online classroom sessions. Parents also benefited through the program as they were able to use different techniques at home and build close relationships with the teachers while managing their stress. Since Taj Holwashi program was continued during the COVID-19 pandemic without any disruptions, with limited resources, we as a team believe that this program deserves this award as it is one of the most successful programs held in Tajuddin School. We believe this program can further be easily implemented or adapted with low cost and available resources according to the needs of individual communities throughout the country and worldwide. The roadmap highlights how the program can be successfully replicated by others. The following steps can be adopted. Share the program proposal with the principal. Introduce the program to the respective grades. Narrow down to small groups. Discuss intervention strategies collaboratively with inclusive educators. Create differentiated work as a team. And expand the program according to the needs of individual communities. Our future plan for this program is to introduce Taj Holwashi separately for students, senior management team, support staff, and academic and administrative staff, as we believe that inclusive education can be practiced when all the stakeholders of the school community are involved in the process. And we plan to introduce this program to schools in atolls and assist them to implement the program further. Thank you.
शुक्रिया ताजुद्दीन स्कूल के टीम एवस कुछ बाकी इनको हुरिया दरिवरुन शामिल कोगें किए उन कुरिया गेंदियो मटका स्कूल तक उन कुरा एक ही बुरा मसक्के गालगन में नमिये दुमी फेनी गेंदनी हाँ मिगो तो उन देम में ती फेनी गेंदिये ताजुद्दीन स्कूल के टीचरों कुरे भी बुरा मसक्के तारीफ हंगो मसक्के तक दत्त हम अदिल सेफर हम ताजुद्दीन स्कूल के टीम बड़ा बड़ा शुक्रिया धन्यवाद
Ade den kuriyan oti fedu school ge faratun kuriya gendeve Google certified educators mi project ebeflunge title laki Google certified educators, the driving force behind a paradigm shift in education. Ehen kamun arwan mi wagutu mi fursat arwani fedu school.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Ahmima Lutfi from Fedu School. It's indeed an honor and privilege to be part of this Innovations Conference, and I'm immensely grateful to the NIE for planning this event and providing this opportunity for all the schools to share their innovations and best practices during this global crisis. I'm sure such conferences will pave way to improve the future of education nationwide. And this project that I'm going to present to you today is titled Google Certified Educators, the driving force behind paradigm shift in education. For decades, technology has been such an indispensable part of our lives. So, it's not actually surprising that it's been used in various sectors in order to continue functioning during the COVID-19 pandemic. Technology has indeed transformed the education sector as well, and Fedu School has also been at the forefront, aiming to pioneer a way to help the nation better embrace the change. We are all aware of the unprecedented impact that the COVID-19 pandemic is having on societies globally. Following the pandemic, one of the protective measures taken was closing schools around the world, affecting 1.6 billion students, which is approximately 91% of the world's enrolled student population. When looking into the Maldivian context, more than 91,000 Maldivian students from pre-kindergarten to higher secondary school have not been able to go to school since March. COVID-19 left teachers and schools with the urgent need to search for tools to design digital learning experiences, and G Suite was chosen to help make this a reality. Following this, the Ministry of Education, with the support from UNICEF, has commenced an upskilling program for 2,000 teachers in order to build their technical capacity. Beyond COVID-19, teacher training was one of the unique challenges, as Maldives is scattered geographically and require specific responses. This inspired the teachers of Fedu School to train teachers to provide the necessary skills to make teachers competent in designing and delivering effective and interactive lessons. One of the initial actions taken by Fedu School was providing the teachers Google training as soon as possible, and this meant that teachers of Fedu School received the training well before the formal training started across the Maldives. This enabled Fedu School to be at the forefront, providing training and assistance to teachers from various schools. Training sessions conducted by Fedu School were targeted at teachers from all the schools across the Maldives, and a total of over 500 teachers had so far been trained. This means that more than 1/8 of the teachers across the nation were trained by Fedu School. A Google training program was started with the aim to empower all the teachers nationwide with the necessary skills by getting them acquainted with the right tools so that they would be able to effectively conduct online classes for students. Our main focus during our contribution to this revolutionary transformation is helping to speed up the process of transition to online teaching. With this intention, Fedu School teachers who initially got trained received certification and became Google Certified Educators, volunteered to train other groups of teachers who again continued to train other teachers, including those from other schools. These continuous training sessions greatly contributed to the paradigm shift to online teaching across our nation. One of the tools we used to achieve the objective of our program was a YouTube channel named Help Desk, which was created to give teachers around the nation access to video tutorials on Google tools. Google Meet was used to conduct training sessions, and a total of 13 sessions were conducted for each batch. More than 16 batches were trained. A Google Classroom was created to provide teachers being trained with the necessary resources and to assign related work. The professional help and support program by Fedu School was indeed a success story, as 100% of Fedu School teachers are now fully equipped with the necessary tools to conduct virtual classes, and a vast majority of teachers across the nation have also achieved Google certification with the assistance, guidance, and resources provided by Fedu School teachers. A survey conducted to find the effectiveness of the Google training program showed that it covered all the modules that needed to facilitate online teaching, and 44% of certified teachers trained more than 10 other teachers. Our success is also illustrated by an analysis of the results of the learning loss assessment in mathematics, English, and Divehi conducted by the Ministry of Education, which revealed that the students achieved higher than the expected results. Randomly selected teachers were interviewed to find out if there was any learning loss observed in students, and 95% of the teachers revealed that the results do not show any significant differences when compared to the previous year's diagnostic test results. To wind up, I would like to stress on the fact that Google Educator training sessions conducted by Fedu School enable teachers across the nation to better embrace the transition from conventional methods of teaching to virtual education. An overwhelming amount of sacrifices were certainly involved in bringing about this reform. However, there truly were necessary measures to ensure that education continues and our young generation's future is not put at stake. We shall continue to stay committed to bolstering our programs in capacity building and pursue activities that will ensure that our teachers continue to be updated with the necessary tools needed for effective online teaching. I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the teachers who were involved in making this innovative initiative a success. Without the skillful teachers who helped in creating the Google site and YouTube channel, we wouldn't surely be able to make it happen. Teachers who participated in interviews, shared the necessary information, including the results of the learning loss assessment, and those who volunteered to fill the survey forms were instrumental in helping us to determine the success of our program. I also appreciate the effort of the teachers who were actively involved in a happy hour Viber group and those who provided assistance to prepare this presentation. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Shukriya Fedu School. Professional support and training team ge dashon Fedu School hosheluwe program ki ham gamis midaniwaluga mudarrisun devunu waran ekashigenwa adi ehame beenun teri professional support ek kamuga ham gamis alun men deken mi engwedanan fadan Google ge tafatu application takaki ekavis wan garunge tawlim foruka dinama emme ekashigenwa gota farma kurefawa application takaka wative ham gamis mi Fedu School un ehosheluwi ebeflun mi Google ge tafatu application ta beenu kogen kudinna kiyawa devuma genguluwa moleti gotta barabara shukriya Fedu School.
Anikavas meti inclusivity theme ge dashum hoshalale fawa hoshalale me mifar mi hoshalale deni Ghiyasuddin International School ge farato a school ge farato mi hoshalale deni creating an adaptable environment for learning using the principles of universal design for learning. Ghiyasuddin International School.
Good afternoon and welcome to our presentation, Creating an Adaptable Environment for Learning Using the Principles of Universal Design for Learning. Our strategy at Ghiyasuddin International School when the pandemic struck was to ensure that the needs of the special education needs students will be attended to effectively and immediately. We also wanted to continue providing one-to-one and group sessions for our SEND students as we transition to online learning. So how was our strategy implemented? First, we focused on establishing and maintaining a transparent mode of communication between all members of the school community. Special educators and mainstream class teachers were instructed to keep in touch with the parents and students and to regularly update the school management on any issues that the students and parents were dealing with, and that an open line of communication was maintained throughout so that the parents and students felt supported. Second, we focused on collaborating remotely while providing support to the community. GIS and Shri Educare collaborated and conducted webinar sessions for parents, teachers, and the general public using our community outreach program. Awareness sessions were also conducted for parents on the steps they could take to facilitate a safe learning space for students, along with workshops that focused on how to provide socio-emotional support and guidance for students and parents. And finally, we also focused on conducting training sessions for GIS staff on how to use Microsoft Teams and other multiple online platforms. Now let's talk about the achievements of our strategy and the elements of its success. We wanted to focus on the mental well-being of our SEND students. In order to do that, we provided parents with information guides on safe hand washing practices. We also provided guides on how parents could talk to their kids about COVID-19. We also provided social stories on how to practice social distancing. Parents were also given materials to help plan the daily schedule of students. For example, we gave them visual timetables so that the parent and child could sit down together and plan out their day, and we know how important it is for a SEND student to have that structure and routine in their daily life. Parents were also sent feedback forms once the online classes commenced to gather information and feedback on how we could improve our sessions. And to create an adaptable and flexible learning environment, we focused on implementing the 3 principles of UDL during our online sessions. So let's talk about how these strategies enhanced our online learning environment. The staff at GIS were well trained, well prepared, and updated on the individual situation of the students. The special educators had also established a relationship with the parent, which was based on mutual understanding and support. Parents were also provided with the proper training to help guide their child to ensure that a smoother transition to online learning was made. GIS also focused on making sure that there was a sense of transparency, support, and trust within our community. So let's talk about the learning intent of our strategy. To ensure that SEND students at GIS were provided with the opportunity to learn in an online environment, we focused on making sure that the learning environment was engaging, catered to their individual needs, and that the environment was adaptable enough to support their different learning styles based on the principles of universal design for learning.
The main objective of implementing these strategies is to create intrinsically motivated learners who will be able to assess and monitor their own progress and to be able to make their own goals to achieve their target. It also allows flexibility and eliminates barriers. With the implementation of the UDL principles, the educators were able to engage learners using a variety of learning materials and techniques. There are three main principles in UDL. That is multiple means of engagement. This provides students opportunity to choose topics based on their interest and create their own goals and self-monitor the progress. Second principle is multiple means of representation, which means information is presented using various methods to accommodate the needs of students with different learning abilities and styles. Third principle is multiple means of actions and expressions. This provides learners use various methods to express what they have learned and optimize use of assistive tools such as Microsoft Teams, Nearpod, and Visome. The success of our program was evident because our learners enjoyed and made the best use of the learning environment provided to them. It activated their prior knowledge when interesting topics were put forward and adopted a growth mindset approach when tasks were given. For example, this was a questionnaire given to choose a topic for a speaking activity. By doing so, they were able to activate their prior knowledge, and it also helped them retain information better as the process was enjoyable and memorable for them. They also used the lesson representation to the best of their potential, such as bigger font, size, visual and auditory information, and the background color. They also used the tools in Microsoft Teams, such as Immersive Reader to convert text to speech or speech to text. Express the information they observed by creating poster presentations and responding orally. They also used organizational aids such as checklists, graphic organizers, verbal reminders, and focused on their goals regularly. Most importantly, they were confident to ask for alternative methods to present their learning. Apart from the three principles of UDL as a guideline, we also incorporated strategies from other learning theories to plan our lessons. Most of our students find it difficult when given multiple instructions and also need help with organizational skills, so we use cognitive strategy instructions such as giving direct and clear instructions and graphic organizers. This hamburger template was a graphic organizer we used in one of our lessons. As you can see, we have used visual structures to help them understand better. This also encourages them to use multiple means of actions and expressions when they are delivering their own presentations. We use formative assessments to monitor the progress of our students. We also use elements of social learning theory such as cooperative learning and peer feedback. This monster was an activity done during an adjective lesson. It was observed that this helped in increased peer interaction and engagement during the sessions, as they were asking questions from each other to elaborate on the descriptions and give feedbacks on each other's drawings.
Our next slide is on how the strategy in practice helped us achieve a direct impact on teaching and learning, keeping students' learning styles, strengths, and interests in mind when developing lessons. In SSD, we create lessons to cater to our kinesthetic, auditory, and visual learners. For example, the use of Voog's animated storybooks sparked much enthusiasm since the students were able to read, listen, and watch the stories. They were able to sustain their attention as well as holding discussions with comprehension. Hands-on activities like building words or objects with clay, making dioramas, making posters, playing games like Simon Says as a way to improve alertness and attention have been very successful. We have noted that during these lessons, students who usually needed parents' assistance to stay focused were able to work independently for longer periods of time. In the first picture, you see a diorama which a student has made on what he can identify and label. And this was on a day we taught them about the objects you can find in a room. And on the right, you see another hands-on activity on a day which we taught our students about parts of the body. As you can see, the student was able to identify and label according to his level. Providing self-regulating techniques to students. We have observed that providing immediate feedback after the student's performance helps them to boost their confidence and grasp what they can improve upon. Their consecutive attempts at the same task are remarkably better after listening to the feedback. This was a lesson based on emotions and feelings. The students made moody raindrops, after which they were asked to identify and label the emotions. In addition to using self-regulating techniques to improve students in academics, we have used emotion regulation techniques to help students self-monitor and use self-reinforcements to minimize overwhelming emotions. For example, frustration or hyperactivity resulting from the abrupt stop in their routine and lack of social interaction and physical activities outside home due to the pandemic. Students learn about difficult emotions using work stories and social stories and then practice body-mind relaxation techniques to regulate these emotions. They make posters or charts with emotions and behaviors and techniques to manage these successfully. Method for data collection and evaluation. We started the term by presenting the parents a feedback form to improve our quality of teaching and to understand the most pressing areas that parents need help with. We made it a priority to work on these areas during the remote learning period. We worked to group together students with similar IEPs. These small groups and one-to-one sessions revolve around the students' needs and skills. We keep records of the daily activities and student performance on Microsoft Teams staff notebook. We review the improvements and changes in our student performance this way. We record sessions to review student performance and for future reference. In addition, we have teacher discussions where we review the student participation, what areas they thrive in, what areas to focus on more, and which methods and activities are most successful after lessons conclude. And to conclude our presentation, I'd like to say that our strategy has allowed us to provide these students the opportunity to continue to learn from home in a safe environment with the love and support of the school community behind them. This strategy has helped to build self-confidence in some of our very reluctant learners in their abilities. As their learning process was not hindered by our efforts, we were able to continue working on their IEP goals as well as by providing them with our individual attention and support from afar. Our students, with some help and guidance, were able to adapt to their new learning environment, and they have managed to grow and expand their skill set, which shows that when given the opportunity to learn in an environment that is accommodating, flexible, and adaptable to their needs, they will thrive. Thank you for listening.
10 seconds. शुक्रिया गयासुद्दीन स्कूल के टीम Definitely, universal design for learning principles tabenu koge. Dari waruna ungenuma fahi mahole gaim koge. Kiawa devun kuriya gendiu mataka teacherum kurevi bura masekke. Migutun ebe from benu kurevi strategies taka techniques tangalgon menang ham vegendi. Adi hame ay kiga beleni verinna mikang beleni verinna helun teri kurumge gotun kurebi maseketta be salgon menna hama ham vegendi mikamun algon menna mi dehawani algon menge teacherun algon menge dariwarunna vegenda gurbani datta ehmima mikamun algon men hama fa fashion shukuru dannawa adive sefar hama giyasuddin school ge team shukuru dannawa
ಅದೇ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಫರಾತು ಮಿಹಾರ್ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದವ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು ಎ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ವರ ಬೂರ ವರ ಬೋಡು ಮಸಕ್ಕತಕ ವೇಸ್ ವರ ಗಿನ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಗಬೂಲ್ ಕುರಬಾಗತುಗ ಮೀ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಫಣ್ಣಿ ಕುರಿಯರುಮ ಹುಳುವಾದವನು ವರ ರಂಗಳು ದೊರೆ ಮಿಫಾರುಗೆ ಮಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ನಕಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮೆದುವರಿಕೊ ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗೆ ಫಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಅಬಿಲ್ಕಂ ಇತರು ಕುರುಮಾ ಗುಳೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ನಶೀದಾ ಅಲಿ ಹುಷಾಳುವಾ ದೆವ್ವಾ ಮನ್ನಜ್ ರಿವೆಲಿ ಕುರುಂ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮೆದುವರಿಕೊ ಮಾಣಹುರಿ ಗೊತೆಗ್ಗ ಉಂಗೆಣುಮಾ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣಾದಿನು ಮುದರಿಸುನ್ನ ಅಹುಲೂರಿ ಕುರು ಮಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಗೆನ್ ಕುರಿಯಗೆನ್ ದೇವಮ ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲು ನಶೀದಾಯ ಅಳವಲ್ ಫುರ್ಸತರವಾದ
ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ವಜೂದುಗೆ ಉಮರು ಮೇವಿ ಎಂಗ ಹರ್ದೋಗೆ ಮುದ್ದತಕಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಗಿನ ಕಂಕ ಹಮೇಕಂ ಎಳಿ ಆಕಂ ಕೆನುಮ ವಗುತ್ತಗೆ ಹೆದವು ದೋಸ್ತಗೆ ಕಂಕಶವರು ಮಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲಕಿ ದರವರುಂಗೆ ಎಂಗಿನುಮಾಯಿ ಉಗಣ್ಣಾದೆನುಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆಹ ಕಮಿಕ್ಕ ಹೀವಾಗಿ ಎತ್ತಕಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೀತಿರಿಕನ್ ಲಿಬಿಗೆಂದ ಸ್ಕೂಲೆ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಗೊಂಜುಹಮ ಕುನುಮತಿ ವಿನಮೈಸ್ ಕಾಮಿಯಾಬ ವಾಸೀಲುಮ ಅಜುಮಾಯ್ಕ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರಾ ಸ್ಕೂಲೆ ಉಮ್ಮೀದುಂ ಫುರಿಗೆನ್ ವಿ ಎಂಗ ಹರ್ ಮಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಹಾತುಂ ವೇತುಮ ಫೋ ತೆಹಸ್ವಿ ಅಳುಗನ್ ಮೆನ್ನ ಬತ್ತಲ್ ಕುರಿ ಉಮ್ಮೀದ್ಗೆ ಫೇ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ತೆಗೆದ್ದೆಮು ಹುರವೀನಕಿ ತೊಂಬಂಡಾರೈನ್ ದೆಕ್ಕಿವೆನ್ ನಮೂನಾಗ ಹಿಫಾಗನ್ ಕುರಿಯತ್ತಾಣ ಬೈಕ್ಕ ಹಾಮಕೊದ್ದಿ ತೌಲೀಮಾ ತರ್ಬಿಯತುಗ ನಮೂನಾ ಬೈಕದ್ದರಿ ವರುಂ ಹದಮು
ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರೆ ಅಗುಳಿಗೆ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಉಂಗೆನು ಮಿ ಹುಟ್ಟುಮ ಕಣ್ಣಾಸ್ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದ್ಯುಮಟ್ಟಕ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಫರಾತುನ್ ಫೆಶಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಕಿ ಪರ ಕಾಮಿಯಾಬ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಕಾಮಿಯಾಬ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮೆ ಗೊತ್ತಗ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದ್ಯುಮಟ್ಟಕ ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಫರಾತುನ್ ಬ್ಯಾವರಿವೆ ಮಿ ಡಿಂಗ್ ಎಹಿತರಿಕಮ ಎಬ್ಬಾರು ಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಫ್ರಿಸತುಗ ಹಮ ಫಾಹ ಕೊಲ್ಲಂಬೇನು ಅದಿ ಹಮ ಯಾಹುಗ ವರ ಫಲಾಗ ಫಾಹ ಕೊಲ್ಲಂಬೇನು ವೆ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಕಾಮಿಯಾಬ್ ಕುರ್ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಮೋಜಫುನ್ ಎ ಟೀಮೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಗುಳಿಗೆ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆ ಮಿ ಕುರಮುಂದಿಯಕಂ ಅದಿ ಮಿಹಾರ್ವೆ ಸಮ ಎಗೊತ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರಾಕಂ ದೆನ್ ಅದಿ ಹಮಯಾಗ ಮಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ವೆಗೆಂದಿಯೈ ಮಿ ಹುರವಿ ಟೀಚರ್ಸುನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ ಅಹುಲುವೆರಿವು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಲಿಬುನು ಇತರು ಹಮ ಏಕ್ ನಿಬ್ಬರಕ ಮಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗೆ ಸಬುಂ ದರ್ವರುಣ್ಣಂ ಹಿಂಗ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ಮಿ ಗೆ ಫೆಂಬರ್ ರಂಗಳು ಕುರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಅವೆಸ್ ಇತರು ಎಹಿಯಕ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ವೆಗೆಂದಿಯ ಎ ಮಿ ಫುರಿಸತುಗ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ತ ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಫರಾತುಂ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಕುರಿ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ತಕ ನೆಗಿ ಲೆಸನ್ ತ ಹೋಗ ಹಮ ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗೆ ಫರಾತುಂ दिन यही तरीका माए बार दुम फाहा को हुरिया मुदरिसुन शाहरिया मुजफ्फरना वरबड़ शुक्र धन्यवाद
ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಂ ಫೆಜ್ಗೆನ್ ದುನಿಯ ಕುರಮತಿ ಸಿಹಿ ಕುಲ್ಲಿನೊರಕಲ್ಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಸ ಆದೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್-19 ಗೆ ಹಾಲ್ತುಗ ಅಳುಗನ್ಮೆನ್ನ ಕುರಮತಿ ಗೊಂಜಿಹಮಕಿ ದರವರ್ನಂ ಉಗಣ್ಣಾದೆನು ಮಿಗೊತನ್ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮೆದುವೆರಿಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದೆನುಮ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ ಹಮಜೆ ಸೆವಮಾಯಕ್ ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲುನ್ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಕೊಗ್ಗೆನ್ ಫಿಲಾವಳ್ತ ಕುರಿಯ ಕೆಂದೆಯುಮ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ಲಿಬಿಗೆಂದಿಯ मिलिबुन फुर्सत का में स्कूल मिसनगा गिंगिन मात्ता था कि कोऑर्डिनेट को फिलावड़ के रिकॉर्ड नितंग है दोनों ग्रेड 9 की केमिस्ट्री ग्रेड 10 के साइंस आदि फाउंडेशन के बाय टीम तक कोऑर्डिनेट कुरुमाई फिलावड़ तक रिकॉर्ड को ग्रेड हाई के हुरिया मात्ता कोऑर्डिनेट को रिकॉर्डिंग है दोनों एगो तुम मसक्कत के फंसा सिंसत रिकॉर्डिंग निम्मा फावनी हुरवी स्कूल के हीवाग मुदर्रिसुन्नाई सीनियर स्टाफों का फाह कुल्लन कियवा दिन मकी बुरा मसक्कते ಹೀವಾಗಿ ಕಮಾಯಕ ಕುರಂಜೆ ಮುಹಿಮ ವಸೆಕ್ಕತೆ ವಕಿ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ತಕ ಕಿಯವಾದನ್ ಮುದರಿಸಂ ತಮ್ರೀನ್ ವಿಫಾ ವಕಿ ದಾಯರಾ ಕ ಮುದರಿಸಂ ಖಾಸೆ ಫಾತಿಮಿ ನಮೈಸ್ ದುನಿಯಾ ಕುರಮತಿ ಮಿ ಹಸ್ಸಾಸ್ ತಂಡಿವಳುಗ ಹೊರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಮುದರಿಸಂ ದೆಕುನಿ ಮಿ ಕೌಮಿ ಹಿದುಮತಿಗೆ ಗೊತುಗ ಮುದರಿಸುನ್ನ ಕಿ ಫಣ್ಣಿ ಬೈಕ್ಕಂ ಕಾಬಿಲ್ ಬೈಕ್ಕಂ ಎಸ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಕುಂ ಎ ಗ್ರೇಡಕುಂ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಗಿನ ಮಾದ್ದಾತ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಕೊ ಅಮಿಲ್ಲಂ ಹಿಸ್ನಗ ದರಿವರುಂ ಗೇಗಾ ತಿಬಿಗಿಂ ಕುದಿನ್ನ ಕಿ ತುಳಹೆ ಹೆದಿ ಬೋಡೋಮ ಬೇಣುಂ ವಾ ಕಶ್ರತ್ತ ಲಿಬಿಗಿಂ ತಿಬಿ ಕುದಿ ಬೈಕಂ ಹೆದುಮಟ್ಟಕ ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲು ಮಸೆಕೆತ್ತಕಿ ಕುರುವನು
ಅಸ್ತು ಅಳುಗನ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ನಗನ್ನೆಮ್ಮೆ ಮಿ ದೋಸ್ ಕೊಳಕಿ ಕುದಿನ್ನ ಹೌಲಿ ಮಿ ಗೊತುಂ ವಾರ ಗಿನ ಗೊಂಜಹಂ ತಕೆ ಕುರಿಮತಿ ಪಾವಾದ್ ವಸ್ಫರೆ ನಮವೆಸ್ ಅಳುಗನ ಮೆನ್ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಎಬಜೆ ಏಕಮಾಮೆ ದುಗಿಸ್ನ ಎಗುಂ ನಾಜಾರುಂ ಬಲಾಫಕಮ ಬನೇನಮ ಕುದಿನ್ನ ಹಿಸಾಬ ತೌಲಿಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವೆಂಗಿಂ ಗೊತಕಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕಮ ಗಾವಾತಿ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಏಕಂತ ಚೋಸ್ ಕರಿ ದೆನ್ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ನಗಮುಂದೆ ವಾರ ಬ್ಯಾವರು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ತಕ ದಿಮಾವಿ ಎಗೊತ್ತುಂ ಕೆಮೆರಾ ಕುರುಮ ಅದಿ ಲಾಕ್ಡೌನ್ ಗಾತಿ ಬೆಗೆ ಗಾತಿ ಬೆಗೆಂ ಅಣ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ನೆಗುಂವೆಸ್ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆನ್ನ ಬೆಗೆನ್ ದಿಯೈ ವಾರ ಬೋಡು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ತಕ ದೆಂ ವಾರಂ ಉಫಾ ಕುರಂ ಅಸ್ತು ಮಿಕಹಲ ಫುರ್ಸತೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಫಾರಾತುಂ ದೆವ್ವಿಕ ಮಟ್ಟಕ ವೆಸ್ತಂ ಹೆನ್ ಟೀಚರ್ನ ವೆಸ್ಕೊನಲಂ ಬೇನುಂ ಬನಿ ಅಸ್ತು ಮೀ ಹಮ ಅಳುಗನ್ ಮೆನ್ನ ಲಿಬುನು ವಾರ ಬೋಡು ಕಾಮಿಯಾಬಿಯಕೆ ಮಿಹಾ ಗಿನ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತಕ ನಿಮ್ಮಾಲವೆಗೆಂದಿಯು ಅದಿ ಎಕ್ಕಮ ಕಣುಗನ್ ಪಾಹ ಕೊಲ್ಲಂ ಅಳುಗಂಡ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟುಂ ಎಂಗಿ HPE ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಕುರಂ ಅದಿ ಎಹಾ ಹಿಸಾಬುಂ ಎಯಿ ಹಮ ಮೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಅಲರ್ಟ್ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಗ PE ಲೆಸನ್ ನೆ ದಕ್ಕಾನೆ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ එමි මයිගොතුම් වස් වරබ්බඩෝ ගොන්ජහුමකා කුරිමතලි එකම අල්හම්දුලිල්ලාහ් අනි පුරතම HP ටෙලක්ලාහ් බස් පුරවි ස්කූලුම් හුෂාලා මිකන්තන් ඉරාත් කොල්ජා කාමියම් කමයි පොත් නිම්මාල බුනි
Health and PE nagaadinu makuravi school ke mudarrisum masekik kofawa kami ufalai kofa kullun jehe muhim wasikate Fastola havurikina mudarrisum dariwarun nakiyawadinu mafidawurte nagaadinu harakate wifawairu filawurte ke recording tan hedumai edit kurun fada itak kamikka hoyi school ge hiwagu masufun 8 team gutuga harakate rifawe
masakkat ki aswar bura adwar gina bagut heda masakkat emme lesson lang edit kodam aswar gina bagut tak heda parajja emme kuligen par gina bagut heda kogen barifar heda number munida tibe patis bagut nimmala pala lesson ko submit kodam ekam lesson submit kokka tv dakkali medibe hinnam je hum warabbe
algonmenna mi tajriba korenjono halatuga tele class nagan jomaki ඒක සාපුන් අල්ගොන්මෙන් මුදරිසුන්න පරගින හුනරුතකේ ෆන්නු වෙරි කමේ දස්වෙකින් දිය කමේ හාසක ලොක්ඩවුන් ග එක මුදරිසුන් එබේ ෆ්ලෝගේ අමිල්ලා ගීගේග තිබ්බවාගෙන් අල්ගොන්මෙන් ඔන්ලයින් කො එක පණක් කා බාදල්වගේ මිටෙරුලාහගේ ලෙසන්තරේවුමා ස්කීම් තයාර කුරුමා ප්‍රෙසන්ටේෂන් ගෙදුමා මිකන්තතුක මුදරිසුන් දුරුග තිබ්බවාගෙන් ගුළුම් බදහෙවකින් දිය කමේ මිකමකි කුරිම්බුනිහෙන් टेक्नोलॉजी yang algoritmen ahulu veri veri algoritmen mi camera kuran algoritmen daswe mi tel class tak edit kurang algoritmen ege dabin hada mi huriha kame mi fannu veri ka online ko kiyawa gelum ge aslu algoritmen fashagat megge gotu algoritmen mana kurani mi tel class ta asako huravi school algoritmen mi masekke ippe kwane be khamara poda coordinate koggin mi revigen mi diyei algoritmen mudarisunna a kantatake daswege algoritmen na bara boda inhamche humege belibe algoritmen mi tayyar pura filarthoge sabu rajye ge huri ha kankol take ga mitibe mudari mi darivarunna filar
बराबर माफ़ करा बात इंगे तो हम मिकाल मसल तक कि हम देते अड़ुर में न दिमाग वमुन दाने मसल तक अनिकाल टेक्निकल मसले में दिमावी मी हुरवी स्कूल के प्रेजेंटेशन कुरिय दिया गाड़ी का मी हम मी वगु तो मी फुर्सत के बेणु अड़ुन हिफालम बेणु वे दिन में अड़ुगन मी प्रेजेंटेशन के थारफे दिंगिरु कोम्मे सर का अड़ुगन मिस्टेक वेस कीजे मी प्रेजेंटेशन मी होशाला देवनी हुरवी स्कूल के फरातों इंगे तो हुरवी स्कूल के लीडिंग टीचर नशीदा अली के प्रेजेंटेशन नकी अदी एहम प्रेजेंटेशन ने मी आड़ुवन ओडमकुं एहन देने वनी वर बड़ा माफ करे वुंगे दें या एको हम मी आड़ुवन में न मिदिमावी टेक्निकल मसला हल कुरेवे तो आड़ुवन में मसेक कुरमुंगे बदंग मी අඩුවන් කුරිමස් දෙන්න විහෙන් මේ හෙදුණු ගඩි ගඩුවන් දෙන්න ෆදන් මේ අඩුගොන් මෙන් මේ කොන්ෆරන්ස් ගේ මේ හුෂහෙළුන් තා හුෂහෙළුවම ස්කූල් තක आदे स्कूल तक आड़ोड में तीन गोतका फुर्सत अरवालिंग एगोतुं बाई स्कूल तक वीडियो रिकॉर्ड कुरा बाफा फोनो बाफा होरीरु देमे आड़ोड में मी दक्कम फेशी एगोता रिकॉर्ड कुरे फो वीडियो एगा और मसले का बाती वे आड़ोड में दें मी वगुत ए मसला हल्लु कुरा मुन दाइरु मी दें जहिगें ओय प्रेजेंटेशन नागें कुरिया दाना गे तो
दें जहिगें मेयोती हम टेलीक्लास team එක ගොතු ටෙලික්ලාස් බේස් කොගෙන් හෙදිෆාවා ප්‍රෙසෙන්ටේෂන් එමි ප්‍රෙසෙන්ටේෂන් හුෂාලාල මි දෙනි මුකුරි මගු ස්කූල මි හුෂාලාල දෙනි ටෙලික්ලාස් මුදරිසුන්ගේ ෆන්නි කුරියර්ම හුළුවිගෙන් දිය මගේ මි ෆුර්සත් මි අරවනි මුකුරි මගු ස්කූල්ගේ ටීම
अस्सलाम वालेकुम स्कूल इनोवेशन कॉन्फ्रेंस के एम habe furna marhaba ade algon me miwagut kolo mi khasa kollani school innovation conference mukurmag schoolun fanni ehiteri kama tamrin for koddin muge bank teleclass mudarrisunge fanni kurieruma huluwigen diya mage mi team ge dashum algon menna libunu tajriba tiya emme habe furna hissa kol mattaka ehenkamun mi bata kuriya gendimattaka algon menge school ge senior management team hawal kollana
ಮುಕುಡಿ ಮಗು ಸ್ಕೂಲಕಿ ಲಾಮತೊಳಗ ಹುಡಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತವಗೆ ತೆನೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲೆ ಕುರಿಗೆ ರೆಡ್ ಮಾಣ ಮೋಡಿಯಸ ದಿವೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರುಗೆ ಹೀಗ ಮಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಇಮಾರ್ಯಾ ಕುರೆವಿ ಮುಕುಡಿ ಮಗು ರಯ್ಯ ತುಂಗೆ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕತು ಸ್ಕೂಲು ಹುಳುವಣಿ ಅಶಾವಿಸ್ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ ನವಾಸ್ತೆಕ ಅಡ್ಡಿ ಆಶೆಕ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಫೆಶಿಗೆನ್ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಫಾಕ ಹಮೆಯ ಕಿಯವ್ಯಾದೆ ಮುಂಗೆಂದ ಮಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಮಿಹಾರುಗೆ ಆಬಾದಿಯಕಿ ಫಸ್ತೊಳ ಸತರು ದರಿವರು
ಅದೇ ಲಾಮ್ಕ ಮುಕುಡಿ ಮಗು ಸ್ಕೂಲಕಿ ಆಬಾದಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದಿ ವಸಂತ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಕೂಲ ಕಮ್ಗಾವಿ ನಮವೆಸ್ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿಹಾರ್ ಕುರಿಯ ಮಿಗೆಂದಿಯ ಜಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾರೆ ಮಿವನಿ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಹುರಿಯ ಮುದರಿಸು ಬಿಸ್ದಗೆ ಗುತ್ಕ ಮಿಫದ ಪುಸ್ತಕಿ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಹುರಿಯ ಮುದರಿಸು ಬಿಸ್ಲಿಬೆ ವರಬಡು ಕುರಿಯ ನಮ ಕರ್ವೆಗೆಂದಾಣೆ ಮಿಗತು ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲು ಮಿಸ್ನಂಗವಾಗೆ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಗುರುವ ಮುದರಿಸು ಪಾತ್ರನ ಸೋಹ ಈ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾವೆರಿವೆ ಕುರವಿ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಾಗ ಸಾಬು ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಹುರಿಯ ಮುದರಿಸು ಬಿಸ್ವಣಿ ವರಬಡು ಫಸಿ ಹತಕಬೇಕು ಮಿಗತುಂ ವೆಗಿಂತೆ ಫಸಿ ಹತಕ ಬಲಾದಾರ ಅಳಗಣ ಫಾಹ ಕೊಲ್ಲಂಬೇನು ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಟೀಚರ್ ಬ್ಯಾರೆ ವೆಗೆಮ್ಮಿಗೆಂದ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ತಗ ತೆರೆಗ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ತಕ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ತಕ ಅದಿ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾರೆ ಮುಂಗೆಂದ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತಕ ಇತರು ಮಿಫದ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ತಗ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಕುರಿಯಗೆಂದ ಹರಕಾತ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ದಿಮಾವ ಕುದಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಮಸ್ಸಾತ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಹಾಲು ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ವರ ಫುರಿಯಮೆಂಗೆ ಎಬ್ಬಾರುಂದೆವ್ವ ಹಿತರಿಕಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ಅದಿ ಮೀಗೆ ಇತರು ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಉಗಣ್ಣಾದಿನ ತಯ್ಯಾರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಅಂಬದೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬೇಣು ಕೊಗ್ಗೆಂಗ್ ಫುರಿಯಮ ಫಿಲಾಳೆ ನಗಾದಿನ ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಬೇಣುವ ಬೈಕಾಲ್ಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ದಸ್ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಮಿ ಕಂಕಮ ತಯ್ಯಾರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಅವರ ಬಿಡಂಗೆ ಹಿತರಿಕಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ಮಿಗದು ಅಳಗಣ ಫಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲ ಮಿಸಾಲ್ ಕಂಗ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಕ್ಲಾ ಹಬದೆ ಕೇವ್ಯಾದಿನ ಮುಗಮಿ ಬೇಣು ಕುರ ಪವರ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಕೂರು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಅದಿ ಮೀಗೆ ಇತರು ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅದ ಬೈಕಾಲ್ಗೆ ತಕ ತಯ್ಯಾರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬೇಣು ಕೊಗ್ಗೆಂಗ್ ಮಿ ಕಂಕಂ ಹಿಮಣಾಗೆಂಗ್ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಫುರಿಯಮ ಲೆಸನ್ನೆ ಗೆಂದಿ ಮಟ್ಟಕ ವರ ರಂಗಳ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಹಿತರಿಕಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ಕಂಕಂ ದಸ್ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ಅದಿ ಮೀಗೆ ಇತರು ಅಳಗಣಮೆ ಮುದರಿಸು ಅಮಿಲ್ ಕುರಿಯರ್ ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಕುರ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತ ತೆರೆಗ ಅಳಗಣಮೆ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ರೂಮ್ ಗತಿ ಬೆಗೆಂಗ್ ಅಳಗಣಮೆ ಅಮಿಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಲಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅದಿ ಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಲಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪದರಕೆತ್ತ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಾರ್ ವ್ಯಸ್ತಿಮಾವ ಕುದಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲಿ ಕದು ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಬೇಣವ ಬೈಕಾಲ್ಗೆ ಎಡಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಡು ಎಳುಮ ಅದಿ ಬೈಕಾಲ್ಗೆ ಕಂಕಮುಗ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಏಡ್ಸ್ ತಯ್ಯಾರು ಕುರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಆವಸಿತುರು ಹಿ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ್ವ ಅದಿ ಅಳಗಣಮೆಂಗೆ ಮಿಕಂಕಂ ಬರಬಡ ತಸ್ವೆ ಫಸಿ ಹವೆಗೆಂದೆ ಅಳಗಣ ಬಿಣಲಾಣಿ ಭವನಮಂದ ಆಮೆ ದುನಿಯೆಗ ಅಳಗಣಮೆ ಮುದರಿಸುಣ್ಣಕಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ yang ahul veri adi technology beenu kurang enge mudarisuna bangada jehe migotun algonmenge pura mudarismi program ga baveri algonmenna daskodde bi hunataka algonmen warabada mikama lohulu vigendi algonmenna wara faida kurane kamekam algonmen ga bul kurame enkam algon beenu bani algonmen huriha mudarisuge faratun algonmenge mi program ga baveri mudarisa warabada shukura ada kuram adi algonmen kuriyan vittagave algonmenge school misnagagen huriha mudarisunge smiti bi mifata program taka ಹಿತರಿಕಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿ ಬ್ಯಾರು ಮತ್ತು ತಯ್ಯಾರ ಶೇಮಣಲ ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ
ಟೆಲೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತವಗ ಕೆವ್ಯಾದನ್ ಮುಗೆ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹುರಿಯಾ ಸ್ಕೂಲ ಕಹುಳುವಾಲು ಮಾಯಕು ಎ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ಗೆ ಬೇಣು ಮುಕುಡಿ ಮಗ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಹಿಫ್ ಮಾಗುಳಿಗೆ ಅಳ್ಗಣ್ಮಂಗೆ ಗುರುವಾನ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಫಾತ್ಮತ ನಸಹಾಯ ವಡ ಬಡು ಕುಡಿಯರ ಮೆಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಗಂದಿಯ ಕಂಪ ಹಾಕೊಲ್ಲ ಮಿಕಂ ವೆಗೆಂದಿಯ ನಸಹ ಮಿಸ್ಗೆ ಫಣ್ಣಿ ಕುಡಿಯರ ಮಗ ಹುಳುವೆಗೆಂದಿಯ ದೊಡಕ ಮಿಫುಡಿಸತುಗ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡು ಫಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲಾಣ ಮಿಹಾರ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗ ಹಿಂಗಮಂಗೆಂದ ಇತರ ಹರಕ್ಯಾತ್ತಕ ಫುರಿಯ ಮುಖಮೆಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಗೆಂದ ನೀನ ಸಹ ಆಮಿಸ್ಗೆ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕತು ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಫಾ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗ ಕುರಿಯಕ್ಕೆಂದ್ಯ ಅದ ಬಿ ಗುಲ್ಜಾಡುಗ ಕುದಿಂಗ್ ಹುಷಾಳಾದಿಂಗ್ ಐಟಮ್ ತವಗೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತವಗೆ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆ ವಡ ಫುರಿಯ ಮೈ ಕೊಫ್ಫಾವೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತವಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ ತಫಾತ್ ಅನಿಮೇಷನ್ ತ ಹಿಮಣಾಲಾಗಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತವಗೆ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆತ್ತ ಕುರ ಮುಂದಿಯ ದುವಸ್ ವಡಕಿ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ತವ್ವಿಸ್ ಕುಡಿಯದಿಯ ದುವಸ್ ವಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವರ್ಬಲಿ ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ನೆತಿ ನಸಹ ಮಿಸ್ ಎಂದಿಯ ಎಸೆಸನ್ ತಗ ಬ್ಯಾವೆರಿವಮು ಅದಿ ಟೆಲಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತಗ ತಯ್ಯಾರುವಮು ಅಳಗೊಂಡು ಬೇಕೆಗೊತ್ತುಗ ನಸಹ ಮಿಸ್ ಮಿಫದ ಬಡು ಕುಡಿಯರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಗೆ ಮೆದಿಯೈ ಟೆಲಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗ ಬ್ಯಾವೆರಿವಮ ಹುಳುವಾಲಿ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ಗೆ ಬೇಣು ಹೇಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಹಿಫುಮು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಕುಡಿಯರ ಮಟ್ಟಕ ನಸಹ ಮಿಸ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆವ ಬುರ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆ ಫಾ ಹಕ್ಕೋ ಕುರಿಯ ಒಯ್ ದುವಸ್ ತಗ ನಸಹ ಮಿಸ್ ಫುರಿಯಮ ಕಾಮಯಾಬಿಯ ಕೈದೆ ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ
अस्सलाम वालेकुम मुकुर मग स्कूल गुरुवान टीचर न सहायकी टेलीक्लास गे है मुदर्रिसुन वार अगहुरी नमूना वार गिन तफातु आ कंतत टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिया इंदस्को गुरुवा मिमादा वार फुरी हमें नंगवाद भी टीचर amille insnangavagen kankan daskon edasvi echen ehem mihunna wara rangala bunedevi teleklahu lesson ta barabara wara furihme deifawa taarihuge kunin tayyarko coordinator aluganda hawal kore adi mihatana gendia evves lesson ne deifawa muddatge fahum tayyarko fanuaka mi fursatuga fahaga kollam technology ge kantatan amillan hoda bala dasko komme lesson ne kummes wara rangalu tafat furihma kantatake fahaga korevun adi teleklahu ge onneya kurane lesson ne netigen algonmen netigen ituru lesson ne tayyar kollama bunaliyesves ama first humen neti wara furihemen lesson ne nimmala debba naso hayaki namuna teacher technology dasko amillen apply kuran ko e amille tajriba ko ege tafat dakkaldi kudina gulene tafat tools ta beenu kurawage lesson ta kuriyegen de tafat akadta komme lesson kum fenigendia amillen isnangavagen daskura vechen ehen teacher na bunne devene kan de vidaneka komme tel class meeting ega fahaga kurawwa adi ehen teacher unnange fursat evvahak amille vidalwe e fursat hulwal devi adi hama vidalwa komme teacher ka fagutu devvagen e teacher ge kan heterikam ves for koddin kan grade 1 get grade 1 get tel class ge coordinator ge hesitu mi fursatu ka fahakuru vima naso hayakid ಗುರುವಾನ್ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ಅದು ಟೆಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಲೆಸನ್ತ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಕುರವ ಹುಷಹಳ ದೆವಿ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ವರ ಅಗುಹುರಿ ವರ ಫುರಿಹಮ ನಮೂನಾ ಎಕ್ಕಂ ಉಫಲಾಯಕು ಫಾಹಕ್ ಕುರ ನಸೋ ಹಾಯ್ ಕುರೆವಿ ಹಮ ಗೌಮಿ ಫೆಮ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಹಮ ರಂಗಳು ಕಮೆಕ್ಕಂ ವಿಸ್ಮೆಗುತ್ ಫಾಹಗ ಕೊಲ್ಲ ಮಿಫದ ಫುರ್ಸತೆಗ್ಗ ನಸೋ ಹಾಕಹಲ ಹೀವಾಗಿ ಕಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಪೆಷನೇಟ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಕಾ ದಿಮಾವಿಮ ಉಫಾವಾ ವಾಹಕ್ ವಸ್ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ
ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾವ್ಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾವರಿಗೆ ಹೈಸಿಯತು ಅಳಗೊಂಡು ದಣ್ಣವಾಣಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾವ್ಗೆ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ದಿವೆಹಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅವರಂ ಆ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಐ ಗಿನ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ಕೊ ಎಡಿಟ್ ಕುರುಮ್ಗೆ ಎವ್ವಿಸ್ ತಜುರಿಬಾಯ್ ಲಿಬಿಫೈನ್ನೈ ನಮವಿಸ್ ಮಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಕಿ ದರಿವರುಣ ವರ ಫෑದಾಹುರಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಅಳಗೊಂಡು ದೆಕೆನೆ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡವೆಸ್ ಮಿಗಮ ಕುರಿಮತಿಲೇರು ಮಿಫದ ಎವ್ವೆಸ್ ತಜುರಿಬಾಯ ಲಿಬಿಫೈನ್ನೈ ಮಿಗಂ ವಿಗೆಂದಿಯೆ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡವೆಸ್ ವರಬೊಡು ಗೊಂಜೆಹುಮಕ ನಮವೆಸ್ ಮಿಫದ ಪೆಂಡಮಿಕ್ ಎಗ್ಗಾವೆಸ್ ತರಿವರುಣ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಮ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡುಗೆ ಹಿತು ಗೌಫೆತ್ ಫෑವಾ ಶೌಕೋರಿ ಕಮಿಗೆ ಬೊಡುಕಮು ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮಿ ಫುರ್ಸತುಗೆ ಬೇಣು ಹಿಫಿ ವೀಡಿಯೋ ಕುರುಮ ಏಕಶೇನ ವಸೀಲತ್ತಕ ಮಾಹೌಲೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಕಾ ಕಾಯಿಮಿಫಾ ನೆತುಮುಗೆ ಸಬಬು ಅಳುಗಂಡು ವೀಡಿಯೋ ತಕ್ಕು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಕುರಮುಗೆಂದಿಯ ಇಗೇಗ ಅಳುಗಂಡಿಗೆ ಫಿರಿಮಿಹಾಗೆ ಹಿತೆರಿ ಕಮಾಯಕು ಕೂಡ ಸೆಟಪ್ ತಯ್ಯಾರು ಕೊಲ್ಲಿ ಎಫ್ಒ ಕೆಮೆರಾಯಕು ವೀಡಿಯೋ ತ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಕುರಮುಗೆಂದಿಯ ಪವರ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಹದ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಅಳುಗಂಡಿಗೆ ಅಡು ಅಳಮುಗೆಂದಿಯ ಫುಡತಮ ಲೆಸನ್ ಅಳುಗಂಡು ಮಿಗುತ ನಿಮ್ಮಾಲಿ ದೆನ್ දෙවන ලෙසන්න තයාරුම වීඩියෝ එඩිට් කුරුමට්ටක ඉතුරු සොෆ්ට්වෙයා එකතිය අදි අඩු රෙකෝඩ් කුරුමට්ටක එක්වරිගේ ෆරාතුම් හදියාය කලේබුණු මයික් ඔයගෙන්දියයි මිමසක්ක තලබුණු වර බොඩලුයක වීඩියෝ එඩිට් කුරුම ටෙලික්ලාස්ගේ බෑවරින්න බේවුණු ට්‍රේනිಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ತಕ ಗಾವೆಸ್ ಅಳುಗಂಡುವಾಣಿ ಬෑವರಿ ವೆಫಾ ಅದಿ ಲೆಸನ್ನ ಕಫಹೊ ಲೆಸನ್ನೆಕ್ಕಿ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ರಂಗಳು ಕುರೆವೇತೋ ವರ ಬೊಡ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರಿ ಮಿ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರೀರು ವರಗಿನ ಗೊಂಜೆ ಹುಂತಕಕ್ಕ ಕುರಿಮತಿ ಲಾಂಚೆ ಹುಣು ಏಯ್ ವೀಡಿಯೋ ತಂಗ್ ಎಡಿಟ್ ಕುರುಮ ಬೇನುವ ವಸೀದತ್ತನ್ ನುದುಬುಮಗೆ ಸಬಬು ನಮವಿಸ್ ಹಿವರ್ ಎಲುವಾನುಲ ಕೋರ್ಡಿನೇಟಾ ಹಿದೂ ಮಿಸ್ಸಾಯ್ ಅದಿ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೇಟಾ ತೋಹಿರಾಮಿಸ್ಗೆ ಹಿವರುಗೆ ಬಸ್ತಕು ಹಿವರು ಲಿಬಿಗಣೆ ಕುರಿಯತಿಯೈ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಲೆಸನ್ನೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಾಲು ಮಾಯಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ ಎ ಲೆಸನ್ಗೆ ರಂಗಳು ಕಂತತ್ತ ಫಾಹಗಕೊ ವರ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಗೊತೆಕ ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ ದೆವ್ವಮುಗೆಂತಿಯ ಅದಿ ದೆನ್ ಒಣ್ಣ ಲೆಸಣ್ಣ ತಯ್ಯಾರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಇತುರ ರಂಗಳು ಕುರಂಚೆಹಿ ಕಂತತ್ತ ಗುಣದೆವ್ವ ಮುಂದಿಯ ಮಿ ಫುರ್ಸತುಗ ಅಳುಗಂಡು ತೋಹಿರಾ ಮಿಸ ಶಾಯ್ ಹಿದೂ ಮಿಸ ವರ ಬೊಡ ಶುಕುರು ದಣ್ಣವ ಅಸ್ಲು ವರಂ ಉಫಾವೆ ಮಿಫದ ಫುರ್ಸತೆಲ್ಲಿ ಬುಣೀಮ ದಿವಹಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಏಕೆ ಕಂಕೊಳುತಗುಗಾ ತಿಬಿ ಗಿನ ದರಿವರಂತಕಕ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದೆವ್ವಣೀಮ ವರ ಹಿಂಹಮ ಚೆಹುಂದಿವೆ
ಮಿಫದ ಫುರ್ಸತೆನ್ ಹುದವಾ ದೆವ್ವಿ ಕಮಟ್ಟಕ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಗಲೋಬೋತಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಅಲ್ಫಾಲ್ ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ಲಾ ಶರೀಫ್ ವರಬೊಡ ಶುಕುರು ತಂಡವ ಅದಿ ಮಿಕಮ ಎಹಿ ತೆರಿವೆ ದೆವ್ವಿ ಎಮ್ಮಿಹಾ ಫರತ್ತಕ ಶುಕುರು ತಂಡವ ಅಳುಗಂಡ ಮಿಲುಬುಣು ಕುರಿಯರುಮುಗೆ ಸಬಬು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಶಾಯ್ ದರಿವರುಣ್ಣ ಅಳುಗಂಡುಗೆ ಫರಾತ ಫುರಿಯಮ ಇಬ್ಬಾರಲು ಇನ್ಶಾ ಅಲ್ಲಾಹ್ ಲಿಬಿಗೆಂದಾಯ ಟೀಚರುಣ್ಣಂ ಅಳುಗಂಡು ದೇಂಬೆಣ್ಣುವ ಮೆಸೇಜಕಿ ಲಿಬೆ ಮಿಫದ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ತೋಗೆ ಬೇಣು ಹಿಫಾಗೆ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲ ವಾಶೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ ಶಾಯ್ ದರಿವರುಣ್ಣ ಮೀಗೆ ಫෑದಾ ವರಬೊಡ ಕುರಾಣೆ
ನಿಮ್ಮಾದ ಅಳಗೊಂಡು ದಣ್ಣವಾದಾಣಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಕುಡವೆ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಅದದು ಮದುವೆ ವಸೀಲತ್ತ ಮದುವಿಕಮುಗ ವಿಯಸ್ ಲಿಬಿಫಹುರಿ ವಸೀಲತ್ತ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ರಂಗಳಗೊತುಗ ಬೇಣು ಹಿಫುಮ ಉಂಗೆನುಮ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಂ ಹರ್ದನಾಕುರ್ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ ತಫಾತ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ತ ಕುರಿಯಗಿಂದಾಕಂ ಅಳಗೊಂಡು ಫಾಹ ಕುರ ಎಹೆಂ ಕಮು ಹುರಿಹಾ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುಂ ವೆಸ್ ಲಿಬೆ ಫುರುಸತುಗೆ ಬೇಣು ಹಿಫಾ ಫಣ್ಣಿ ಕುರಿಯರುಂ ತರಗ್ಗಿ ಕುರುಮ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರುಮ ಅಳಗೊಂಡು ಗೋವಾಲ ಮಿಫದ ಫುರುಸತೆ ಮುಕುರಿಮಗು ಸ್ಕೂಲ ದೆವ್ವಿಕಮಟ್ಟಕ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಂತಿಜಾಮ್ ಕುರ ಫರಾತ್ತಕ ಶುಕ್ರದನ್ನ ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ
ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಮುಕುರಿಮಗು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಟೀಮ್ ಅದೇ ಮೀ ದಿಮಾವಿ ಪೆಂಡಮಿಕ್ ಆಗುಳಿಗೆನ್ ತೌಲಿಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನ್ಮ ಬೇನು ಕುರವಣು ಎವ್ ವಸೀಲತಕಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅದಿ ಹಮೆಯಾಕಿ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ವೆಗೆನ್ ದಿಯೈ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಫಣ್ಣಿ ಕುರಿಯರುಮ ಹೊಳಿವೆಗೆನ್ ದಿಯ ಮಾಕ ಹಮ ಟೆಲಿಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ವೆಗೆನ್ ಮಿದಿಯ ಮೀ ಕೋಶನು ವಾಗಕಿ ತಿಫೆನಿಗೆನ್ ದಿಯೈ ಟೆಲಿ ಫಾತ್ಮತ್ ನಸೋಹಾಯ ಲಿಬುನು ಕುರಿಯರು
ಆದೆ ಮಿಹಾ ಹಿಸಾಬುಂ ಮಿ ಅಸುರು ನಮಾದ್ ವಕ್ತ ವೆಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಫಾವು ಮಾಯಕೊ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮೆದು ಕಣಾಲಾಣ ಕುರಿಯ ಹುರಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ತಕಾಯಕು ಅಳುನ್ ಮೆಂದೆಂ ಬದ್ದಲ್ ಕೊಲ್ಲಾಣಿ ತಿಂಗಡಿ ತಿರಿಯುಗ ಮಿ ಕುರಿಯ ವೆಸ್ ವರ ಶೌಗುವರಿ ವರ ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ತಕೆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ತಕೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕುಂ ಹೋಶಾ ಹೇಳುವಿಗೆನ್ ದಾಣಿ ಎಹೆವೇಮ ತಿಂಗಡಿ ತಿರಿಯುಗ ಅಳುನ್ ಮೆನ್ನ ಎಕೀಗ ಬದ್ದಲ್ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮು ಉಮೇದುಗ ಅಣಿಕಾವಿಸ್ ವಕಿವೆಲ ಅಸ್ಸಲಾಮು ಅಲೈಕುಂ
Assalamu alaikum. Den kuriya ngai timana dam phale agengal kuriya be funa marhaba. Timana dam phale kuriya ngai presentation takai kolum ke be funa ve kumi batal kolli. Eme frutamanu almen geniste ni Izzuddin school ke faratum professional touch support team ge dashun gendawa monitoring evaluation for reducing teacher burnout in remote learning areas.
ಇಜುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಕಿ ಎದ್ದಂ ಫಳಿ ಎಕ್ಕೆವಾದಿನ್ಮ ಮಾಲೆಗಾ ಮಿಯಹರು ಅಲಹುಳುವುನು ಸ್ಕೂಲೆ ಮುಳಿ ದುನಿಯ ಸಿಸ್ಸುವಾಲಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗೆ ಹಾಲತುಗೆ ಹಿದ್ದತಿ ದುವಸ್ತಕ ಕುರಿಮತ್ಲಾಂಜಹಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತ ಬಂದುವೆ ಮುವಜ್ಜಫುನ್ ಫುರ ಬಂದುಗ ತಿಬೆಂಜೆಹುಣು ಹಾಲತ ಕುರಿಮತ್ ಲೀರು ಮಿಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಉಮುರುಂ ವಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ದೆಮಸ್ ಅದಿ ಮಿ ಹಾಲತು ಕುರಿಮತ್ ವೀರು ಸ್ಕೂಲ ಟೀಚರು ಮುಳಿಂ ಹಮಣೂಮಾ ಲೀಡಿನ್ ಟೀಚರುಗೆ ಮಗಾಮ್ ತಂ ಹಮಣು ಜೆಹಿ ಒತುಮುಂ ಕಂಕಂ ಕುರಂಜೆಹೆ ಹಲುವಿ ಮಿನುಗ ಕುರುಮ ವರಗಿನ ದತಿತಕ ಕುರಿಮತಿವಿ ಮಿ ಹುರಿಹಾಕಮೆ ಮಿಹೆಂ ಒಯ್ಯಿರು ಸ್ಕೂಲ ಗುಳುನು ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗೆ ಫೆಂವರು ವೆಸ್ ಮಾ ರಂಗಳ ವಣಿ ದೆನೆನು ಗಣೆವಿ ಫುಡ ಬಂದುಗೆ ವಕಿ ಹಿಸಾಬಕುನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಹುಗ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದೆನ್ ಜೆಹುನು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಗಾ ಹುರಿ ಮಿ ದತಿ ತಹುಗೆ ಇತುರುಂ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗೆ ಹಾಲತು ವೆಗೆನ್ ದಿಯೈ ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ಕಂ ಇತುರು ಕುರುವಿ ಕಮಕ ಏಕಿ ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗೆ ಫೆಂವರ ಹುನರು ಏಕಿ ಮಿಂವರಂ ಹುರೀರು ಮಿ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಕಮೆ ಸೀದಾ ಗೇಗೆ ಸಿಟಿನ್ ರೂಮ ಮುದರಿಸುಂ ಹುಷಾಳಾದೆನ್ ಜೆಹುನು ಹಮ ಎಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆ ಸ್ಕೂಲೆ ರಂಗಳು ಮಿಸ್ರಾಬ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮ ಮುವಜ್ಜಫುನ್ನ ದರಿವರುಂ ಅದಿ ಬೆಲೆನಿವೆರಿಂಗೆ ಗುಳುಂ ಬದಹಿ ಕುರಂ ಜೆಹುನು ಮಿ ಮುಹಿಮ್ಮು ವಗುತುಗ ಸೀದಾ ಬದ್ದಲ್ವಂತ ಮುಳಿಂ ಹುಟ್ಟುಮಕಂ ಅವಂ ವೆಗೆಂದಿಯೈ ಗುಳುಂ ಬದಹಿ ಕುರುಮಂ ಬೊಡು ಹುರಹೆಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತುಗ ಹಮ ಎಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲಕಿ ಫೆಂವರು ದೆಮೆಹೆಟ್ಟೆ ಫೆಂವರು ಹುರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲೆಗೆ ಗೊತುಗ ಮುಳಿ ಮುಜ್ತಮವಂ ಅಂಗಾದೆನ್ ಜೆಹೆ ಎ ನಮವೆಸ್ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಾಗೆ ಹಾಲತು ವೆಗೆಂದಿಯೈ ಮಿಕಮವೆಸ್ ಬೊಡು ಗೊಂಜೆಹುಮಕ ಅಳುನ್ ಮಿಂಗೆ ಮಕ್ಸದಕಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರೆ ಅಗುಳಿಗೆನ್ ಟೀಚರುನ ಕುರಿಮತಿವಮುಂ ನುತನವಸ್ಕಮ ಮಾಯೂಸ್ ಕಂಕುಡ ಕುಡುಮ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುಡವೇನೆ ಮಾಹೌಲೆ ಕಾಯಿಂ ಕುರುಂ ಅದೇ ನುತನವಸ್ಕಮಗೆ ಸಬಬುಂ ಉಂಗೆನುಮ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಮಂ ಎಲಿದಾನೆ ಹುರಸ್ತಣ್ಣತ್ತಾಲ ಮಸಕತ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹೌಲ್ಗ ಒಣ್ಣಂಜೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಗುಳುನ್ ದಮಹಟ್ಟ ಟೀಚರ ಬೇಣುವ ಎಬ್ಬಾರುಲೊನ್ ದಿನುಮ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ವಕಿ ಬೇಣುಂತಕ ನುವತ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ನೀಡ್ಸ್ ಸಮಾಲ್ ಕಂದಿನುಂ ಮೀಗೆ ಇತುರುನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಮುವಜ್ಜಫುಂಗೆ ಮೆದುಗ ಬದಹಿ ಗುಳುಮೆಂ ಉಫೆದಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆಂ ಎಂ ಮಿಸ್ರಾಬಕ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರುಂ ಎಗೊತುನ್ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ಬೇಣುವ ಫಣ್ಣಿ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಮ ತಮ್ರೀನ್ ದಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದೆ ಮುಂ ಅಣ್ಣೈರು ಲಿಬೆಮುಂದ ಹಾಸ್ಕಮ ಕಂಬಡುವುಂ ಕುಡಕುರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತ ಗಾತುಂ ಬಲಹಟ್ಟ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಂ ಅದಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಮಗ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ಕುರಿಮತಿವಮುಂದ ಗೊಂಜೆ ಹೊಂತಕುಂ ಅರಾಗನವೇನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಂ ಹೋದದಿ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನಕಿ ಹುನರ್ವೆರಿ ಗಾವಿಲ್ ಬಯಕ ವುಮಂ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಮ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತ ವಜನ್ ಕುರಮುಂ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಂ ಮಿ ಮಕ್ಸತ್ತಂ ಹಾಸಿಲ್ ಕುರುಮಂ ಅಲ್ಗೊನ್ ಮೆನ್ ನಿಮ್ಮಿ ಟೀಚರ್ ಇವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ಅದಿ ಮಾನಿಟರಿಂಗ್ ಎಹೀಗ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ಬೇಣುವ ಪಾರ್ಸನಲ್ ಅದಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಮ ಮೀ ಕಾಮಿಯ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಎಕ್ಕಮುಗ ಅಳುಗನ್ ಮೆನ್ ಬಲ ಫಾಹಗತಕಕಿ ಹಾಲತ ಗುಳಿಗೆನ್ ಅಣ್ಣ ಬದಲ್ತಹುಗೆ ಸಬುನ್ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಹಾಸುಮ ಕಂಬಡುವುಂ ಇತುರುವೆ ಉಂಗೆನುಮ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಮ ಕೊಫ್ಫಾಣೆ ನೇದೆವೆ ಅಸರತಹುಗೆ ಸಬುನ್ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಉಂಗೆನುಮ ಎವ್ವೆಸ್ ಅಸರೆನ್ನು ಕುರುಂ ದರಿವರುನ್ ಶೌಗುವೆರಿ ವಾಫದ ಹರಕಯತಂ ಹಿಮಣಾಗೆನ್ ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ತಯ್ಯಾರ್ ಕುರುಮ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನಂ ಎಂಗುಮಾಯಕು ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂಗೊಸ್ ಫಾವುಂ ಹುಡಿಹಾ ಫಿಲಾವಳಿಗ ಹಿಮಣಿಂಜೆ ಹುಡಿಹಾ ಬ್ಯಾತಕೆನ್ ಹಿಮೆನಿ ಫಾವುಮಗೆ ಇತುರುಂ ಕುದಿನ ಸಿಂಕ್ರೊನೈಸ್ ಅದೇ ಸಿಂಕ್ರೊನೈಸ್ ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ರಂಗಳ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಮ ಮಗ್ಫೈಕದ್ದುನುಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಆಲಾಯ್ತಕ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಅಹುಲ್ವೆರಿವೆ ಬೇಣುಂ ಕುರುಂ ಹಮಯಾಯಕು ಸ್ಕೂಲಾಮೆದು ಬೆಲೆನವರಿಂಗೆ ಇತುಬಾರು ಫೆದಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆಂ ಎಂ ಮಿಸ್ರಾಬಕ ದಿಯುಮಟ್ಟಕ ದೆಮೆಹೆಟ್ಟೆನಿವಿ ಗೊತೆಗ್ಗ ಮುವಜ್ಜಫುಂಗೆ ಮೆದುಗ ಬದಹಿ ಗುಳುಮೆ ಗಾಯಂ ವೆಫಾವತುಂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣಾಯದೆನ್ ಜೆಹುಮಾ ಗುಳಿಗೆಂ ಬೆಲೆನವೆರಿ ನಕುರಿಮೆತ್ ವೆದಾಣೆ ಉಂದಗೂತಕ ವಿಸ್ನಾ ಏಕಂಕಂ ಕುಡಕುರಕುಮುಗೆ ಗೊತುಂ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮಾದ್ದಾಯಕ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಎಂ ಹೆದುಮಗೆ ಬದಲ್ಗ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕ್ಲಾಹಕಂ ಎಗ್ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಹದಾ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಮಾದ್ದಾಯಗೆ ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ವಾಕಿವಕಿಂ ಫೆನ್ನಾಣೆ ಗೊತ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ವಾಣಿ ಫರುಮಾ ಕುರೈಫಾ ಮೀನ್ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮೆಗ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ ಡೆಪ್ಯೂಟಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಅದಿ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಹಿಮೆನೆ ಗೊತ ಎ ಕ್ಲಾಹಕ ಕಿಯವಾದೆ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಹಿಮಣಾ ಫವಾಣೆ ಅದಿ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಟೀಚರಕ ವೆಸ್ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ಬಲ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ದಿನುಮಗೆ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ಲಿಬಿ ಫವಾಣೆ ಏಂಕಮುನ್ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಂ ಒಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಕೊ ಬೆಲೆಹೆಟ್ಟುಮ್ಗ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಟೀಚರ ವರಬ್ಬೊಡು ಫಸೇಹೇಕ ವೆಫಾವೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಗೆ ಮಿ ಹಾಲತುಗ ಉಂಗೆನುಮ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಮಗ ದಿಮಾವಿ ಎಗ್ ಗೊಂಜೆಹುಮಕಿ ಒಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ತಂ ಹದಾ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಫೆಂವರ್ ವಜನ್ ಕುರೈ ಫಾನುವುಂ ಅದಿ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ಬೇಣುವ ದಾಯಿರಾತಕುಂ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ಫೋಡ್ ಕೊದ್ದೈ ಫನೆತುಂ ಮೇಗೆ ತುರು ಮಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮಗ ಇಜುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ ಕುರಿಮತಿವಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೊಡು ಎಗ್ ಗೊಂಜೆಹುಮಕಿ ಮಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲಕಿ ಅಲ ಹುಳುವುನು ಸ್ಕೂಲಕ ವೆಫಾ ಉಂಗೆನುಮ ಉಂಗಣ್ಣ ದಿನುಂ ಕಾಮಯಾಬ್ ಕಮಾಯಕ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮಟ್ಟಕ ಕುರಿನ್ ರಾವಾ ಫಹುರಿ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಕಮಕ ಬದಲ್ ಗೆನ್ನನ್ ಜೆಹುಂ ಎಗತುನ್ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ ಮೊನಿಟಾಕೊ ಬೆಲೆಹೆಟ್ಟು ಮಂ ಎಕುಲವಾ ಲೈಫವಾ ಉಸೂಲ್ತಕ ಬೊಡೆತಿ ಬದಲ್ತಕೆ ಗೆನೆವಿ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಮೊನಿಟರಿನ್ನೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ನ ಬದಲ್ ಕುರೆವುನು ಮಿಗತುನ್ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ವೀಕ್ಲಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ತ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹಫ್ತಾಯಕ್ವೆಸ್ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಗ ಹುಷಾಳಾ ಗೊತ ಬದಲ್ ಕುರೆವುನು ಮಿಗೆ ಇತುರುಂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತಕ ತಯ್ಯಾರ್ ಕುರ ಸಿಂಕ್ರೊನೈಸ್ ಅದಿ ಎಸಿಂಕ್ರೊನೈಸ್ ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ದಡಿವರುಂಗೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಅಂ ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಕುರ್ಮುಗೆ ಕುರಿಂ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹಫ್ತಾಯಕ್ವೆಸ್ ಟೀಚರುನ ಹದಾಫವಾ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಅಂ ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಕೊ ಮಿ ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಬಲ್ಲವಾ ಇತುರ ರಂಗಳ ಕುರೆಂಜೆ ಹೇ ಕಂತಕ ಗುಳೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ದೀಫಾವೆ ಅದಿ ಮಿ ಫಿಲಾವಳುತ ರಂಗಳ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಟೂಲ್ಸ್ ತ ಬೇಣು ಕುರುಮ ಟೀಚರುನ ಇರ್ಷಾದಿ ಎ ಟೂಲ್ಸ್ ತಕ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಅಹುಲುವೆರಿ ಕುರುವಾಫವೆ ಅದಿ ದರಿವರುನ್ ಶೌಗುವೆರಿವುಮ ವಕಿವಕಿ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಬೇಣುಂ ಕೊಫವಾ ತಫಾತ್ ಎಕಿ ಆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಟೂಲ್ಸ್ ತಕ ಎ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಎಹೀತೆರಿ ಕಮಾಯಕು ಎಹೆನ್ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಅಹುಲುವೆರಿ ಕುರುವಾಫವೆ ಮಿಕಂಕಂ ಕುರೈಫವಣಿ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅದಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ತಹುಗ ಆಮು ಹಾಲತುಗ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಇವೆಲುಯೇಟ್ ಕುರುಮಟ್ಟಕ ಮಿಸ್ಕೂಲುಗ ಬೇನುಂ ಕುರಮುಂ ಐ QAD ಗೆ ಟೀಚರ್ ಇವೆಲುಯೇಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅದಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಗೆ ಹಾಸ ಹಾಲತ ಗುಳಿಗೆಂ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಗೆ ಮುಳಿ ವಟ್ಟಫಾಳಿಯಂ ಆ ಬದಲಾ ಗುಳಿಗೆಂ ಸಿಂಕ್ರೊನೈಸ್ ಅದಿ ಎಸಿಂಕ್ರೊನೈಸ್ ಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದೆ ಫಿಲಾವಳತಂ ಇವೆಲುಯೇಟ್ ಕುರುಮ QAD ಗೆ ಇವೆಲುಯೇಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಿದೆ ಬෑ ಇತುರುಕೊ Google ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಕ ಬದಲ್ಕೊ ಬೇನುಂ ಕುರಂ ಫೆಶುನು ಅದಿ ಮಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಗೆ ಹೀಗ ಟೀಚರುನ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲಿ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ಬೇನುವಾ ದಾಯಿರಾತ ಫಾಹಗ ಕುರೆವಿ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದೆ ಮುಂದಿಯ ಮೀಗೆ ಸಬಬುಂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನ್ಮುಗ ಟೀಚರುನ ಕುರಿಮತಿ ವಮುಂದಿಯ ಗೊಂಜೆ ಹೊಂತ ಕುಡಕುರೆವಿ ಟೀಚರುನ ಅಮಿಲ್ಲ ನಫ್ಸಂ ಒಂ ಇತುಬಾರ ಯಗೀನ್ ಕಂ ಇತುರುವೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಫರ್ದಿ ಗೊತುನ್ ತರಗ್ಗಿ ಕುರುಮುಗೆ ರೂಹ್ ಉಫೆದಿಗೆಂದಿಯ ಅದಿ ಮಿಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗ ಕಾಮಯಾಬ್ ಕಮಾಯಕು ದರಿವರುನ್ ಶೌಗುರಿವಾ ಗೊತ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಮುಗೆ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ಫಹಿವೆ ಮೀಗೆ ಮಂಫಾ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬುನು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ಫೆಶಿಗೆಂ ಆಯರು ಬೈ ಟೀಚರುನ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನ್ಮುಗ ಕುರಿಯದ್ದಾಂ ಉಂದಗುವಾವರ ಬೈ ಬೆಲೆನೆವೆರಿಂಗೆ ಫರಾತುನ್ ಶಕುವಾಯ ಫಾಡು ಕಿಯುಂತ ಅಮಾಜ್ವೆಗೆಂದಿಯ ಮಿಗುತುಂ ಬೆಲೆನೆವೆರಿಂಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಗಂಡು ಶಕುವಾಯಕಿ ಎ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಪ್ರೊನೌನ್ಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಕಮುನು ದಿಯುಮಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ನೋಮುಗೆ ಇತುರುಂ ಫಿಲಾವಳತೋಗೆ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಪೆಡಗೋಜಿಗೆ ಫೆಂವರದವ್ವುಂ ಎಫದ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಬೆಲೆನೆವೆರಿಂ ಬಲಾಗನ್ನ ಗಾಬಿಲ್ ಬಯಕಂ ಹೆದುಮ ಸಿಂಕ್ರೊನಿಸ್ಕೊ ಫಿಲಾವಳು ಗೆಂದಾಯಿರು ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ಕಮ ದಿಮಾವಾ ದತಿತಕಂ ಹಲ್ಲೆಂ ಹೋದಾ ದಿನಮಶಾ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಇತುರು ಕುರುಮ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಮಿ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತೌಗ ಬ್ಯಾವೆರಿವೆ ಕೋ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಕುರೆ ನತೀಜಯಕವಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಾಯಿರು ಬೆಲೆನೆವೆರಿಂ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ಬಲಂ ಅಡೋ ಹಂತಿ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಗಾವಿಯಸ್ ಫಸ್ಸೆವು ಮೆನ್ನೆತಿ ಇತುಬಾರ ಯಗಿನ್ ಕಮಾಯಕು ಟೀಚರುಂ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನ್ಮಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿಯುಂ ಅದಿ ಮೀಗೆ ಇತುರುಂ ಬೆಲೆನೆವೆರಿಂ ಟೀಚರುನ ಮೆದು ದೆಕೆ ಮೊಂ ಆಗೊಯ್ ಬದಲ್ವೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತೌಗೆ ಫೆಂವರು ರಂಗಳು ಕುರೆವಿ ಟೀಚರುನ ಬೆಲೆನೆವೆರಿನ ಒನ್ನ ಗುಳುಂ ಬದಹಿವೆಗೆಂ ಗೊಸ್ಫವೆ ಮಿಹಾ ಹಿಸಾಬು ಮಿಗೆನೆಸ್ತನಿ ಕೋ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ಗೆ ಸಬಬುಂ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುನ್ ತರಗ್ಗಿ ಕುರೆವನು ಗೊತಾಮೆದು ಟೀಚರಕು ದೆಕೆಗೊಯ್
ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ಕಮಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತ ನಗಂಜೆ ಅದಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಹುಗ ದಿಮಾವೆ ಉಂದಗು ತಕುಗೆ ಸಬಬು ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ಕಂ ಇತುರುವೆಗೆಂದಿಯ ಹಮ ಏಕಮು ಅರಾಗತು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಗೆ ಫರಾತು ವರ ಬೊಡಂ ಎಹಿ ತೆರಿಕಂ ಲಿಬುಣು ಏಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಆಯಕು ಕೋ ಟೀಚ್ ಕುರು ඒ අරගොන් ෆාහ කොල්ලම් වෙනවා එක්කන්ත අනේ කෝ ටීචිංಗ್ හදාගෙන් කුදින්ගේ අනේ ඉන්ට්‍රෙස්ට් ඉතුරු වෙගෙන්දිය තෆාතු ටෙක්නික්ස් ත කුදින් ඉන්ටරැක්ට් කුරුම බේනුම් කුරානේ අලුගඬ ඉඟුණු අදී එකම ෆසේහතකේ ලිබුණු දෙන් හැම ඒගෙතුරුන් අලුගඬුගේ කොන්ෆිඩන්ස් ලෙවල් හයි වෙගෙන්දිය අදී කුදින්ගේ ශෞගු එරිකන් හෝදුමට්ටක තෆාතු ටෙක්නික්ස් ත කෝ ටීච් කොග්ගෙන් අලුගඬ දැස්සි හැම මී टेक्निक्स तंग अळुगंडु फिजिकली हम क्लास तक अटेंड वायरगस बेनुं कुरेवेने हम එහෙම කෝ ටීච් කුරුමුගේ සබුන් අळුගंड මේ කමුන් අරාගතු මට්ටක हम වර බොඩන් හෙල්ප් ලිබුණුකම් ෆාහක කුර
ಸಿಂಕ್ರಿಸ್ಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದೆ ಫಿಲಾವಳತೋಗೆ ಫೆಂವರು ದವ್ವೆ ಡ್ಯೂ ಡೇಟ ಕುಡಂಜೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ ನುಣಿಮೆ ಹಾಲೆತ್ತೌಗ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರುನ್ ವರ ಗಾತುಂ ವಾಹಕ ದಕ್ಕ ದಿಮಾವ ಮಸಲ್ತಂ ಒಳುಂ ಫಿಲುವಾ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ದೆಂಜೆ ಸೈಕೋ ಸೋಷಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಾ ಏನಿಯಂ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ವೆಸ್ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಿಗತುನ್ ಟೀಚರ ದಿಮಾಯಫವ ಹಾಲತ ಬಲ ಹವಾಲ್ ಕುರೆವೆ ಕಂಕಮ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಂಚೆ ತಾರೀಹು ಇತುರು ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಮಾ ಗೇತೆರೆಗ ಕಿಯವಾದೆನ್ ದತಿವಾ ಟೀಚರುನ ರಕ್ಕಾತೆರಿ ಕಮಾಯಕು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರೆವೇನೆ ಇಂತಿಜಾಮ್ ತವ್ವೆಸನಿ ಹಮಜಸ್ಸಾ ದೀಫಾ ಮೀಗೆ ಇತುರು ನಗಾದೆ ಗಡಿತಕ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಅದದ ಬಲ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನ್ಮುಗ ಟೀಚರುನ ತಣುನ್ ಲಿಬೆಂ ಹುರಿ ಇನ್ಸಾನಿ ವಸೀಲೆತ್ತವ್ಗೆ ಹಿ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದೀಫವೆ ಮಿಗೊತ್ತೊಂಗ್ ಅರಬಿ ಫದ ಎಟ್ ಟೀಚರಕು ಹುಡಿಹಾ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ತಕ ಕಿಯವಾ ದೆವ್ವಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತೌಗ ಕಿಯವಾ ದಿನಮಗೆ ಕಂತತ್ತ ಬೆಲೆ ಹೆಟ್ಟುಮ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ವಗುತ ನಿಮ್ಮುಮಶಾ ಟೀಚರುಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ಕಂ ಕುಡಕುರುಮಂ ಎ ಟೀಚರುಗೆ ಇರುಷಾದಾಯಕ್ ಗೊತ ಎಹೆನ್ ಟೀಚರುಗೆ ಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದಿನಮಗೆ ಇಂತಿಜಾಮ್ ತಂ ಹಮಜಸ್ಸಾ ದೆವುನು ಅದಿ ಕಿಯವಾದುನ್ ಮಾ ಗುಳೆ ಗೊತುಂ ಬೆಲೆನುವೆರಿಂಗೆ ಹಿನ್ನು ತನವ ಸುಮೆಂ ಗುಳೇನಮ ವರ ಗಾತುಂ ಎಮಸಲೆ ಬಲಾ ಏಕಮೆಂ ಹಲ್ಲು ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಮ ಬೆಲೆನುವೆರಿಯಾ ಗುಳೆಗೆಂ ಮಸಲ ಒಳುಂ ಫಿಲುವಾ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನ್ ಮಗ್ಗೆನ್ನಂಚೆ ಇಸ್ಲಾಹುತ ಗೆನೈಫವೆ ಮಿಗೊತುಂ ಬೆಲೆನುವೆರಿಂಗೆ ಫರಾತುಂ ಫಾಹ ಕೊದ್ದೆವಿ ಕಂತತ್ತಾಕಿ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಉಂಗಿನುಮಶಾ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತ ತರಗ್ಗಿ ಕುರುಮ ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬುಣು ವರ ಬೊಡು ಹೀತೆರಿಕಮೆಕ್ಕಂ ಫಾಹಗ ಕುರಂ ಉಂಗಿನುಮ ಉಂಗೆನ್ನೈ ದಿನಮಗೆ ಕಂಕಂ ಬೆಲೆಹೆಟ್ಟುಮುಗ ಮෑಗಂಡು ದೌರೆಂ ಅದಾ ಕುರಾ ಬೈಕಿ ಟೀಚರುಂ ಕಮುಗ ವೀರು ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಕಂಕಂ ಗಾತುಂ ಬೆಲೆಹೆಟ್ಟುಮ ಕಂಕಂ ದೆನೆಗತುಮ ಮಗುದಕ್ಕಾದಿ ದಾಯಿಮಿ ಗೊತೆಗ್ಗ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಂ ಫೋಡು ಕೊದ್ದೆಂಜೆ ಮಿಗೊತುಂ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ್ತ ಕುರಿಯೆಗೆನ್ ದಿಯುಮುಗ ಹುಡಸ್ತಕ ಕುರಿಮತಿವಮುಂ ಆ ಟೀಚರುನ್ನ ಎಹೆನ್ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಎಹೀತೆರಿಕಮ ಎಬ್ಬಾರುಲುನ್ ದಿನುಮಾಯಕು ಎಮ್ಮೆನ್ ಗುಳಿಗೆನ್ ಟೀಮೆಗೆ ಗೊತುಗ ಹಲು ವಿದುವೆಲಿಗ ಕುರಿಯದ್ದೆವುನು ಕೆವಾ ದಿನುಮುಗ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಎಂಗುಳೆಮುಂ ಆ ಉಸೂಲುಗೆ ಸಬಬುಂ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತೌಗ ಶೌಗುವೆರಿ ಕಮಾಯಕು ದರಿವರು ಬ್ಯಾವೆರಿವೆ ಸಿಂಕ್ರನಸ್ ಅದೇ ಸಿಂಕ್ರನಸ್ ಫಿಲಾವಳತ ಟೀಚರನ್ ತಯ್ಯಾರು ಕೊಫವಣಿ ಫಿಲಾವಳೆಗ್ಗ ಹಿಮಣಂಜೆ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಬ್ಯಾತಕೆನ್ ಹಿಮಣಾಗೆನ್ ವರ ಫುಡಿ ಹಮಯ ಸ್ಕೂಲುನ್ ರಸ್ಮಿಕು ಅಂಗಾಫಾ ನುವಿ ಕಮುಗಾ ವಿಯಸ್ ಕೆವಾ ದಿನುಮುಗಾ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಏಕಶೀಗೆನ್ ವಾ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ವಸೀಲೆತ ಟೀಚರುನ್ ಬೇಣುನ್ ಕುರಮುಂದೆ ಮಿಯಾ ಹಿಸಾಬು ಮಿಗೆನೆಸ್ತನಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ತರಗ್ಗಿ ಕುರುಮ ಇಜ್ಜುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಟೀಚರುನ್ ಬೇಣುನ್ ಕುರಮುಂದ ಬಯನ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಟೂಲ್ಸ್ ತ ಟೀಚರುಂಗೆ ಗಾಬಿಲ್ಕನ್ ತರಗ್ಗಿವೆ ಕುರಿಯರುಮುಂ ಆಕಂ ಅದಿ ದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಶೌಗುವೆರಿಕಂ ಇತುರುವೆಗೆನ್ ದಿಯಕಂ ಎಂಗಿಗೆನ್ ದಿಯ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಫುಡಿಯಮ ಎಂ ಎಕ್ಕಕಿ ಬೆಲೆನುವೆರಿಗೆ ಫರಾತುನ್ ಟೀಚರುನ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಲಿಬೆಮುನ್ ದಿಯುಮಾ ಟೀಚರುನ್ ಕುಡಮುಂ ಆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತ ಬಲಾಯಗತುಂ
ಪುರತಮ ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಕೊ ಕೇವದೆನ್ ಪೆಟ್ಟಿರು ಹಮ ದರಿಫುಳ ವರಂ ಉಂದಗುವಿ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಮಾದಾತವೆಸ್ ದೆನ್ ಹಾಸಕೊ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ವರಂ ಉಂದಗುವಿ ಹಮ ನೇಗೆ ಗೊತಕವೆಸ್ ದೆನ್ ಏನ ವರ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಕೂರಿಗ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಏಕಂ ಪಹುಂ ಹಮ ಬುನೆ ವರನ್ ನೇಗೆ ತಿಮೆನ್ನೆ ಕ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ವರಂ ಉಂದಗುದೆ ಮಿ ಆರು ಕಿಯಾ ವರ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊರಿ ದೆನ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಯ ವಾಕ ದಕ್ಕಾಲಿ ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ ಆ ಟೂಲ್ ಬೇನು ಕೊಗೆ ಪಹುಂ ಕಿಯವದೆನ್ ಫೆಟ್ಟಿ ಫಿಟ್ ದೆನ್ ಹಮ ಕ್ಲಾ ಹೋಗ ಎ ವಗುದು ಹದ್ದಾಫ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕುದಿನದೆ ದೆನ್ එහෙම ම පහුම් වර ෆසේ හවි දැන් වර මුෆාවියසෝ ටීචර් ය වාහක දක්කාලි ම මුලින් ක්ලාස් ගෙන්දිය ගොය පදවකොන් එහා එහි තරිවෙදිනේ මහම වරන් මුෆාවි
දැන් මේ බලාලනි මි ස්කූලුන් එම්ම ෆුරතම එසින්ක්‍රොනස් කො දෙවණු ෆිලාවලතක මිකන් ඉතුර තරග්ගේ වුමුගේ සබබුන් ෆිලාවලතකන් ඈ ෆහි බදල්ත
එම්ම ෆුරතම අර මේ දක්කාලනි එසින්ක්‍රොනස් කො ඒ Google Classroom ang algon men upload kuri lesson me hama online ko kiyawaden feshiru upload kuri lesson then me lesson hada family hama me Google slide beno ko gamara simple ko ama जब कहाला हम टीम में को देंगे में साहो स्लाइड में आती है मैं साहो स्लाइड का वैसे algon men kuriga me lesson nimala करनोलंग बाकी कुद्दा फिलावल एंगुंडु मेंबरू अगोदम पुरवेण कहल एवरेस्ट एत्ते बेनो नुको मारगो मुन्ना कोरिगन पुर समले संता हदाफ मी फिलावल की बिग मोदी बेनो को के क्लासरूम गे फील कुदिन गेनेत्तेवे तो मत्ते पुरं एवतीगे हियालक दीपन फिलावल देन हम कुदिन वर शाउगुएरवी निको त बिग मोदी बेनो को के फिलावल सलाम तसीमल then me were pahoge filavel ahong as algon me zero pura pretty slides going e filavel ka gule template beno koke de ek ek madda taka gule khudin shaugari wane ka tafato slides ta hama template ta hama hive we ben hunnane ko then me filavel nimmala pa me filavel hedunu gota de tere khudin देखे कोई है को देगा मिल रहा है ऐसे स्कॉलर ने बोलते लिया कि ने हम हांगकांग में सारगन में कौन से लावल निम्माला पर ने को को देगा मिल रहा है को देगा लावल मैं ऐसे स्कॉलर ने कहा कौन स्कूल पेन को होना
ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮಾಹೌಲ್ಗಾ ಎಮ್ಮೆನ್ ಎತ್ತಾಕು ತಿಬೆ ಎಕುಗಾ ಬದ್ದಲ್ವಂತ ಬಾವಾ ಕಂಕಮುಗಾ ಮಶ್ವರಾ ಕುರುಮುಗೆ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ನುಲಿಬುಣು ಕಮುಗಾ ವಿಯಸ್ ಮುವಜ್ಜಫಂಗೆ ಮೆದುಗಾ ಬದಹಿ ಗುಳುಮೆ ಉಫೆದಿಗೆನ್ ದಿಯ ಇಜುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಕಿ ಅಲ ಹುಳುವನು ಸ್ಕೂಲಕ ವೀನಮವೆಸ್ ಕೋವಿಡ್ಗೆ ಹಾಲತಾ ಗುಳಿಗೆನ್ ಆ ಗೊಂಜೆ ಹುಂತ ಮಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಮುಳಿ ಟೀಮುಂ ವೆಸ್ ಬಲಾಗತಿ ಫಹಿ ವಿಸ್ನುಮೆಗ್ಗ kame kurevenne sababa burave tibumuge badalga gonjehuma kurimatla muli school amaz hifi school ge maksad tan hasil kuruma hama ehemme covid nawarage halatu vegendiyei duwahaku es mudarisaku visnafa nuwane kankama kurimatlanje honu kamaka classroom sida gege sitting room an eta bike kurimatsa gendan jehunu haskam bodu kamege gotuga nama schoolun kandeli usultaka hasako teacher monitoring na teacher development kurevunu masakatun teacherunge haskan hamajawmaka genevi online platform egge audience ka tafatu eta bayaku tibinama wes teacherunge masakke professional ko gendevene kamage itubaru libigendiya aluminge ummidaki badahiwe famiwa gulumayku teacherunna dadiwarun adi belenverina guligen kiyawadenmuge gonjehun tannatala kamiyab kamayaku Izzuddin school ge tawlimi falsafa kuriya gendi mi fursatga dariwarunna kiyawadinmuga belenverin kuramunda buda masake faagako waran ikhlas teri kamayku shukuru dannawan
mi dati dandiwal gaves kudinga tawli medkanda anula kuriya gendiumatiya school ka faratun te kurabi ijadi bura masakata shukriya
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Arunaki Shujaat Halil, Masike Kurani, Huravi School leading teacher Agigotuka. Hingamu Mita Innovation Conference ka Alukan Hushala project namaki Ekavi Senagarunuge Fanniyatu Ugenuma Unganna Dinuma Mudadisun Tayyar Kuru. Ade Temha Beforna Segvadana Nefadam Ekavi Senagarunuge skills tahaki Barnum Mida Dunia Nuhan Benun Tiri skills take. Medu me presentation nugan balalani furatama taarafa efa alonu shala project ge maksadu adi e project kuriya gendiya gotuge kuru khulasa eka ekuga project kuriya gendiyamuga adi ma vigoncha huntaka adi algonan hasil kurevunu kamiyabita tibefrunna hissa kollana me project ki pandemic ge halata guligen eki platform ta hoga eki forum ta hoga mudarrisunnan ehi tirika foru koddinu mattaka adi mudarrisunnaki online ko ungenuma unganna dinu kamyab gotekka gendeve qaabil hardana bayakan hedu mattaka sabitu kamayako alugunu koddim masakkate me masakkataki huravi teamuge arutaga muguduga hifagen huravi schooluge SMT adi teacherunna Google Workspace training kuriya gindir mattaka algon gungas pava project me project ke maqsadaki pandemic halata guligen kuriya gindeven feshenu eki platform tahoga mudarrisunnan ehi tirikam for koddinu adi hame hemme mudarrisunnaki online ko ungenuma uganna dinu kamiyab gotekka for kodde qaabil harudana bayakan hedumayaku huravi school ge huriha teacherun Google certified educators an hedu den algon balalani mi project kuriya gendiye gota emme furatama Google training educator level 1 ge certificate khudu algonu hasil kure adi pandemic ka uganna demuga dataga sabun huravi school ge secondary huriha teacherunna thamnin dirmattaka SMT ga algon khiyal faalu kure algon faalu kure mi khiyal vegindiyei huravi teamuge arutaga muguluga hifagen kuriyeddan koshunu magaka enkamun huravi school ga Google training vilirisko kuriye gendiyama algonna hawadu vegendiya adi huriha teacherunna senior management ke huriha befulunna hulmalege ehen school toga bayet teacherun thambreenu koddi online ko uganna dinuma mudarrisun ahuluru kurmattaka algonu අතුකුරෝලාලා මසක්කෙෆෙෂි එම්මෙ ෆුරතම මී මෙසක්කේ ෆෙට්ටීරුග අල්ගොන්ගේ අමාසකි ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ಗೆ ತೆರೆಯಿಂ ಮದುವೆಕಿಂ ಅಡ್ಡೆ ಪಹೆಂ ಇನ್ಸತ್ತ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಉನ್ನ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಅದು ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿಂದ ಎಹೆ ನಮ್ಮವೆಸ್ ಎ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುಂಗೆ ಜೋಶಾಯ್ ಫೋರಿ ಅದಿ ಮಿಕಮಂ ಹುರು ಶಾಗುವರಿಕಂ ಫೆನಿಫಾ ಅಲ್ಗೊಣಂ ಇಹಸಾಸ್ ಕುರೆವುನಿ ಮಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ನಕಿ ನೋತ ಮಿ ತಮ್ರೀನಕಿ ಅಲ್ಗೊಣ ಸತೇಕ ಇನ್ಸತ್ತ ಕಾಮಯಾಬಲಿ ವಿಧಾನ ಕಮ್ಮಕ್ಕಮ್ಮಗ ಅದಿ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುನ್ನಂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕೇವಾ ದಿನಮುಗಾ ಹೊರಿ ಗುಂಜುಂತಕ ಆದಿ ಎಹಿ ತೆರಿಕಂ ಬೇಣುವಾ ಮಿಂವರು ಅಳುಗಣ ಫಾಹಾ ಕುರವಿಗಿಂದಿಯ ಎಹೆಂ ಕಮುಂ ಅಳುಗಣಗೆ ನಂ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ ಗಿನ್ ಮತ ಎನ್ಐಗೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಫುಳುಗೆ ತೆರೆಗ ರಿಸಿಗು ತೆರೆಗ ನೆನ್ನಮವೆಸ್ ಅಳುಗಣ ಅವಹಂ ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುನ್ನ ಗೂಗಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ತಂಬೇಣುಗ ಬ್ಯಾವೆರುಮ ನನ್ನೊಡು ಕುಲ್ಮ ಫುರ್ಸತ ಹೊಳವಾಲಿಂ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮೆದುವೆರಿಕೊ ಬೇಣುವಾ ಮಾಲೂಮಾತ್ ಎಕ್ಕುರು ಮಫಹು ಅಲ್ಗೊಂಡು ದೆಗುರೂಪಕ ಮುದರಿಸುಂ ಬಹಾಲ ದಿದಂ ಫಳಿಯಗ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಎಂದಿಯೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಗೆ ಹೀಗ ಮುದರಿಸುನ್ನಂ ಆಮುಕೊ ಬೇಣುವಾ ಟೂಸ್ತಕ ಆಮುಕೊ ಬೇಣು ಕುರಾ ಟೂಸ್ತಕ ಫರಿತ ಟೂಸ್ತ ಫಾಹಗ ಕುರಿ ಅದೆ ಅಲ್ಗೊಂಡುಗೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ತ ಮ್ಯಾಗಡ್ ಗೊತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ನಗಾಫವಾಣಿ ದಿವೆಹಿ ಬಹುಂ ಸಾಬಕಿ ದಿವಿ ಬಹುಂ ಕಿಯಾದಿನೀಮ ದಿಹಿ ಬಹುಂ ಪುಣ್ಯದಿನೀಮ ಅಲ್ಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗೆ ತೆರೆಯಂ ಗಿನೆ ಟೀಚರೊನ್ನ ಎ ಫಹುಂ ವಾಂ ಮಿಂವರು ತಂಕೊಳೆಂ ಇತುರುವೆ ಹುಳುಮಾಲೆಗೆ ರೆಹಿಂದಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲಾ ಗಾಜಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಮುದರಿಸಸ್ ಅಲ್ಗೊಂಡುಗೆ ಮೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ತಕ ಬ್ಯಾರೆ ಫವಾನ್ ಅದಿ ಫುರಬಂದುಗೆ ಲು ಲಿವ್ ಮಾಯಕು ಇತುರು ಎಹಿ ತಿರಿಕಂ ಬೇಣುವಾ ಟೀಚರೊನ್ನಂ ಎಹಿ ತಿರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಸ್ಕೂಲನ್ ನುಕುನ್ನಂ ಫೆಶಿ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ನುಕುಮೆ ಎ ಟೀಚರೊನ್ನ ತಂಬೇನು ದೇಂ ಫೆಶಿ ಅದಿ ತಂಬೀನ್ ವಮುಂದಾ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುನ್ ಮಿದೆನ್ನೆವಿ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಹಾಸಿಲ್ ಕುರಮುಂದಾ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುನ್ ನಾ ಪೆಯಾಕೊ ಪಿಯರ್ ಟ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಸಂಫೆಶಿ ಮೀಗೆ ಇತುರುಂ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುನ್ನ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಹಿಂ ಹುಳುವಾ ವೈಬರ್ ಅದಿ ಎಹಿನಿಹೆನ್ ಜರಿಯಾಯಿಂ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುನ್ನಂ ಒಳುಂ ಅಲಾ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ತಕ್ ಕಿಯಾದಿನಿ ಹಮ ಎಹಿಮ್ಮೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರ ಟೀಚರುನ್ ಫಸ್ಸಿವಿ ಟೀಚರುನ್ ವೆಸ್ ಎ ಟೀಚರುನ್ಗೆ ಕರಂಟೆ ನಿಯಮುಂ ಸ್ಕೂಲಕ್ ಗೆನಿಸ್ಗೆಂ ಅಳುಗಣ ವಾಣಿ ತಮ್ರಿನ್ ದೀಫ ಅದಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಯಾಗೆ ಸಬಬುಂ ಮೇ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ವಾಂಗ್ ಉದಗು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ದ ಎ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ ಗೆ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ತರ್ಜಮಾ ಕೊಗ್ಗೆಂ ಥಿಯರಿ ಬ್ಯಾತ ವಾಣೆ ಫರಿತ ಕೊದ್ದೀಫ ಮೀಗೆ ಇತುರುಂ ಮಿ ತಮ್ರೀನಾಯಕು ಉಗಣ್ಣಾ ದಿನುಂ ಆದಿ ಇತುರಂ ಹರ್ದನಾ ಕುರುಮಟ್ಟಕ ಬೇಣುಂ ಕುರಾಣೆ ತಫಾತು ಎಡೋನ್ಸ್ ತಕ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಲೆಸನ್ಸ್ ತಯಾರುಕೊ ದರಿವರುಂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕೆವಾ ದಿನುಮುಗ ಬೇಣುಂ ಕುರವೇನೆ ಇತುರು ಉಕುಳುತ ದಸ್ಕೊ ದೀಫಾವಾಂಡ್ ಹೊರವಿ ಟೀಚರ್ನಕಿ ಅವದ್ವಸ್ ಆ ಟೂಲ್ಸ್ ತಕೆ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾ ಕುರಾ ಅದಿ ಆ ಕಂತತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ತಜ್ರಿಬಾ ಬಲ ಹೋದಾ ಬಯಕಂ ಹದ ಬಾರುವಳ එකමං හිව්වරුදී චෙලක්ලාගේ වීඩියෝ ලෙසන්ස් තයාරු කරමම් වෙස් එහි තෙරිකං ෆෝර් කොද්දී ෆාවාන මේ ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් කුරියක් ගෙන්දෙමුගා වරගින ගොජොන්ත කාවස් කුර්මත් ලාංජ හොණු එගොතුන් එම්මෙ ෆුරතම එම්මෙ ආසු එම්මෙ උඳගු විකමකි ඉන්ටර්නෙට් ස්පීඩ් දක්කම් දව්වමුගේ සර්වුන් අල්ගොන් මෙන්න මේ Google Meet session ත ගෙන්දායරුගා වරන් උඳගුවේ ස්පීඩ් දව්වමුන් අල්ගොන් කියා ඇච්චෙන් and මේ බෑවරේකින් තිබේ බෑවරේන්න ಮುದರಿಸುನ್ನ ಬೈಫಾರು ಫಹಂ ಬಾಗೊತೆನ್ನುವೆ ಅದಿಹಮ ಎಹಿಮ್ಮೆ ಅಳುಗುಣ ಹುದು ಅಳುಗುಣ ತುಕಸ್ ಬೇಣಂ ಕುರಾನ್ ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಎನ್ನೆತು ಮಾಯಕು ಗೇಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರಂ ವರಂ ಉಂದಗೂವಿ ಅದಿ ಗೇತೆರಿಗ ಮಾಹಾಲ್ ಉಣ್ಣ ಗೊತ್ತುಂ ಎಹಿನ್ ಮುದರಿಸುನ್ನ ವೆಸ್ ದೆಗಡೇರು ನುಡಿ ತಿಂಗಡೇರು ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರಂ ಎನ್ನವೀಮ ಎವನಿ ವಾಸವರ ದತಿಕಮಕವೆಗೆಂದಿಯೇ ಅದಿಹಮ ಎಹಿಮ್ ಅಳುಗುಣ ಫಾಹಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲಂ Algun minna libunu Google data packaging hama every kan ufude. It wasn't enough hama. We had to spend hama algun minge budgetung hama da me wahake ki me spend kogging Google training ende uni. Enemes me hama ki ha faada kurani hama vema algun ming hama expense de hama gaves algun kuriyek gendiye. Den alun balalani me project algonan hasil kurawunu kamiyabitaka emme furatama mewti algon menna libunu emme ufaveri ade emme fahurveriwa kamiyab has halet dimaya fawa de teacherun fiyawa de mudarrisun fiyawa ehin huriha teacherun Google for Educator level 1 ge certificate hasil kore adi mi tamrinuge ituru harfettake ves gine teacherun wane hasil koffa ehin kamun horavi school ge gine teacherun naki miharu level dein adi level 1 ge ituru level dein adi trainer skill ge level thirst hasil koffawa mudarrisun kamuga algonu ufadayak faha kora adi mihar horavi school ge online ko ungenuma uganna dinu wara harudanaawegen gosfawane ham ehimme algon men school ge mudarrisun naki ekawisana garunuge mi fanni yatuge e sifa kamugawa kindness adi sharing knowledge mi sifa harulafawa libifawa malumat hissa kura bayaka wegen gossi adi dariwarun shawgorikamayako baavervun ituru wegendiya ham ehimme grade 1 kon grade 2 ge dariwarunge Google Meet gaditahoga nuwata Google Meet class hoga ehenihen tools tan integrate koggen mi kiyawade member ituru wegendiya misalege gotun dannawanama Google la me integrate amugotake integrate kura tools tahaki Seeso Mentimeter Padlet Wall formative adi hame hemme Slido mikahala eki tafatu tools tan adi hame hemme quizy ves tools tan integrate koggen filalu ta gendakan alun waran ufala faha kolla natijaka vegendi darivarunna collaborative learning environment create vegendiya adi hame hemme differentiated lessons ta genda mudarrisunna magufahi vegendiya Google Classroom meduruko differentiate kon edarivarige femvarun edarivarige level la ekashigen wagota task take un assignment taken hawal kurum fursatu pulvigendiya ehin kamun alugun minge online class toge haziridi duwahun duwahaka rangaluwama adi aharu nimigen nune term nimigen darivarunnan me demun gendiya portfolio ta ves badal vegendiye e portfolio takan hame himme online ko parent meeting for the meeting ta bevigendiya adi darivarunge literacy edi numeracy en amaz koggen genda ituru harakata ves online ko bevigendiya den alon dakkalani mi project ge kamiyabita ekulefawa video
mihaadatuka dariwarana kiyawedinu mataka Google training meduwerke okken kiyawbetinu mawani majbur wefa mihaadatuka dariwarana unganna dinu mataka Google training meduwerke okken kiyawedinu gotta sujat miss wani algon men horavi school ge hudiha teacher unna wara rangala unganna devwafa migotum lesson karma kurawani gotta hame hemme dariwarunge femwar bel mataka Google form tayyar kurani gotta ti huriha batake wara hurihame miharuga technology beenun hokken kendani gotta wani giya devwaka mike sabun algonment teacher una purin nenge wara kinaguna echitake indigen diya kam pahaga puran adi hama ehemme dariwarun naves mike sabun wara kinaguna faada takellibi mi duwaswaru dariwarunge ungenu itura puriyara gen diya kam pahaga kolla
ade alon presentation nimmalani mi masakai kamyab kamaya ko nimmalon kamattaka Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala yan hamd kuramu adi mi project ke ko me harfate ga ehi tirvedevi huriha farataka hasa shukuren aris kuramu hasa gotegga alon men school ge principal ade deputy principal ge nam faha kollan ಹಮೆ ಹಿಮ್ಮೆ ಗೆಗ್ ಮೋದೀಸ್ಗೆ ಮೆಂಬರುಂಗೆ ತೆರೆಂಗ್ ಅಳುಗಡಂಗೆ ಹೀತಿರಿಕಂ ಫೋರುಕೊದ್ದಿನ ಮೆಂಬರುನ್ನವೆಸ್ ಹಾಸ ಶುಕುರೆಂ ಅರಿಸ್ಕುರ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಎದೆನಿ ಹುರವಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುನ್ನ ಆದಿ ಮುಳಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮಿಹಾ ಮುದರ್ರಿಸುನ್ನವೆಸ್ ಎಕಾವಿಸ್ವನ ಗರುಣಗೆ ಫಣ್ಣಿಯಾತುಗೆ ತೆರೆಂಗ್ ಉಗಣ್ಣಾದಿನವುಗೆ ಇತುರು ಫುರ್ಸತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಪಹಿವೆಗೆಂದಿಯು ಅಳುಣುಗೆ ದುಆಕಿ ಭವನ ಮುಂದಾ ದುನಿಯೇಗ ತಾಲೀಮ್ ಹಾಸಿಲ್ ಕುರಮಂದಾ ದರಿವರುನ್ನಕಿ ಎಕಾವಿಸ್ ಗರುಣುಗೆ 6Cಗೆ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ತಗೋತೆರೆಂಗ್ ಉಗೆಡು ಮುಂದಾ ಗಾಬಿಲ್ ದರಿವರುನ್ನವೆಗೆಂದಿಯು ಅಳುಣು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ದುರಾಗಾತು ಬಲ್ಲಮುಗಂದೆಹ ಗೆಂದೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆಹ ಬೇಫ್ರೊನ್ನ ವರಬ್ಬಡ ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ ವಸ್ಸಲಾಮು ಅಲೈಕುಂ ವರಹಮತುಲ್ಲಾಹಿ ವಬರಕಾತು
Denkuria Myoti online team ge dashun Sina tol school ke faratung hushalade virtual bridge.
Exceptional teaching can happen anywhere. However, teaching online requires countless skills, approaches, and tools than face-to-face teaching. The crisis or the serious outbreak of COVID-19 has resulted in school closure all across the globe, and billions of children were deprived of schooling. As a result of this unavoidable circumstance, education has changed dramatically, with the distinctive rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms. That the school management team decided to equip teachers with minimum skills and knowledge to continue learning regardless of not having physical classes. Hence, with a very short span of time, teachers were trained to ensure that online teaching is continued to minimize learning loss. Furthermore, due to restriction of outdoor activities during lockdown, we felt that social connection is more important than ever. So, with this in mind, SMT encouraged teachers to design their online classes in a way that it helps to build and maintain relationships with one another, that allows for collaboration, idea sharing, and emotional support during this unprecedented time. We personally believe that a strong sense of connection is necessary to create positive social, emotional, behavioral, and academic outcomes as it meets basic human needs. The purpose of the program was to keep in touch with students during the pandemic and to reduce the impact of school closure by ensuring the continuity of students' education and other regular activities through online teaching. Furthermore, it is considered as a bridge to make students feel that they are in their classroom and to provide them an opportunity to communicate with their teachers and peers. We also aim to provide psychosocial support to the students as they were affected due to the school closure. Additionally, we aim to minimize the learning loss due to school closure, and one main objective was to ensure that students were not deviated from studies due to the long closure of school. Teacher training was given to the teachers to enhance virtual teaching skills. Schedules were prepared and all the teachers and leading teachers worked together as per the schedule. Teachers' works were monitored regularly by SMT members and proper feedback was given for further improvement. All the works done were documented and teachers were given clear instructions with proper guidelines. Students' works were assigned in Google Classroom and works were assigned as per the syllabus outcomes. Students' attendance of the online classes were recorded and updated daily. Students, parents and teachers' feedback were collected and evaluated. Willingness of the teachers and their cooperation was highlighted regularly. Collect feedback from teachers regularly in order to identify the teachers who require additional support and guidance. Online assessments were done. Students and teachers collaboratively worked together to minimize learning loss. Focused on strengthening relationship of students and teachers. E-portfolio was introduced. To continue the program, there were many challenges, specifically as most of our teachers were totally new to the online teaching and they were in need of a lot of support and guidance. There were many teachers who were totally new to Google Meet, Google Classroom and Google Drive. Most of our teachers were very reluctant to take online classes at first. With continuous support from SMT and volunteer teachers, the program continued. For those who required additional help, support was provided even by visiting their home as well as bringing them to school during their scheduled class time. It was indeed very successful and we were pleased to see the progress even within 1 week. In addition to this, many teachers who were familiar with the Google tools were also reluctant to take classes and lacked the confidence. Yet, with support from SMT and colleagues, they overcome those difficulties. From 22nd March 2020 to till school reopens in the new normal, the scheduled online classes were continued. The most inspirational part of this strategy was that 100% of the teachers of the school were actively involved in online teaching and around 80% of the teachers successfully completed Google Certified Educator Level 1. However, those teachers who did not get certified were equipped with necessary skills and knowledge to continue online teaching. Even though the schools were closed all over the country with no mandatory online classes, we decided to continue the classes to ensure that the student-teacher relationship continues. With the implementation of this strategy, teachers of Sino Atoll School learned how to engage students in their learning without being in their physical classroom. They were very much motivated and excited to reach their students through online platforms like Google Meet and Viber during the days of lockdown. Similarly, it helped to build 21st century skills in students, increased student engagement, motivation, and accelerated learning. Teachers made the maximum use of this opportunity, and even now, online teaching is an essential part of the teaching and learning process in the school. As teachers used online mode of teaching when it wasn't mandatory, teachers found it very confident when they have to take online classes in new normal. This also led to teacher motivation to learn and explore more on use of various ICT tools. Many of our teachers did Google Certificate Level 1 and Level 2 along with trainer levels due to their motivation in enhancing more knowledge and skills to become effective teachers even through online teaching. Similarly, now our students collaboratively work together even if they have to do activities at home without being physically present to do their group projects. Therefore, the whole school community benefited as the learning continued virtually during the pandemic. The program was a huge success as teachers helped to prepare our O-level and A-level students for their final exam during the pandemic. Additionally, as we followed the normal syllabus for other grades, the learning loss was minimized. A total of 1,438 periods were taken until school reopened in the new normal. Covering the syllabus for grade 9 was a huge issue, and due to the online classes taken, the topics that need to be covered were minimized. Most of the activities assigned for the students in Key Stage 1 and 2 were designed such that students can experiment and explore, which were based on syllabus outcomes, which enhanced the kids to enjoy learning at home.
Al-Dekkim.
Shukriya Sinatu. Warabes Furiyama Ebarumaka Kameabiye, Satek person teacher online home Gendevi class taki war faha kollave amekam galon faha kura. Shukriya.
Demmyoti professional support and learning mi team ge dashung husheri fawa husherume mi husherum hushala fa mi wani Gyasuddin International School ge faratu Gyasuddin International School ge faratu mi hushala de dirmaki professional support and training, strengthening teacher effectiveness in online teaching and learning. Gyasuddin International School.
Greetings from the first Microsoft school in the Maldives, Gyasuddin International School. The pandemic certainly drove the world to rapidly adapt to new contexts of teaching and learning, and to come up with various ways to impart education to the students. Putting first things first, here is a brief introduction and description of the program. Though it was a difficult time for all educators, Gyasuddin International School was proactive in adapting to new changes. Being the pioneers to first start Bring Your Own Device in the Maldives was a strong foundation. In October 2015, various professional development sessions were conducted for the school staff, including ICT development. However, more detailed trainings were done during the COVID-19 lockdown. GIS believes in continuous learning journey both for the students and teachers. Hence, general training sessions were conducted to ensure teachers know the main platform, which is Microsoft Teams. In order to describe the inspirational and innovative achievement and the specific elements that makes GIS exceptional and extraordinary, we need to look at the recent years when Gyasuddin International School invested heavily in information and communications technology. The quality of educational resources, including ICT and connectivity, has greatly impacted the lives of teachers and students. Being the first school in the Maldives to become a Microsoft Showcase school was an added advantage to start off immediately during pandemic, as there was already a platform set to conduct online teaching and learning. Showing a great example to the community by continuing to teach without any inhibitions was a blessing. Though it was a harsh time for all, teachers showed great enthusiasm in integrating all the tools that were given to them. The staff worked extra miles to ensure that no child was left behind. Technical assistance was given whenever needed by the tech team of GIS. New tools explored were also shared in the shared platform for teachers to explore and use it in their teaching and learning. Here is a brief learning intention of the program. Various surveys conducted have revealed that digital technology has been fully integrated in the teaching and learning process. Teachers feel sufficiently skilled to use ICT effectively. As facilitators and mentors, the staff have relatively good ICT skills. Analysis of the student assessment data on the effects of ICT on students' outcome adds to the promising picture. Here are the steps followed for an effective strategy for employee training. First of all, the school performed a staff professional needs assessment. Second step was to come up with the learning objectives. This was followed with designing a training material. And final step was to implement the training. Let's look at the success criteria of the program. The success of the training program is based on bridging the gap between teachers' previous knowledge with acquiring improvised skills. Success criteria was to, first of all, integrate online apps, to plan activities which will keep the students engaged, and to organize the class notebook systematically. Hence, simple tests, peer teaching, online live events were all a part of the criteria. Online live events were also another reflection of the successful use of the training sessions, which included our annual academic activities such as Devehi and English literary activities. Furthermore, feedback from students gave an evaluation of the teaching at the end of the first SMART term. The performance improvement gives a clear picture from the team's insight. Here is a brief description of the specific strategies that were enthused to motivate and spark interest in the GIS community, which led to the improvement and enhancement of learning. In line with the learning intentions of professional support, and as a result of various training sessions, teachers were able to achieve the desired objectives. Over time, new skills were mastered and used independently in a distant learning environment. As far as the training materials are concerned, they were developed way before the training process, which were meticulously planned according to the learning needs of teachers. This included hands-on practices, wherein teachers were able to use specific tools to teach their peers as practices before using them in their classes. Training material as such was divided into small parts and were done grade-wise, where teachers shared their experiences and their success stories with other teachers. Potential learners were identified and made part of the training. Real-life examples were included in the training as teachers shared how they can relate to their own students in relation to the tools introduced. And to add a feather to the cap, it was a golden opportunity to invite other teachers all around India in collaboration with Sri Educare to experience the virtual lesson walk. Now, this was an extraordinary achievement GIS received due to tireless training sessions. It was also amazing to see students using the tools taught in order to take part in school annual activities conducted even during this pandemic. This has led to our teachers and students inculcating 21st century skills in their teaching and learning. As we are proceeding to a tech era, these new skills gained will be even more useful for the future education system. As far as the description of the methodology is concerned, a unique method was followed based on the following key elements that facilitated innovations before and during the pandemic. At the outset, all the stakeholders were involved to discuss the key concepts and innovative strategies that could work during a lockdown period. As GIS has always been working on the development of 21st century skills in students, it enabled us to continue these innovative approaches during this paradigm shift. Secondly, a range of approaches were employed. This was done through a series of effective exposure to recent technology, one of which was even equivalent to the ICT model introduced by the UNESCO in the year 2002. Immediate training sessions were carried out to ensure that all teachers have the capacity and the tools to apply the newly taught approaches in a distant learning environment, thus infusing and integrating knowledge and skills relevant to each subject. Finally, GIS was transformed into a whole ICT developed school where ICT became a part of day-to-day life for teachers and students. The school started off with virtual to real-time classroom, and daily communications between students and teachers were completely through emails and via Microsoft Teams. Another unique approach was to have synchronous as well as asynchronous teaching and learning during the pandemic, which led to an easy flow in the teaching and learning process. While this was a time of uncertainty and challenge, it was also a time that provided us with unlimited favorable conditions to connect with ideas and possibilities. In order to ensure that learning happens without failure at home, parents were given scheduled orientation sessions in a way that all parents could attend the online sessions at their preferred time. With regard to the description and method of evidence collection and evaluation, data collection was mainly done through surveys, as they are a standardized instruments to collect statistics from a targeted group of people. They were used to collect both qualitative and quantitative data as well. Besides that, surveys were conducted to evaluate the effectiveness and the success of the program. In addition to this, school academic coordinators monitored the classes at daily basis, and regular positive feedback were given to the teachers. During these feedback and evaluation sessions, coordinators were able to evaluate the effectiveness of the teachers and get extra trainings relevant to the grades. The IT team was always available due to the flexible hours and was able to give additional training sessions requested by the grade coordinator. To give a compelling justification in support of the program and why it deserves innovation and best practices of education award during COVID-19, one needs to take a walk through the series of events and challenges faced without any inhibitions. The cornerstone is that the implementation of digital technology in GIS has certainly delivered the promised improvement of better results at lower cost, as all the trainings were done by the school staff. As a matter of fact, no other human resources were brought from outside. Various surveys conducted have revealed that digital technology has been fully integrated in the teaching and learning process. Teachers feel sufficiently skilled to use ICT effectively. As facilitators, the staff have relatively good ICT skills. Analysis of student assessment data on the effects of ICT on students' outcome adds to the promising picture. There were many trial and error methods along the long journey of online learning. When something wasn't working, the first reaction was to look for a new strategy, a way to fix the problem, and that is how all the hurdles were crossed. Overall, the goal was consistent: to help the students master a coherent series of learning challenges that will ultimately lead to higher standards.
ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಗಿಯಾಸುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಟೀಮ ತಿಯ ಫೆನಿಗೆಂದಿಯ ಗಿಯಾಸುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಟೀಮುಂಗ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕಿಯಾವಾದಿನು ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದಿವ ಮಂಟಕ ಎಹಿ ತೆರುವುಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂ ಕುರೈಫಾವ ಗಿನ ಗುಣ ಬುರ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆತ್ತ
online team ge dashun sin fedu school ge farak nu hushalade technology transform in education a revolutionary change bima me waqt mit fursat arwalani sin fedu school.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Shahma Rashid from Fedu School and I'm highly privileged to be a part of this Innovations Conference. Before I get started, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude to NIE for organizing this conference and providing such an opportunity for all the schools across the Maldives to share their innovative ideas and best practices during this pandemic. I'm sure that this conference will provide valuable insight into successful strategies that can be implemented to improve the quality of education in our country. The title of the project that I'll be presenting today is Technology Transforming Education, a Revolutionary Change. Now, to look into how our program actually started, let me go into a brief rundown of the need for these changes. After the COVID-19 virus was confirmed to have spread in the Maldives on 7th March this year, the reopening of schools, which was scheduled on 15th March after the midterm break, was delayed indefinitely as a precautionary measure. This affects more than 91,000 students from kindergarten to high school studying in private and public schools in the Maldives. Amidst the growing concerns about the spread of COVID-19 pandemic across the Maldives, there were uncertainties about the duration of the schools having to remain closed. Given the unpredictability of this situation, Fedu School planned to implement a set of immediate actions to ensure the continuity of teaching and learning during the pandemic. Most of the resources created under our online teaching and learning program were targeted not only to students studying in Fedu School, but to all the students across the Maldives. Our teachers have been quite proactive right from the beginning to ensure that our students continue to learn during the crisis. Some teachers went the extra mile, visiting students' homes to attend to technical problems that prevent them from joining virtual classes, and even provided internet connections to those who are from disadvantaged backgrounds. Foundation stage teachers had virtual one-to-one sessions with students during the pandemic and spent quality time with them, aiming to establish and maintain the rapport with the young learners. Now, I'll be looking into specific actions that were taken to start our online teaching and learning program and to ensure its success. Google Meet classes were scheduled immediately following the closure of schools and had been conducted daily on a regular basis. Parent meetings were held virtually to increase awareness about the importance of attending virtual classes, and this led to a significant increase in students' attendance for those classes. Subject coordination meetings and staff meetings were also held virtually on a regular basis. Google Classrooms were created for each subject, and students were assigned tasks related to the daily lessons conducted through Google Meet. Other supplementary materials were also uploaded on Google Classroom to give students easy access to them. Activities were conducted virtually for uniform bodies that were aimed to develop students' leadership skills. Students were even given the opportunity to take the initiative to conduct international webinars. Apart from that, students were encouraged to engage in activities such as baking, sewing, gardening, and reciting Quran, and their work was shared with teachers who provided them reinforcement, constructive feedback, and advice as well. As these activities were conducted, our teachers made use of checklists to monitor students' work. Fedu School teachers volunteered wholeheartedly to contribute to teleclass sessions organized by the Ministry of Education and spent long hours preparing presentations and recording the lessons. A total of over 25 lessons by 19 teachers from Fedu School were recorded and broadcast across Maldives over the span of the past 5 months. Now let's look into some additional tools that were utilized by Fedu School to further enhance our online teaching and learning program. FS Virtual is the web portal of Fedu School in which students have access to learning materials even during the pandemic. FS Academy is a Google site that was created by the school with the aim to provide the necessary resources to facilitate students' learning during the pandemic. Video lessons, presentations, and other resources are uploaded on the site under different subjects of respective key stages. A YouTube channel had also been created that gives students easy access to relevant videos that will enhance their learning, which is accessible through the Google site as well. A Facebook page and Viber community group called Happy Hour was created that provided a conducive virtual platform for teachers, students, and even parents by providing counseling and advice to those who need psychosocial support. One-to-one sessions were also conducted through this platform to those who needed them. These activities were conducted not only with the aim to deliver subject-specific content matter, but to develop students' values and skills and to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on the social and emotional well-being of students, teachers, and parents as well. Our online teaching and learning program aspires to develop caring, capable, responsible, and motivated students through a wide range of specialized activities and resources that cater for the needs of individual students. Now, the success of our online teaching and learning program can be determined by the results of the learning loss assessment in mathematics, English, and Divehi conducted by the Ministry of Education. Fedu School students achieved higher than the expected results in this assessment, which proves that the priceless efforts made by teachers to ensure students continue to learn from home during the pandemic had indeed been successful. So for the closing remarks, I would like to highlight that it was anticipated by the school that there might be a lack of receptivity among students and parents towards online teaching platforms such as Google Meet and Google Classroom. So for this reason, online teaching was initially started with various applications simultaneously, including more familiar applications such as Viber, to give students the opportunity to choose the alternative convenient for them. Despite the fact that the use of virtual platforms for teaching school students is considerably new in the Maldives, teachers were excited at the prospect of the sheer range of possibilities available for teaching on virtual platforms. This positivity is the result of the school's early initiative to train all the teachers to incorporate Google for Education tools in teaching. Our community acknowledges these efforts of teachers, leading to their continuous support in our efforts to make sure our students receive quality education even in such unprecedented times. We will continue to provide students across the Maldives free access to learning platforms that will continue to be updated daily, hoping to contribute to a better future for our nation. Before I leave, I would like to acknowledge this innovative team who had been instrumental in creating the tools and resources needed for our online teaching and learning program. You have indeed proven that together as a team we can do wonders. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
شكرا فيدو سكول تكنولوجي مدور کو تعلیم فور کو دینما گنون وربس بورد انگلابی بدل شکریہ
Demves mioti hama professional support and training mithi mon kala fund school on hoshalal devume mi hoshalon hoshalo bal devuma taka alganda ko me wogot kala fund school ge deputy principal alfalila amnat yusra ebainne vima mewagot mi fursat arwalani vima mewagot mi fursat arwani kala fund school ge deputy principal alfalila amnat yusra
Assalamu alaikum. A very good evening to all the participants, viewers, judges of this Special Innovation Conference 2020. On behalf of Kalafan School, I would like to welcome you all to witness our journey in managing education during this pandemic 2020. In mid-March, when an unprecedented and catastrophic event hit us all, we were all taken aback and unaware of the situation ahead of us. It was our leader, our role model Ms. Rahma, who envisioned the situation, brought the teams together, made plans, and in order to ensure that quality education took place, we overcame a lot of challenges and difficulties. I hope that today we inspire ideas and discussions around the ways in managing education in the future by learning through these best practices. Our whole program was to empower teachers, students, and parents in managing education, and the theme was to support and give training, professional training to our teachers, parents, and community as a whole. The main idea of our whole program was to focus on supporting teachers not only to cope through this pandemic but also even post-pandemic. And soon after the whole Mali went to a full lockdown, we arranged a very urgent meeting and the following actions took place. A very urgent meeting was taken place, and then all the academic related work were uploaded to Drive. Online work plans were made and the remaining outcomes were formulated by leading teachers, and we had a special team to tackle our technological problems by tallying the working and non-working tablets. I would like to also note here that we did not have any technical support or IT technician at that time. So why is this such a very important problem to tackle during a pandemic? As staff stayed at home during the first 3 weeks prior to the full lockdown, it was really very difficult to reach all the students and to communicate with them. So we as a team, we, the teachers and all, we believe that the quality of education should not be risked at any cost, and teaching should take place as we would like to take place in the classrooms. And in order for the communication to be intact between the teachers and the students, we had to overcome and draft a special program to reach these students. When our program started in May, our first teacher got certified in May 10th, and soon after that grade 7, 8, 9, 10 followed, and shortly all the teachers were on board. Leading teachers made their own targets, and the school had their separate targets to reach to get all the teachers certified in a special duration. Once the teachers started getting certified, we believed that the work should be going digital. Therefore, the Google Classrooms were made. All the teaching and learning materials were uploaded to the drives through Google Classroom, and we had an online platform to reach out the students. In no time, when all the teachers were certified by the end of July, all the classes across the school had their own Google Classrooms, and they started making their own digital learning materials. Students' online classes were taken via Gmeet, and they were really happy and excited to see their class teachers and have social interaction with the students. And with following of certification 1, many started certification 2, and still many are in the process. So what are some of the positive effects of Google Classroom and learning includes that students are highly motivated when they are included, and it enhances self-learning, uploading the worksheets on time and being extremely happy to see their classmates through G classes. And also Google Classrooms help the students in numerous ways when formative assessment was ongoing. As mentioned before, our program is different and it is formulated in 4 phases. As you can see, the first phase was to train all the teachers of our school, which we attained by the end of July. 100% of teachers were trained, and we were the first school to train all the teachers accordingly. And soon after the certification, we felt that there was a need to help the teachers understand the link between the pedagogy and ICT. Therefore, we asked all the teachers to take part in the online learning pedagogy forum webinar conducted by Dr. Abdullah Rashid to understand the link between G Suite and its features by linking it with the pedagogy. In phase 3, workshop for trainers was conducted to train teachers in preparing interactive online worksheets, and in phase 4, which will be an ongoing phase, because in order to integrate ICT as it's an ongoing process, we need to always enhance skill of teachers, students, and even parents. Learning intention. So what was the main learning intention of the whole program? We believe that integrating ICT in classroom should not be a one-time thing, and it should also follow even post-pandemic. Therefore, we felt like we should train the whole school and staff together so that they will be able to integrate ICT in the classrooms confidently, and using a steady, organized, systematic approach in managing the students' work and transforming the teaching and learning methodology fully online to digital Google Classroom, ensuring teachers get fully equipped with knowledge to incorporate ICT in the classroom. And one very important objective was to instill and develop 21st century learning skills not only in teachers but students and parents as a whole. So how do we measure that our program is successful? So as I already said before, this is not a one-time thing, and it's a process of a whole. We are going to measure the teacher's success level by the Google certification, ability to incorporate ICT confidently and compatibility in the classes through their animated stories, videos, interactive quizzes, students' online platforms, being able to create interactive worksheets, and letting students do self-assessments. And the students will be successful if they, even in the lower grades, are able to upload their work on their own, check the feedback given by the teachers on their own, take part in interactive quizzes, join the virtual field trips and webinars which were organized by the school on their own. As I mentioned, the whole process, this whole innovation is a process innovation. We are going to be carrying out in phases. The first phase was to identify the need, whether it was really necessary that the teacher should undergo the certification. And it was amidst a pandemic that we all got trained, and we were able to reach our students through these Google Classrooms. And in the implementation process, we focused on pedagogy and assessment. Therefore, we took part in the online learning focused assessment pedagogy, which helped the teachers understand the way forward by linking the skills of the teaching along with the assessment. And as each innovation adds value, this Google certification and the whole process itself has added value to our community by instilling ICT integrated skills in our students, teachers, and parents as a whole. So we found out that when we have ICT certified teachers or ICT skilled teachers, this helped as a whole transformation process in the whole school community and had direct impact on teaching and learning and increased student motivation to take part in the classes. We found out that the student attendance had raised at peak after the teachers started taking interactive classes and having quizzes in their classes, which motivated students to join the classes. And also we observed that effective assessment methods were taking place through the GMAT classes too. In the long run, this will also help students to become self-learners, and it will also help teachers to integrate ICT effectively in their classes. In order to evaluate what we have done through the pandemic, we carried out a short survey whereby we interviewed our stakeholders, and they were very contented and satisfied with our managing the whole education in the pandemic. And also having 100% certified teachers who are familiar with the technology help us in a great way to reach out students, including all the students despite their learning difficulties, and we were able to reach them all. So to conclude with, one of the key elements that motivated our students to adopt online learning was interactive activities that all the teachers carried out by incorporating in the GMeet sessions. And these interactive sessions included teachers using Socrates, Jamboard, Spin the Wheel, quizzes, and other various tools to enhance their interactivity in the classes. And there are many schools who have 100% certified teachers. What makes us different is that we are not stopping at one point after all the teachers get certified. Indeed, we want this to be a whole process whereby teachers practice the ICT integration in their classes even the post-pandemic. So these are some of the programs that are going to follow. Practical sessions on using online interactive tools based on collaborative teamwork, collating ideas and content online, creating online learning contents, and survey and voting tools, and also tools that are used to carry out formative assessment for the teachers.
शुक्रिया कला फंड स्कूल के डेप्यूटी प्रिंसिपल अल्फाल्ला आमनत युसरा.
Thank you.
शुक्रिया अल्फाल्ला. शुक्रिया कला फंड स्कूल के डेप्यूटी प्रिंसिपल अल्फाल्ला आमनत युसरा.
The Medga Tavaga Dashun Korea Genduma Kanel Famibani Sharafuddin School in Team Creative Learning Space Gadashun Hushalova Deva Virtual Sharafuddin. We Madam Mifrusat Arvani Sharafuddin School.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dehas Navarro Naharuge, December Mohu China, Wuhan City, COVID Navar Bali, Fenumaku, Alur me divihim with Kambodu Mundi, Nuata, Alur me divihim with Wahaga Kumundi, Divihira Jega, a Bali, Anna Duhe, Medve Vidanakama. Nuata Divihira Jing, a Bali by Fenidanakama, Ea Alur me Alanji, Piolta Kobata, Alur Mengendi. ವರಬ್ಬಡ ತಯಾರು ಬಲೆಮು ಮಿಕಮುಗ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಮಿಲೆ ಫರಾಯ್ತಕ ವರಬ್ಬಡ ಮಸೆಯುಕರ ಮುಗೆಂದಿಯ ನತೀಜಾ ಕವ್ವಿ ದಿವೆಹರಾಜ್ಯ ಸೋತಿ ವರಬ್ಬಡ ತಯಾರು ಮಿ ತಯಾರಿ ತಕ್ಕೆ ತೆರೆಗ ಅಳುವಣ ಮೆ ತಿಬ್ಬ ದೇಹಾಸ್ ವಿಹಿವನಾಹರುಗೆ ಮಾರಿಕ್ ಮೊಗ ಹೆಬ್ಬಣದು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಇಬಲಿಗೆ ಫುರುತ ಬಲಿಮಿ ಹಪ್ಪಿನಿಗೆಂದಿ ಏ ಆಯಕು ವರಬ್ಬಡ ಅಳುವಣ ಮೆಗೆ ತೌಲಿಮಿ ದಾಯರ ಸಮಾಲ್ಕ ಮುಂಗೆ ಇಜ್ಜೆತರ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ಗೆ ದುರ್ವಿಷ್ಣು ಫುಳ ಆಯಕು ಅಳುವಣ ಮೆಗೆ ದಿವೆಹರಾಜ್ಯಗ ಕೇವಾದಿನಮಗೆ ಕೇವಾದಿನಮಗೆ ನಿಜಾಮ ಬದಲ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಗಿನೋಮಗೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಫಿಶಿಗಿಂದಿಗೆ ಏ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ವೆಸ್ ಮಸೆ ಯುಕ್ಕರ್ ಮುಗಿಂದಿ ಇಜ್ಜೆತರ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಡ್ಯುಕೇಷನ್ಗೆ ವಿಷ್ಣು ಫುಳ ಆಯ್ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಅಳುವಣ ಮೆಗೆ ವೆಸ್ ಕೇವಾದಿನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತ ಬದಲ್ಕೊ ಬುಳಿಂಗ್ ಆ ಗೊತ್ತೇಕ ಕೇವಾದಿನ ಗೆಂಗೊಸ್ ಅಳುವಣ ಮೆಗೆ ಕೇವಾದಿನಮಗೆ ಬಟ್ಟಫಾಳಿಯ ಫೇರಿಯ ಬದಲ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಗಿನ್ನ ಮೀಗೆ ನತೀಜಾಕ್ಕೆ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗ ವಾಚೋಲ್ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಗ ಅಳುಗಣ ಮೇದ್ ಮಿ ತಾರಫ್ ಕುರ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫಿಶಿಗಿಂದಿ ಮೇದ್ ಅಳುಗಣ ತಿಬೇಫ್ಲನ್ನ ತಾರಫ್ ಕುದ್ದೆ ಮಿಗಳನೆ ವಾಚೋಲ್ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಮಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಡ್ಡೋತೊಳ ಹಿತದುಗ ಕಾಯಂ ಬಿಫೋ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ವಾಚೋಲ್ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ಗೆ ನಮಗ ತಾರಫ್ ಕುರ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ವರ ವಿಷ್ಣು ತರಿಕ ಮಾಕ್ ವರ ಬಡ ತಯಾರುವೆ ಅಳುಗಣ ಮೆ ತಯಾರು ಕುರ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಮಕ್ಸದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಳುಗಣ ಮೆನ್ನ ದರಿವರಂ ವೇಗ ಬ್ಯಾತಿಬ್ಬಾಗೆನ್ನ ಅದಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಗೆನಸ್ಗೆನ್ನ ಕೋವಿಡ್ಗೆ ಮಿ ಹಾಲತ್ಗೆ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಉಂಗನ್ನ ಆದಿನ ಮುಗ ತಫಾತ್ ಗೊತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ನೆರೆ ಏ ಗೊತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಣುಂಕೊಗೆ ದರಿವನ್ನ ಉಂಗನ್ನ ಆದಿನು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂಗೋಸ್ಫಾವ ಗೊತ್ತ ಬಲಾಲೆ ದಂಡವಾಣೆ ಅಳುಗಣ ಮೆಂಗೆ ಮಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂಗೋಸ್ಫಾವನೆ ಬರಬ್ಬಡ ಅಳುಗಣ ಕುರಿವೆತ್ತನೆ ಪದ ತಯಾರುವೆಗೆ ದುರಾಲ ವಿಷ್ಣು ತೆರಿಕಮಾಯಕು ಗೊತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗೆ තෆාත් මර්හලාතක රාවෑග ඉද්දුහ අලුවන් මෙන්න කුරේ තජරිබා ගලීග ඉතුරු කුරියරුන්තක හෝදා ඉතුරු ඒ තජරිබාගේ බේනුකොගේ ඉතුරු හර්ෆෙත්තක අලුවන් මෙගේ මේ ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් ගෙන්නම අලුවන් මෙ ගෙන්දියා මිගුතුන් බලාර අලුවන් මෙගේ ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් ගේ ෆිෂුන් ඇච්පා වණි අලුවන් මෙ ඔන්ලයින් ko kiwa denuma taka kuron masike online ko kiwa denuma taka kuron masike fulako alun men tafat darajata ekantata kuriya gendiya project ge himinifa baata bina ko fone alun me dennewe gota alun me tarange kure fiwa hitak ketere emme prathama alun menge kamaka me online assembly shakkinne gotuga dannawan jehani online ko kiwa denum ಅಳುವರ್ ಮೇ ಕುರಿಯಗೆಂದ ಫೆಶೇರು ಅಳುವರ್ ಮೇ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬುಡ ವಿಷ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಿ ದರಿವರುಣ್ಣ ಉಂಗೆನೇರು ಈ ದರಿವರುಣ್ಣ ಕೀವದೇಂ ಬಲ್ಯಾರು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಕೀವದಿನು ಮಕ್ಕಿ ಹಮೇಕನೆ ಕೀವದಿನು ಮಕ್ಕ ನುಫುದೆ ಅಳುವರ್ ಮೇನ್ನ ದರಿವರುಣ್ಣ ಕೀವದೇಂಗೆ ಬಜ್ಜಿಹೆ ತಫಾತ್ ಗೊಯ್ತಕ ಹಮೇಕನೆ ಕ್ಲಾಹ ಮುದರಿಸಿ ವಡಾಗಿಂಪ ಕೀವದಿವ್ವು ಮಕ್ಕೋ ಈ ದರಿವರುಣ್ಣ ಲಿಬಿಂಜಿಹೆ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಮೌಲ್ಯಮಾತಕ ದರಿವರ್ ಹುನರ್ವೇರಿಕ ತರಗಿ ನುಕುರವೆ आम गतिगे स्कूल तक बाबा असेंबली के हकीकत मिकम दरिवरन हुळवालेफा फुर्सते दरिवरन एदरिवरन मालूमात मुसंदिक्रुमल्ली विदे रानुग फुर्सते मि फुर्सत बंद वेगेंदी मा अळवन में कत्तु कुरे ऑनलाइन असेंबली अळवन में तेरे तारफ कुरा देन अळवन में इतर तारफ को फवानी ऑनलाइन को केवा दिनो ऑनलाइन असेंबली या ऑनलाइन को केवा दिनो में बरबड गुलिलाम हिफा दिक्कंतत दन्नवंत अळवन में ऑनलाइन असेंबली अळवन में पेशी राज्य गति बे फुन्ना बोस बेबे फ्लम अळवन में ऑनलाइन असेंबली गा दरुना हाथ कुरुम के फुर्सत होदे दिन में निगतुगा एगो तो बल्यार अळवन में ऑनलाइन असेंबली त फेशनु दो इज इट मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर एजुकेशन ऑनरेबल डॉक्टर अब्दुल रशीद आदि मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर एजुकेशन ऑनरेबल अल्फा फातिमा नसीर अळवन में मी ऑनलाइन असेंबली गा तकरीर कुरब अदरुना मालूमात तेपे ए आ अळवन में वरंग ಖ್ಯಾರ ಪುರುಷತಿಗ ದಿವಹ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಲಿಯುಂತಿರಿಂಗ ದೋಹಗ ಮುನಾಸಬಾಗ ಬಹುಗೆ ಎಕಡಮಿಗೆ ರೈಸ್ ಅಲ್ಫಾಲ ಅಶ್ರಫ್ ಅಲಿ ದರುನ್ನ ಮಹಾತಬ್ ಕುರವ್ವ ಅಗೋಹರಿ ಫಿಲಾವಳತಕ್ಕೆ ದಿವ್ವೆ ಅಳುವನ್ ದನ್ನವಾಣಿ ಮಿ ಫಿಲಾವಳತಕ್ಕೆ ದರುನ್ನ ವರಂಗ ಅಗೋಹರಿ ಮಾಲೂಮಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಲಿಬಿಗೆಂದಿ ಫಿಲಾವಳತಕ್ಕೆ ಏ ಆಯಕು ಅಳುವನ್ ಮೆಂಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಖಾಸ್ ಎಕ್ಕಮೆ ಫಾಹಗೆಂದಿ ದುನಿಯಾಗೆ ಫಾಹ ಕುರವನ ಹಿತುಗೆ ದೋಹ ಅಡು ಇಕ್ವೇಟರ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇನಾಶಾ ವರಂಗಳು ನಸೀಹತಕ್ಕೆ ದರಿವರನ್ನ ದಿವ್ವ ಅಗೋಹರಿ ಫಿಲಾವಳತಕ್ಕೆ ದಿವ್ವೆ ಏ ಆಯಕು ಅಳುವನ್ ಮೆಂಗೆ ऑनलाइन असेंबली का एम खास गति फाह को ले माले तिब्बे फिजियोथेरेपी एसोसिएशन ऑफ मॉड्यूल्स की फरातों दरवर गिनती वर खास सेशन ये आको देंग अळवन में ऑनलाइन असेंबली का फाह को ले इक्कम के अळवन में राज्य मशहूर आदि दुनिया में मशहूर बेफले प्रोफेसर हसन ओकैल की फरातों अळवन में दरवर ऑनलाइन असेंबली तक दरवर हाथ कुरवा तफात अगोहर मालूमात के दरवर लिबिदेवे अळवन में इज्जत परमानेंट सेक्रेटरी अल्फाल अहमद अली अळवन में दरुना मुखातब कुरबा वाहक तक दिखते मैं अळवन में ऑनलाइन असेंबली तक कुरिय गंगोस्पा खास हरकत तक मैं आए को इस फाह को लेवे तफात बेबे फुलंगे ऑनलाइन असेंबली तक दरुना मुखातब कुरबा अगोरिन फिलहाल तक दिव्वा फाह अळवन फाह को देंगोते ऑनलाइन को केवा दिन ऑनलाइन को केवा दिन मटका अळवन में तैयारो मुंदे गूगल फॉर एजुकेशन गे नमुगा हिंग मुगंदे कोर्स तक अळवन में स्कूल गे हुरिहा एकेडमिक स्टाफ बैरिवे नूदी पह इंसत बेफ्लों सर्टिफिकेट हासिल कुरबाफे ये आक अळवन में पेशे केवदे अदि मि केवदिन मुगे तेरे अळवन में गेना दरिवरंग बेलेनि वेरिना ऑनलाइन को केवदिन मुगा दिमा मत्सतक आहलवेरिको टैबलेट बेणुं कोगे ऑनलाइन को केवदेर गेग दरिवरं बैति बैंक केवदिन मटका बेलेनि वेरिना सेशन तक नेगे नतीजा कवे बेलेनि वेरिन बेचे को आहलवेरि फो दरवरन उंगन्नादे फिलहाल तक बे मालूमात अळवन में फिलहाल वेहिगे गोतुगा कुरियಗೆಂದಿಯ अदि या अळवन में कोविड नवारेग हालत बेलेनिवरेन अहुलवेरि कुर मट्टका अनुवत हेलुंतिर कुर मट्टका हास प्रोग्राम तक अळवन में कुरियಗೆಂದಿಯ मी ऑनलाइन को किवादिन मुग अळवन में कोफा मचकेत डिंग अळवन में कुरि अनि मचकेतकी केनो शरफुद्दीन आदे शरफुद्दीन स्कूल गा दरवरन ಇದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಹುನರ್ವೇರಿಕಂ ದಕ್ಕುಯಾದಿನ ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಇದರಿವರುಂಗೆ ಹುನರ್ವೇರಿಕಂ ಬೇಣುಕೋಗೆ ದರಿವರನ ಕಂತತ ಕುರಿಯಗೆಂದಿನ ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಮಚೆ ಕುರುಮುಗೆ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ಅಳವನ್ ಹೋದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಅಳವನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಯಂ ಕುರಿ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ಆದ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ವಜೂದ್ ಉಮಾಕ್ ದೇಂ ಬೆಗೆಂದಿ ಯೋಗತಕ್ಕಿ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಇದರಿವರುಂ ಅಮಿಲ್ಲೆ ದರಿವರುಂ ಹುನರ್ವೇರಿಕಂ ದೆಕ್ಕು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಹಾಸ ಕಂತತಕ್ಕೆ ಕೋ ದರಿವರುಂ කෙනල් මෙදවරක දක්කම් ෆෙෂන් ආද මේ අලුගොන් මෙන්ගේ ශරෆුද්දීන් කෙනල්ගේ මෑගනු මක්සද් හාසිලුම්ගේ කොල්මති ෆිනිෆම් මේතේ අලුගොන් මෙන්ගේ ශරෆුද්දීන් කෙනල් වුජූද් වෙස්සවනේ ඔක්ටෝබර් මොහ ෆස්වන දවස් අදි ගෑගනක මහින් හා දවස් අලුගොන් මෙන්ගේ මේ කෙනල් බිෆවනේ කෙනල් වුජූද් වෙගෙන් අවමෑක් අලුගොන් මෙන්න ලිබෙමුන්දා තරහීබා අලුගොන් මෙන්ගේ කෙනල්ගේ මුස්තක්බල් බලයාර අලුගොන් දන්නවානේ මේ අලුගොන් මෙන්න එලිෆවා හරදනා ෆීවලಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇವಾದಿನ ಕುರಿಗೆಂದು ಮಟ್ಟ ಕಾಳಗೊಂಡು ಮೆನ್ನ ಲಿಫಾರನಕು ಫುರ್ಸತಿಗೆ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕುಡ್ಯ ಕೊಯ್ಸ್ ಬೇಣ ಮಾನೆ ತಿಮಾಗಿ ಕಿಬ್ಯಾಗ ಹುರಿ ಹುಣರೆ ಎದರಿವರಂಗು ಬೆಲಿನಿವಿರಿಯಾಯಶ ಮುತ್ತಮಗೆ ಎಹೆಮ್ಮಿ ಹುಣ್ಣ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಎಹೆಂಬೀಮ ಮೀ ಕಮಟ್ಟ ಕಾಳಗೊಂಡು ಮೇ ದರಿವರಂ ವರ ಬೊಡ ಮಸಕೆ ಬುಕುರೆ ನತೀಜಾಯಕ ಬನ್ನಿ ದರಿವರಂಗು ಉಂಗನು ಇತರು ಫುರ್ಸತಿಗೆ ಲಿಬುದ್ದೇನು ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಏಕೆ ಕಂಕೊಳುತಕ ತಿಬ್ಬೆವೆ ತಪ್ಪ ಕಮ್ಮಗೆ ಪಣ್ಣಿ ಬೇಫುಳಂ ಕಾಬಿಲ್ ಬೇಬೇಫುಳಂ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಕಿವದಿನುಗೆ ತಿರೆ ಗೆಣವಣು ಎಬೇಫುಳಂಗೆ ಹೀತರಿಕ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆನ್ನ ಹೋದೆಂ ಫೆಷನು ನತೀಜಾಯಕ ವಿ ದರಿವರ್ನ ಏಕಮುಗೆ ಮಂಪಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಲಿಬಿದಿನು ಆದ ಕುರಿಂ ವಿತಳಗೊಂಡು ದೆನೆ ಫದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಉಗೆಲ್ ಫದ ಬೇಬೇಫುಳಂಗೆ ನಮೂನಾಯಕ ಬಲೆಯಾಗಿ ಕುರಿಯದ್ದು ಮಟ್ಟ ಕಾಳುಗೊಂಡು ದರಿವರು ಮಸಕಿ ಫಶಾಫವನೆ ಮೀ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಲಿಬಿದಿಗೆಂದೇ ಫುರ್ಸತೆ ನೋತೆ ಎದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಲಿಬಿದೆ ಇತರು ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗ ಕುರಿಯಗೆಂದವಣೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಚ ಹರಕಾಯ ಫದ ಹರಕಾಯ್ತ ಮುದರಿಸುಂಗದು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹರಕಾಯ್ತಕ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಚ ಹರಕಾಯ ಅವಳು ದಣ್ಣವಾಣಿ ಮಿಹಾತನ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಹಿಂಗುಣ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ವರ್ಗದ ದೊಳುಗಡೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಾರ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡು ಮೇ ಲೈಫ್ ಕುರಿ ಇವೆಂಟೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಚ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಕುರು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಎಕ್ಕುರೆ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡು ದಣ್ಣವಾಣಿ ಕಾಮಯಾಬ್ ಕಮ್ಯಾಕ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡು ಮೆನ್ನ ನಿಂಬಿಫಾ ವರ ಅಗುಹುರಿ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆತಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಮಯಾಬ್ ಕಮ್ಯಾಕ ನಿಮ್ಮುನೆ ಮೀ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಸೋಬು ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಆಮ್ ಹಾಲತ್ಗೆ ನಮ ಮಂದರ್ ಫಿನಿಗಿಂದಾಣಿ ವರ ಮದುಬೇಕ ಹೆಣ್ಣಮೆ ವರಗಿನ ಬೇಕ ದುನಿಯೆಗೆ ಏಕಿ ಕಂಕೊಳುತಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಬ್ಬೆ ಬೇಪಳು ವಗುತುಂ ಎಮಂದರು ಬಲೆ ಮುಂಗಿಂದೆ ಅಳುಗುಣಿಗೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಚ ಹರಕಾಯ್ತ ಮೀ ವಾಚೋ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ಗೆ ಇಕ್ಕಾಮಯಾಬ್ ಮೀ ಆತ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೀ ದಕ್ಕಾಲನಿ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೀ ಕಾಮಯಾಬಿಗ ಬೈ ಫೋಟೋತ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಉಗೈಲ್ ದರಿವನ್ನ ಮುಖಾತಬ್ ಕುರಬಾ ದಕ್ಕವಾಪುರಿ ವಾಹತಕ್ ಹಮೆ ಯಾಕ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ತ ಹಮೆ ಯಾಕ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗೆ ಕೆನಲ್ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಹುಳುಣದು ಗೆ ಫೋಟೋತ ಅಳುವಣಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ನಿಮ್ಮಾಲಮು ಅಳುವಣಿ ದಂಡವ ಬೇಣುವ ವಾಹಕಕ್ಕೆ ವಾಚೋ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕುರವೆ ಉಮ್ಮೀದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹುಟ್ಟೆ ವಾಚೋ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಳುವಣಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಕುರ ಉಮ್ಮೀದಕ್ಕೆ ಫಹರಿಗವೆ ಅಳುವಣಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಲಿಬಿದಾಣ ಎವೋರ್ಡ್ ಕಟ್ಟಕ ನೋತೆ ಎವೋರ್ಡ್ ತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ ಮೆನ್ನು ವಾಚೋ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಳುವಣಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಕುರ ಉಮ್ಮೀದಕ್ಕೆ ದೆಮೆ ಹಿಟ್ಟೆ ನೀವು ಗೊತ್ತಕ ಮೀ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹಿಂಗ ದರಿವರನ್ನ ಫಾಯದಾ ಹುರಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೀ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೆದು ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನವಾರಗ ಹಾಲತ್ ವಿಯಸ್ ಏನೋ ಹಾಲತೆ ಕಮ್ಗೆ ವಿಯಸ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ದಿಮಾ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹಾಲತೆಗೆ ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಗೊಂಜಿ ಹೊಮೆಗ್ಗ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಎದರಿವರು ಬೇಣುವ ಉಂಗೆನುಮ ಬೇಣುವ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ದರಿವರನ್ನು ಹೋದಾದಿವೆ ಪದ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ಮೆಗೆ ವಾಚೋ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನು ತಾ ಬದ ಲಿಬಿದಿನು ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ಮೆಗೆ ಉಮ್ಮೀದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡ್ಮೆ ಮಸೆ ಕುರಾಣಿ ಎಮಕ್ ಸದಾಯಕ ಮೀ ಮತ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕುರುಮಟ್ಟಕ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮಿದೆನ್ನವೆ ವಾಚೋ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ಗೆ ಮಿಹಾರ ಹಿಮಿನೆ ಬ್ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಇತುರ ಮಿಹಾರ್ ವಣಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಇಫ್ತಿತಾಹ ಕುರ್ಮಗೆ ಮರಹಲಾಗ ಇರಾದ ಕುರವಿಯ ಮಾ ಲೆಸ್ತಕಿನ್ನುವೆ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗೆ ಮೀ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ತೆರೆ ಬದಗಿಂದಾಣಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ತಾರಫ್ ಕುರು ಮ್ಯಾಕು ಮೀ ಕಂಗ್ ಇತರು ಫೀವತ್ಸಕ ಇತರು ಹರುಫತಕ ಕುರಿಗಿಂದವೆ ಏಯಾಕು ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ತ ಬಾಬಂ ಫಿಶಮು ಕುರವನ್ನು ತಜ್ರಿಬಾಗೆ ಅಲೀಗ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಸಾಳಿಸ್ ದೆಕ್ಲಾಹುಗ PTA ಇಷ್ಟಿಂಗೋ ಮಾಯಕು ಟಿವಿ ಹರುಕೊ ಮಿಹಾರ್ ವಣಿ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಪದ ಹರಕಾಯ್ತ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹರಕಾಯ್ತ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಪದ ಹರಕಾಯ್ತ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ದೆಕ್ಕು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಬಾಣಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗ ಸಾಳಿಸ್ ದೆಕ್ಲಾಹುಗ ಟಿವಿ ಹರುಕೊಪ್ಪ ಮಿಕಮ್ಮಿ ಗೊತ್ತ ಕುರಂಜಿ ಹೊಣ ಮ್ಯಾಗಣ ಸೌಬಕ್ಕೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಪದ ವಸೀಲೆತ ಬೇಣುಕೊಗ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೇ ಕಿವದೆಂ ಬಲ್ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ತ ಬಾಬಂ ಬಲ್ಯಾರು ಇಫ್ಫಹರ ಬೇಣುಕುರನೆ ವರ ಮದು ದರಿವರುನ್ ತಯಕ ಎಂವೆ ಮಿಕಂ ಹುರಿಹಾ ದರಿವರುನ್ನ ಇಫ್ಫಹರ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ತಕ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕಿವದಿನೋ ಮುಗ ಬ್ಯಾರಿ ವೇಗು ಹೆದು ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ಗ ಟಿವಿ ಹರುಕು ಮಿಹಾರ್ವನಿ ಇಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮಿಫ ಎಂವೆ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ದಣ್ಣವಾಣಿ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗೆ ಮಿ ವಾಚೋ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ದಣಿ ಕುರಿಯಶೆ ಇತುರ ಹರ್ಫೆತಕ್ಕೆ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗೆ ಮಿ ವಾಚೋ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾಮಯಾಬ್ ಕಮ್ಯಾ ಕುರಿಯಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿನಮ ಮೀ ವರ ಕಾಮಯಾಬ್ ಮಸಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕ ವೆಗಿಂದಾಣ ದೆಂಗ್ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ವಾಹಕ ನೋಡಿ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೇ ಹುಷೇಳು ನಿಮ್ಮಾಲೆ ಮುಂದೆ ದಂಡ ಬೇನು ಮಣಿ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗೆ ಮೇ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ತಿಬೆ ಫುಲ್ ವೆಸ್ ಗುಳಿಗಡೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಆಶ ಅಳುಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗೆ ಕೆನೆ ಶರಫುದ್ದೀನ ತಿಬೆ ಫುಲ್ ವೆಸ್ subscribe kurabba algon menge me channel Sharafuddin ga himine baata ballava algon menge naako bari wadagen algon menge unga na dinuga im hitsadaraka tibe fulum vet wada enna washa embe algon dakka me link tibe fulum benu kurabbagen algon menge channel subscribe kurabama huriha be fulum vet algon dawataru eya ko algon den dawataru benu mane algon menge unga na dinuga tibe fulum vet bari wadagen algon menna ehi tiru debba immen guligen hingashe Wachol Sharafuddin itura kamya project ka hada huriha be fulum vet algon menge mi fursate be mi dawata algon me arwa den algon danno wahake ke algon menge Wachol Sharafuddin project kamya project ka wumuge huriha sirake Allah subhanahu wa taala algon menna debba munge dawa mativere niyametta algon menna ekama makfahe ko devum wa ko devum algon menna mikamuga e ilahuge hadratun libum da madad ehkama wumo algon me taabadu hamda shukr kura
ವಸೀಲತ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿಗೆ ತಾಲೀಮ್ ಫೋರ್ ಕೊದ್ದಿನು ಮತ್ಯ ಕುರೆ ವಿಬುರ ಮಸಕತ ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಮಸಲೆಕ ಹೆದಳೋರ್ ಮೆನ್ನ ನುದೆಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಿಯ ಕಲಾಫಂಡ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಿವರ ಮುಹಿಮು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕ ವಾತಿ ಕಲಾಫಂಡ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಂ ಎ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ದೆಕ್ಕುಮ್ಗ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ಅರ್ವ ಕಲಾಫಂಡ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್
ಶುಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಅದೇ ದೆಮ್ಯತಿ ಮಿಯದುಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಫಹು ಶೇಳು ಮೀ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಥೀಮ್ ಬಿಲಬೊಂಗ್ ಹೈ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಹುಷಾಳ ಫಾವಾ ಹುಷೇಳುಮೆ ಬಿಲಬೊಂಗ್ ಹೈ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಿ ಹುಷಾಳಾಲ್ ದೆನಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪಿಡಿಷಸ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಷನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಟು ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ವಿಮಾ ಮಿವಗುತು ಮಿ ಫುರ್ಸತ್ ಮಿ ಅರ್ವನಿ ಬಿಲಬೊಂಗ್ ಹೈ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್
An expeditious transition from physical to virtual learning. As schools discontinued due to COVID-19, the teachers and students of Billabong High International School Secondary have moved seamlessly from the physical classroom to online learning overnight, ensuring no gap in their students' education and no deterrent hampering any classroom teaching and learning. Our online class strategy focuses on scaffolding students' cognitive development, creativity, and collaborative learning, parallel to the development of their social skills and mental well-being. A comprehensive online survey was conducted to obtain feedback from the BHIS academic staff on their online teaching duties a week after the transit. All the programs previously provided physically have been transported into an online platform from the very first day. Coordination and staff meetings of teachers were conducted online. The school assembly was adapted by everyone successfully to the online platform. All the work, notes, and class registers are updated online in real time through EduPage. The staff sign-in and sign-out was enabled online from the very first day, effectively recording and managing the attendance of teachers for the sessions. Physical events were transformed into highly interactive virtual events. Virtual learning did not hamper the students' attempt at handwritten work as they submitted their work at home using different applications such as Shobi, Kami, Google Meet, Google Classroom for Education. These submissions have been marked and evaluated with comprehensive feedback provided by the teachers, exploiting diverse tools available in the said applications. A smooth transit. All the programs provided physically have been transported into an online platform from the very first day.
It didn't make us feel a difference between online and physical classes.
I think we had online classes almost every single day, just like we would in normal school.
Inclusive education. We met the individual needs of learners by customizing not only the online content, but also how the information is conveyed and how learners demonstrate their understanding of the subject matter.
The teachers could also be easily contacted through the school app EduPage, where the teachers would also put up notes for the students to study from. Quizzes to keep our minds sharp were also made by the teacher and put in EduPage.
I'm really grateful that our school has not halted their educative systems throughout the year and has always encouraged the students to keep studying during this pandemic.
Offline learning. We also made sure every student received the lessons taught. Each lesson had been recorded and shared with the students.
Initially, adjusting to virtual learning was an arduous task. However, the constant efforts put in by the school ensured that our education was not hindered. The school management provided us with various ways to ensure this, and that was by, when it comes to online classes, we had recorded lessons, which usually in traditional classrooms we can't do. So we were always able to refer back to our lessons and recall what we learned. And this also ensured that we never missed our classes.
Quality online education. Our lessons have been prepared in a way that kept the students engaged and interested while meeting lesson objectives. A milestone has been achieved.
Because at first I thought there would be a lot of technical issues and everything, but the school handled it pretty well. Like for the first time that they were transitioning into online learning.
Providing adjustments for children with learning disabilities. We provided customized notes and assessments to each student who has learning disabilities. English translated notes are provided to expected students who study local subjects. Online assembly. We began every week with a motivational feeling of a fresh, normal school day. It was amazingly spectacular.
All of our classes got closer with each other. Like when we were creating assembly, the students in my class were discussing ideas with each other, and it was really interesting and fun.
Gamification. We allowed learners to participate in the lesson actively by using applications such as Kahoots, Quizzes, EduPage Quiz, and Arcade, Testimods, and book widgets.
Teachers used many different platforms
such as Shobi, EduPage, Google Classroom, and many other to make sure that our lessons were done effectively.
History Quest. We provided a mind sport aimed to test the knowledge of history and motivate the students to complete assigned readings and develop an interest in the subject. Online clubs. We transformed the physical clubs to online. Chess became our new Game of Thrones. Assessment and evaluation.
Teachers and management put in a great effort on online exams, making sure that we do not miss or lose touch on any subject. Even the physical exams were very well organized by the school, while following all safety protocols.
A bit nervous for like the first online exam because I did not know how it would go, because I was afraid that there would be a few issues when uploading work and so on, but then it all went quite smoothly. So I never really had any anything I was unhappy about during the pre-mock exams.
Yeah, I think the online exam system accommodated all of our situations, especially the internet situation, but all the teachers helped us out and worked everything out.
International competitions. Our students participated in international competitions and events which allowed them to learn different cultures and how to communicate and collaborate with others.
Winning an international event has been very helpful in lifting up my spirit.
Celebrating achievements during the lockdown. We have developed a winning spirit among the students and within the community. Continuous training and support. We have conducted continuous training programs for teachers, students, and parents. Individual support was provided throughout the pandemic. One-on-one coaching. Our personal support meetings and special classes are scheduled weekly.
Yeah, I think it went pretty smoothly, as it was pretty efficient and effective.
Another plus was it was much easier to have extra classes. And it was also easier because we could record the lessons and refer to them later.
Handwritten work. We have also provided handwritten assessments and given extensive feedback on it.
Written work, submissions, and physical exams at school were taken care of excellently.
ICT Olympiad. We conducted the Olympiad online to allow students to learn new concepts and ideas which help them boost their confidence through ICT. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? We developed this innovation for revision to allow students as both contestants and audience to revise all subjects. Math Olympiad. Our goal was to develop the mathematical skills and to create a fun and challenging competition among the students. Online coding. It enabled us to develop the students' critical thinking more creatively. Fun with debate. Our online debating club enabled us to develop rhetoric and debating skills of the students. The Science Project. We developed online science projects to meet the application objectives of the curriculum. Online Science Lab. We also provided the opportunity for students to experience science experiments using online simulation. All-in-one EduPage. We provided real-time feedback and collaboration on it. Online Forum. We enabled students to find appropriate information and data regarding given topics and helped students develop research skills and communication skills.
Providing education during a difficult time like this pandemic has been extremely challenging, but Billabong has done so commendable well due to the hard work and dedication of so many different groups involved in it. I found the eagerness of the teachers to learn new ways to adapt to the situation simply rejuvenating, and it made the entire process smoother because they were not willing to sacrifice the well-being of their students at any cost. The support we received from the parents in both encouraging and motivating students to take part in the classes, reach out their teachers with the difficulties that they experienced was the driving force behind the successful completion of this academic year. I am grateful for the help received from the Identity Education in navigating through all difficulties, providing us with the resources, keeping the morale up of the teachers are some of the many ways in which they had our back. It has been the most challenging for students, especially since it deprived them from their peers and many of them cannot comprehend the severity of the situation, but they have got accustomed to the changes and adapt beautifully. What we learn the most in this situation is the importance of understanding and being empathetic. Our unity comes from our empathy, and our unity allows us to rise above this tragedy.
Successful academic year 2020. BHIS secondary online class is not just a normal content delivery class. It is an all-in-one holistic education system. We have used all the important virtual teaching and learning tools effectively. The entire process of changing to online class went smoothly and transparently to the whole community. 99% of parents agreed that BHIS online school is productive and effective.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Arunga deputin bes Bilabong school ge kiyomunde arunga kis ge deputin ge badenveri ekotun arun mi beti di wastawga arunga usasaki school ge management teacher guligi puri minne pura masekke amu gamus badenveri ge haisiyatun arunga ge fumminu ekanga ege emme bodu en ekkaki wayfrom school ge ganita schedule cooking ama virtual life ekka idinna school ge guriha lesson take deliver kotte un gendali goi alwana to sasu super wayfrom program asik nihayatan ekka kabul kura hindu alwan link fa kola beemani udinna ekamu unu faana taka udinna ekka kabul kura goi natija ekka school ge gadita ekudin hama bara tuge bara rangala ekka kabul ko wayfrom ti debbe hun gende shada ekota school ge guriha lesson ta kawaguma homework tan heduma adiyam ayakun ekkan e schedule da ekota deliver kodinum ekudin bes ekam ka baawi begin ekuri masekkatu ge sababu arun babu qurani ekudin ge amilla aam bilulo bes ege impact kan gadi ni muma adiyam ayakun amilla simma ekam ekkan nagagen kan kurumuga kudin naga isnegu yaru gaps amanna pa real life ka kudin school at diero naga wara hin kan simma naga ta fini am gamus on ka qurani mi media dosta ka kudin na kono wara wis purihama kola taka lawan am gamus puriha beden bes kan awala ka qurani ka nani ka ham purai ni kota nimmalu ko man dannawadu benumani be phone ti kore minna masikka syukur dari wajib beri yang boleh semai adres sebar sekolah fa itu mustaqbal yang itu bagi hasapo teacher di perlu masih kata mungkin syukur.
We are the only school that covered both grade 10 and 12 syllabuses effectively by the end of the first term, and the only school to convene the graduation of grade 12 in the year 2020.
Feel very fortunate to have been able to finish exams on schedule.
We managed to do the exams well during this time instead of delaying it for later.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. It was very relieving, and also I'm really grateful that this was done and over with clear without being delayed.
We are the only school that started a community awareness program during the pandemic by using social media to reach out maximum followers. Our student council developed an Instagram handle under BHIS Talks to spread information about key topics that plague the student community today.
On behalf of our school, a group of students are leading an Instagram account called BHIS Talks, where our main goal is to shed light on important topics and even try to give advice, especially in relation to the challenges that come along with this pandemic.
Billabong High International School has done a tremendous job to allow the teachers to apply any tools which can be suitable for the students, but keeping under one common platform, that is EduPage. We have conducted 40 hours of training program for teachers and provided individual teachers with support until each teacher has confidence in using different applications. Moreover, we did not let the pandemic deter students from participating in international competitions. We have taken part in the International Lego League held online and won second place. Our students participated in international conferences virtually, such as the Model United Nations Conference held in India. We have also celebrated important national days live on Facebook. Significant events such as Children's Day and Teachers' Day were celebrated colorfully online. We are going to end the academic year by 3rd December by completing successfully all the important events we had planned for physical school. And by doing so and not letting these difficult times pull us down, our teachers and students have won against the pandemic. After all, fostering dynamic educational experiences that prepare students for life is the vision of Billabong High International School.
Warbada Shukriya Billabong High International School. Ad miha hisabun miada kanel fahuri huriha presentation take present ko minimuni miaduge presentation taka balala iru hushaligen gosfa miwani maganu theme dashon kam fahaga kureve ei creative learning space professional support and training at the inclusivity meeting dairage tereng husheligen dia presentation take miyadu ginan present kurevige midiyai then husheligen dia presentation takum wes adugon menna huriha presentation okum wes fenigen dia adugon menge teacher unge ufeddun terikama ebe fulonge hunara ebe fulonge hibbar ಮಾದಮಾವೆಸ್ ಹಮ ಮಿಯದಕ್ಕೆ ಫದಂ ವರ ಫುರಿಹಮ ವರ ಮೊಳು ಹುಷೇಳುಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಫೆನಿಗೆನ್ ದಾಣೆ ಮಾದಮಾಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ತಹುಗ ಬೊಡಂ ಅಲಿ ಅಳುವಾಲಿವಿಗೆನ್ ದಾಣಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊ ಕಿಯವಾದಿನುಮ ಕೋವಿಡ್ಗೆ ಹಾಲತ ಗೊಳಿಗೆನ್ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದೆವಣು ನಫ್ಸಾನಿ ಅದಿ ಸಿಹಿ ಎಹಿ ತೆರಿಕಮ ಮುಜ್ತಮೋಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾವರಿ ಬೇಣು ಕೊಗ್ಗೆನ್ ಕಾರಿಸಾಯನ್ ಅರಾಗತ್ ಮಟ್ಟಕ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ತಕುಂ ಕುರೆಫಾವ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆತ್ತ ದೆನ್ ಹಮ ಮಿಯಾಯ್ಕೊ fahaga kollam miyada madamage presentation takuge tereng fahaga kolleve project taka mi inam dinuma baveri huriha farattaka certificate dinum wes madamage program ga himenigen wane adugon men ummidu kurani hama miyadake wes efada madama ge program wes tibeflung intizar kurawani kama madama wes hama wara molu presentation take mi hurikan hama fahaga kolluma eku huriha befrana wes baajo edi doha kan eden wassalamu alaikum